Hello and welcome. This Scary Stories channel brings long psychological and mind-bending horror, designed to quietly unsettle and relax. If you enjoy the stories, like the video, subscribe, and tell us where you're tuning in from. Settle in. Story 1. The door to my bedroom leads to a different house. I rented a small room in a large Victorian house that had been converted into multiple residential units. The house was located in an older residential neighborhood that appeared to have been gradually declining for several decades. The building itself was structurally sound, but showed clear signs of age and insufficient maintenance. The room I rented was on the second floor, accessed by a narrow staircase that creaked under any weight applied to it. My name is Richard Alexander Morrison, and I was 40 years old when I rented that room. I had taken the rental after a significant financial setback had forced me to leave my previous living situation. I had been working in a field that had become increasingly unstable, and a series of job losses and contract terminations had depleted my financial reserves to a critical level. The small rental room was an emergency housing solution that I could afford on my current limited income. The room itself was adequate for my immediate needs. It contained a bed, a dresser, a small table, and a chair. The walls were bare and painted a pale institutional white. There was a window that looked out onto the street, and there was a door that led to a small private bathroom. There was also a second door, a large wooden door with a brass doorknob that was noticeably older and more ornate than the other fixtures in the room. This door, according to the landlord, was a sealed entrance to an adjacent room in the house that was no longer in use. The landlord, a man named Charles, who appeared to be in his 60s, had mentioned the sealed door only in passing. He had noted that the door was locked and that the key to that room had been lost years earlier. He had suggested that I not attempt to use that door, and had indicated that it was simply an architectural remnant of the house's earlier configuration, before the building had been subdivided into rental units. I had accepted this explanation without significant thought. The sealed door was simply part of the room's configuration, and I did not imagine that it would become a source of any particular concern. But approximately 1 week into my residency, I discovered that the door was no longer sealed. I had been getting ready for bed, had turned out the light, and was lying in bed when I became aware that the door was standing open. The door that the landlord had described as locked and sealed was now open, revealing a darkened space beyond. The discovery was startling. I had not opened the door. I had not heard anyone else in the room opening the door. The door had simply been closed and locked when I had left for work that morning, and now it was open. I rose from the bed and approached the door cautiously. The space beyond the open door was dark, and I could not see clearly what was beyond the threshold. I turned on the light in my room, hoping that the light would illuminate the space beyond the door, but the interior remained dark, appeared to be heavily shadowed, resisted the light that was attempting to penetrate it. I considered calling the landlord to inquire about the open door, but the hour was late, and the situation did not seem to warrant disturbing him in the middle of the night. I closed the door, and it closed smoothly without resistance. I tested the doorknob, and it rotated freely but did not engage with any locking mechanism. The door was no longer locked. The lock appeared to have been disengaged at some point. I went back to bed, though I spent the remainder of the night in a state of heightened awareness, concerned that someone might enter the room through the previously sealed door. The next morning, I examined the door more carefully. The lock appeared to be an old mechanism, and the keyhole was visible but empty. The door itself was quite heavy and made of solid wood. The frame appeared to be original to the house's construction. There were no obvious signs that the lock had been forced or that the door had been damaged. I contacted the landlord and inquired about the open door. Charles seemed surprised and somewhat disconcerted by my report. He indicated that he did not have the key to that room and that he had not given anyone access to it. He suggested that I simply keep the door closed and locked if possible, though he acknowledged that the lock was no longer functional. Over the following days, I attempted to keep the door closed and to prevent it from opening on its own. But each evening, when I would prepare for bed, the door would be standing open once again. Despite my best efforts to ensure that the door remained closed and secure, the door would open during the night or during the periods when I was away from the room. The repeated opening of the previously sealed door was deeply unsettling. It suggested that something was actively opening the door, that some force or some intelligence was deliberately causing the door to open, despite my efforts to keep it closed. On approximately the fifth occasion when I discovered the door open, I decided that I would actually look into the space beyond the door to determine what was there. I gathered a flashlight and approached the open door. The space beyond was still dark, still appeared to resist illumination. But as I directed the flashlight beam through the doorway, I began to perceive the contents of the space beyond. The space appeared to be a bedroom that was clearly not the adjacent room that the landlord had described as sealed and unused. The bedroom visible through the open door was furnished. It contained a bed, furniture, and various personal items. It appeared to be a functional, inhabited bedroom, though the furnishings had an unfamiliar quality, appeared to be from a different era than the room I was occupying. I was profoundly confused. The landlord had described the room beyond the sealed door as inaccessible, as not part of the rental arrangement. Yet the room was clearly there, and it was clearly furnished and appeared to be in use. The furnishings suggested a room that might have been furnished in the 1970s or early 1980s, with styles and colors that were distinctly vintage. I contemplated stepping through the doorway to examine the room more closely, but something in my consciousness resisted the action. There was a kind of intuitive warning that stepping through that doorway would be inadvisable, that crossing the threshold would represent some kind of significant change in my situation. Instead, I closed the door once again and attempted to contact the landlord to inquire further about the room beyond the door. Charles was evasive in his response. He indicated that he did not want to discuss the room in detail, suggested that the room was not accessible to me, and recommended that I simply ignore the door and not attempt to investigate further. His evasiveness created additional concern. The landlord's reluctance to discuss the room suggested that he knew something significant about it, that there was something about the room that he did not wish to acknowledge or explain. Over the following days, I became increasingly preoccupied with the mystery of the room beyond the door. I found myself deliberately opening the door to observe the room, to see what changes might have occurred in the furnishings or the arrangement of items within it. The room appeared to remain static. The furnishings did not change. The personal items remained in the same positions. The room maintained its appearance as a 1970s or early 1980s bedroom, furnished and arranged in styles that were distinctly vintage. But I began to notice something disturbing. The longer I observed the room beyond the door, the less certain I became that I was actually observing a room within the same house. The spatial relationship seemed wrong. The room appeared to be larger than the adjacent space should have been. The positioning of the furniture seemed to suggest different spatial dimensions than the building I was inhabiting. I also became aware that I was spending an increasing amount of time observing the room. I would find myself opening the door repeatedly throughout the day, standing in the doorway and looking into the room, attempting to understand its nature and its relationship to my current residence. My behavior became increasingly obsessive. I neglected other aspects of my life. I neglected employment searching. I neglected basic self-care. I focused almost entirely on observing the room, attempting to understand it, contemplating whether I should actually step through the doorway and enter the room. Approximately 2 weeks after I first discovered the door was open, I made the decision to actually enter the room. I gathered some courage, took several deep breaths, and stepped through the doorway. The moment my foot crossed the threshold, I experienced a profound sense of disorientation. The sensations I was experiencing, the visual information my eyes were processing, the proprioceptive information about my body's position in space, suddenly seemed to diverge from what I expected to experience. The room that I was entering appeared larger than it should have been. The doorway through which I had just stepped suddenly seemed distant, appeared to be receding away from me. I turned around to look back at the room I had just left, and I found that the view was extremely disorienting. I could see the room I had rented, but it appeared to be far away, appeared to be visible as if through the wrong end of a telescope or through a lens that was significantly reducing its apparent size. I experienced intense vertigo and nausea. My sense of spatial orientation was completely disrupted. I attempted to step back through the doorway to return to my rented room, but when I took a step backward, the room I had just occupied did not seem to get any closer. The doorway remained at a seemingly impossible distance. I was seized by panic. I turned forward again and found that I was now standing in the middle of the bedroom that I had been observing. The furnishings were around me, the bed was visible, the walls surrounded me. But the spatial logic of the room did not align with my understanding of how space should function. I attempted to move toward what appeared to be the wall of the room, but my movement did not seem to bring me any closer to the wall. I attempted to move in what appeared to be another direction, but again, the distances did not seem to operate according to normal spatial principles. I was trapped in a room that appeared to defy normal spatial geometry. The room seemed to be larger on the inside than its appearance suggested. Distances did not function according to expected principles. My attempt to navigate through the room to return to the doorway through which I had entered was completely unsuccessful. Eventually, the panic subsided into a kind of numbed resignation. I found myself standing in the center of the room, gradually coming to accept that I was unable to navigate back to the door through which I had entered. The room had become disoriented in a way that made return impossible. But then gradually, I became aware that the room's spatial properties were changing. The walls seemed to be moving, seemed to be reconfiguring themselves. The distance to the walls appeared to be changing. The room seemed to be expanding and contracting in ways that defied explanation. And then, suddenly, I perceived the room differently. The room was no longer disorienting. The spatial relationship suddenly became clear and comprehensible. I was standing in a bedroom that appeared to be furnished and inhabited. And I perceived a doorway, a wooden door with a brass doorknob, standing open on the far side of the room. I approached the open doorway, stepped through it, and found myself in the rented room that I had originally occupied. I was back in my rental room, standing in the space I had rented from the landlord Charles. But something had changed. The rented room looked different to me now. The furnishings appeared different. The arrangement of the items in the room appeared different. The room itself appeared to be slightly different in its dimensions and proportions. I approached the door through which I had just stepped and attempted to step back through it to return to the other room. But when I touched the doorknob, the door would not open. The knob turned freely, but the door remained sealed shut. The door would not budge. I tested the door repeatedly, but it remained closed and unresponsive to any attempt to open it. The door that had been standing open, the door that had led to the other room, the door through which I had just stepped, had now sealed itself shut. I experienced a moment of intense panic. I had become separated from the room I had just occupied. The doorway that had allowed me to see into that room, to step into that room, had now been sealed. I was back in the rented room, but I was no longer able to access the other room. I contacted the landlord immediately and reported what I had experienced. I attempted to explain that I had stepped through the door and had found myself in another room with different spatial properties, but I had eventually returned and the door had sealed shut. Charles's response was troubled and evasive. He indicated that he did not wish to discuss my experience in detail. He suggested that I had been experiencing some kind of hallucination or confusion. He recommended that I simply accept the sealed door and not attempt to open it again. But his response did not align with the memory I had of stepping through the doorway and being in the other room. The experience had felt completely real. It had been disorienting and disturbing, but it had not felt like a hallucination. It had felt like an authentic experience of stepping into a space with unusual spatial properties. Over the following days, I found myself becoming increasingly concerned that I had not actually returned to the original rented room. I found myself questioning whether the room I was currently in was actually my rented room or whether it was the other room, the room with the unusual spatial properties, appearing to me in a different configuration. I began to notice small inconsistencies in the room. The window, appeared to be slightly different than I remembered it. The proportions of the walls appeared slightly different. The position of the furniture seemed slightly different. I also began to contemplate the possibility that the door did not actually lead to an adjacent room in the same house, but rather led to a completely different house, a different location, a different reality. The spatial distortion I had experienced, the way the room had appeared to defy normal geometric principles, suggested that something far more profound was occurring than simple access to an adjacent room. I consulted various people about my experience, friends, acquaintances, and eventually a therapist, in an attempt to understand what had occurred. Most people suggested that I had experienced some form of hallucination or psychological disturbance, possibly related to the stress and financial instability I had been experiencing. But I remained convinced that my experience had been real. The memory of stepping through the doorway, of perceiving the disorienting spatial properties of the other room, of experiencing the nausea and vertigo as my sense of space adjusted to the unusual geometric properties. These memories remained vivid and undeniably real to me. I also became aware that something about my current situation felt fundamentally different than it had before my experience with the door. I had returned to the rented room, but I was no longer certain that I had truly returned to the same room. The room I was now occupying appeared to be subtly different from the room I had been renting. This uncertainty created a profound psychological distress. I could no longer trust my sense of where I was or what my environment actually was. I was living in a room that appeared to be my rented room, that had the same furniture and the same general configuration as my rented room, but that felt fundamentally different to me, that appeared to have been subtly altered in ways I could not quite identify. Most significantly, the door was no longer opening. The sealed door that had repeatedly opened during my first weeks in the rented room, the door that had allowed me to observe the other room, the door through which I had stepped and been transported to the other room, that door now remained closed and sealed. I have attempted to open the door on numerous occasions, but it will not open. The doorknob rotates, but the door does not yield. The door appears to be permanently sealed, inaccessible, leading nowhere. But sometimes, late at night, I become aware of sounds coming from beyond the sealed door. I hear sounds that suggest the presence of another room on the other side of the door. I hear footsteps. I hear the sounds of furniture being moved. I hear water running. I hear voices, though I cannot discern the words being spoken. These sounds suggest that the room beyond the door continues to exist, that it continues to be inhabited, that it remains connected to my rented room through the sealed doorway, even though I can no longer access it. And increasingly, I find myself questioning whether I actually returned to my rented room or whether I am actually still in the other room, the room with the unusual spatial properties. And the world I am perceiving around me is the other room appearing to me in a configuration that resembles my rental room, but is actually something entirely different. The door to my bedroom leads to a different house. That is what I have come to understand. The door does not lead to an adjacent room in the same building. The door leads to a completely different location. a different reality, a house that exists in some form that is not entirely compatible with the spatial properties of the room I am occupying. And I have entered that different house. I have stepped through the door and experienced the disorienting spatial properties that characterize that location. And I have returned to what appears to be my original room. But I can no longer be certain whether I have actually returned or whether I am experiencing some form of extended hallucination, some form of induced perception in which my consciousness is being shown a version of my rental room while I am actually remaining in the other house. The door to my bedroom leads to a different house. And I am trapped, unable to determine whether I am in my rental room or in the other house, unable to know whether the sounds I hear coming from beyond the sealed door are sounds from another room, or whether they are sounds that my consciousness is generating as part of an extended hallucination or delusion. I remain in the room. I continue to exist in the space that appears to be my rental room. And I wait, listening to the sounds from beyond the sealed door, waiting for the door to open again, wanting both to open it and dreading what will happen if it does. The door to my bedroom leads to a different house. And I have learned that there are realities and spaces that exist adjacent to the world I thought I understood. Spaces that do not conform to normal spatial principles. Spaces that can be accessed through ordinary doorways. Spaces from which return is possible, but does not guarantee that you will actually return to the location you left. I am Richard Alexander Morrison, and I have crossed a threshold into a different house. And I will likely spend whatever remains of my existence in this state of uncertainty, unable to determine whether I have returned or whether I remain in a place that is fundamentally elsewhere, a place that manifests itself to me as my rental room. But that is actually something entirely different. I want to provide additional documentation of my experience and my understanding of what has occurred since I crossed the threshold into the other house and returned to what I believe to be my rental room. The weeks that have followed my experience with the door have been characterized by increasing uncertainty about the nature of my environment and about the reality of my current situation. The sounds that I hear coming from beyond the sealed door have become progressively more distinct and more unsettling. I have attempted to document the sounds I hear in order to develop some understanding of what might be occurring on the other side of the sealed door. The sounds appear to follow a pattern. During certain hours of the day, the sounds are more pronounced. During other hours, the sounds diminish or cease entirely. The pattern is similar to the pattern of sounds that one would expect to hear from an inhabited house. I hear sounds that suggest someone moving through rooms, opening and closing doors, preparing food, engaging in various daily activities. I also hear voices, though the words being spoken remain inaudible to me. I have considered the possibility that the sounds are not actually coming from beyond the sealed door, but are instead being generated by my own consciousness, created as part of a psychological response to the ambiguity and uncertainty about my environment. But the consistency of the sounds, their logical coherence, their adherence to patterns that would be expected from an inhabited space, all of these factors create a compelling argument that the sounds are genuine, that they represent actual activity occurring in a space that is accessible through the sealed door. I have also become aware of peculiarities in my own experience of the room I am currently occupying. Time appears to operate differently in this room than it did in my previous perceptions of my rental room. Hours appear to pass more quickly, entire days can pass, and yet my subjective experience of the duration is minimal. I will wake in the morning, and a large portion of the day will have passed while I was engaged in activities that felt minimal in duration. I will go through my morning routine, and by the time I complete it, many hours appear to have elapsed, yet my memory of what occurred during those hours is vague and fragmented. This distortion of temporal experience has created additional concern. The distortion suggests that my consciousness is not entirely aligned with the temporal progression of the environment I am inhabiting. It suggests that I might be experiencing the environment through some form of perceptual filter that is distorting my sense of duration. I have also become aware that other aspects of my perception appear to be altered or distorted. Colors appear to be slightly different than I remember them appearing before my experience with the door. The quality of light in the room appears to have changed. The sounds from the street outside my window appear to be muted, as though I am experiencing them through some kind of barrier that diminishes their clarity. These perceptual changes create an overwhelming sense that I am not actually in my rental room, that I am instead in the other house, experiencing a version of my rental room that has been constructed or configured to appear similar to the actual room, but that is fundamentally elsewhere. I have attempted to contact the landlord multiple times to discuss my experience and my concerns about my current situation. Charles has become increasingly evasive and increasingly reluctant to speak with me. On one occasion, when I encountered him in the hallway, he appeared startled and deeply uncomfortable in my presence. He made brief excuses and quickly departed. His reaction to my presence suggests that he is aware of something concerning about my situation, that he understands something about the nature of the sealed door and the room beyond it, that he is unwilling to acknowledge or discuss. I have also become aware that I have not left the room in several weeks. I have no clear memory of the process of leaving the room for extended periods. I have no clear memory of going out into the street or engaging with the external world. All of my time appears to have been spent within the confines of the room I am currently occupying. This absence of movement, this confinement to the room, has created additional psychological distress. I have become increasingly aware that I might be unable to leave the room, that some force or some aspect of my circumstance is preventing me from exiting the room. I have tested this hypothesis by attempting to open the door to the hallway, the door that provides access to the rest of the house. The door opens normally, revealing the hallway beyond. But when I contemplate actually stepping through the doorway and leaving the room, I experience an overwhelming sense of resistance, a kind of psychological barrier that prevents me from actually crossing the threshold. The resistance is not a physical force. I could, if I were to overcome the psychological barrier, force myself to step through the doorway and leave the room. But the resistance is powerful, is overwhelming, creates a sense of panic and disorientation that makes the act of leaving the room feel impossible. I have contemplated what might be causing this resistance. The most obvious explanation is that something about my experience with the sealed door has altered my psychology in a way that is making it difficult or impossible for me to leave the room. Another possible explanation is that I'm not actually in my rental room at all, that I am in the other house, that the version of the hallway and the rest of the building that I perceive are constructed manifestations of those spaces, but are not actually there. And the resistance I feel when attempting to leave the room is the resistance of my consciousness recognizing that those spaces do not actually exist, that attempting to move through them would result in my consciousness encountering an absence, a void, a space where there is nothing. I have also developed a theory about the nature of the sealed door and its relationship to my current situation. I have come to believe that the door does not lead to another room in the same house or even to another house in the same geographic location. I believe that the door leads to a space that is fundamentally different, a space that exists in a different configuration, a space that is not entirely compatible with the normal spatial properties of the world I believed I was inhabiting. When I stepped through the door and entered the other room, when I experienced the disorientation and the distorted spatial properties, I was experiencing the reality of that other space. The normalcy I perceived when I first stepped through and when I eventually returned was the other space attempting to present itself to me in a configuration that was comprehensible to my consciousness. But perhaps the return was not complete. Perhaps I did not actually return to my rental room. Perhaps I have been in the other space all along, experiencing it as my rental room, but being gradually aware, through perceptual distortions and anomalies, that something is fundamentally different about my environment. I have become increasingly convinced that the other house, the space beyond the sealed door, is not a location, but is rather a state or a condition of existence. The door does not lead to another geographic location, but leads to a different mode of being, a different way of existing that is available through ordinary doorways. But that represents a fundamental transition from one state of existence to another. If this theory is correct, then my act of stepping through the door was not a simple act of moving from one room to another. It was an act of transitioning from one mode of existence to another, from a state in which I existed in the normal world to a state in which I exist in a different space with different properties, a different relationship to time and space and the fundamental nature of reality. And if this theory is correct, then my attempt to return through the door was not actually a return at all. It was a transition into another phase of my existence in the other house, a transition into experiencing the other house as my rental room, into living in a manifestation of my rental room that is actually being generated from the perspective of the other house. I am Richard Alexander Morrison, and I have crossed a threshold into a different mode of existence. I have stepped through a door and been separated from the world I previously understood, and I am now experiencing an existence that is fundamentally different from the existence I had before, even though that existence appears, on the surface, to be similar to my previous situation. The door to my bedroom leads to a different house, and I have entered that house. And whether I have returned or whether I remain there experiencing a manifestation of my rental room, I cannot determine with certainty. But I am no longer the person I was before I rented this room. I have been fundamentally altered by my experience with the door. I have been separated from the world I previously understood, and I am now existing in a state of profound ambiguity about the nature of my environment and the reality of my current situation. I wait in the room, listening to the sounds from beyond the sealed door. I wait for the door to open again. I wait for some clarification of my situation, some indication of whether I am still in my rental room or whether I have been absorbed into the other house, into the different mode of existence that is available through the doorway to a different house. And I fear that if the door does open again, if I am able to step through the threshold once more, I might not be able to resist the pull toward that other space. I might not be able to maintain my current illusion of being in my rental room. I might be forced to fully confront the reality of my situation, that I am no longer in the world I previously inhabited, that I have been separated from that world and deposited into a different mode of existence from which there is no return. The door to my bedroom leads to a different house, and I have become a resident of that house, even though I do not yet fully understand what that means, or what my continued existence in that house will ultimately entail. I have continued to document my experience over what I believe to be an extended period, though my sense of the passage of time has become so distorted that I cannot be certain of how long I have actually been in this room, in this manifestation of my rental space that may or may not be actually connected to the building I originally rented from. The sounds from beyond the sealed door have become progressively more distinct and more varied. I have come to recognize specific patterns in the sounds. There are periods during which I hear what appears to be a person moving through the space, footsteps that suggest a deliberate pattern of movement through different areas. There are periods during which I hear the sound of running water, suggesting the use of bathroom or kitchen facilities. There are periods during which I hear voices, multiple voices in conversation, though the words remain inaudible. Most disturbingly, I have begun to hear sounds that are oriented toward the sealed door itself. I hear what appears to be someone approaching the door from the other side, knocking or attempting to manipulate the doorknob. I hear what might be muffled attempts at communication, as though the person on the other side of the door is attempting to speak to me, attempting to communicate across the sealed barrier. On several occasions I have attempted to communicate in return, knocking on the door from my side, speaking loudly to indicate that I am aware of their presence. But my communications have not produced any clear response. The sounds from the other side continue, but they do not appear to be direct responses to my attempts at communication. I have also become aware that my psychological state is deteriorating. I experience prolonged periods of confusion about my location and my circumstances. I wake from periods of sleep, sometimes expecting to find myself in an entirely different location, surprised to discover that I am still in the same room. I have experienced vivid nightmares in which I find myself attempting to navigate through the other house, moving through spaces that have geometries that defy conventional understanding. attempting to reach a doorway that always remains at an impossible distance. In my waking hours, I experience increasing difficulty in distinguishing between memory and imagination. I have clear memories of events that I am uncertain whether they actually occurred or whether they were constructed by my consciousness as part of some mechanism of coping with the ambiguity of my situation. I have been contemplating the possibility that I should attempt to seal the room entirely, to somehow prevent any further intrusion or contact from the space beyond the sealed door. I have considered barricading the sealed door with furniture, attempting to create some kind of physical barrier that would further obstruct any communication or contact from the other side. But simultaneously, I find myself drawn to the door, find myself repeatedly approaching it, placing my hand on the surface, listening intently to the sounds from the other side. Part of me desperately wants to know what is on the other side of the sealed door, wants to communicate with whatever presence is creating the sounds, wants to understand what happened to me when I stepped through the door and what the implications of that experience are for my current existence. I have also developed an increasing sense of responsibility toward whatever presence is on the other side of the door. I have come to believe that the sounds I hear represent a consciousness that is present in the other house, a consciousness that might be aware of my presence on this side of the door, a consciousness that might be attempting to communicate with me. I have developed several possible theories about what that consciousness might be. It is possible that it is another person who has been trapped in the other house, someone who stepped through a different door from a different location and has been unable to return. It is possible that it is multiple people, an entire community of people who have been separated from the world by stepping through various doors that lead to the same other house. It is also possible that the presence is something other than human consciousness entirely, something that belongs to the other house, something that exists naturally in that space with different spatial properties. Regardless of what the presence might be, I find myself increasingly sympathetic to it. I find myself wanting to assist it, to communicate with it, to establish some kind of connection across the sealed barrier that separates us. This sympathy is concerning to me because I recognize that I might be experiencing a psychological distortion, that I might be becoming emotionally invested in something that is not beneficial to me, that my developing sense of responsibility toward the other presence might be leading me toward actions or decisions that could harm me or further compromise my already tenuous grasp on my situation. But I cannot seem to prevent the development of this sympathy. It has grown progressively stronger as the weeks and months have passed, and I find myself increasingly willing to contemplate actions that would bring me into closer contact with the sealed door and the space beyond it. I have considered attempting to force the door open, using tools or force to break through the seal that is preventing me from accessing the space beyond. I have considered that maybe the resistance I feel when attempting to leave my room does not prevent me from leaving through the sealed door, that maybe the barrier that prevents me from leaving through the hallway does not apply to the sealed door. If I could force the sealed door open, I might be able to re-enter the other house. I might be able to navigate through that space and to establish direct contact with whatever presence is generating the sounds. I might be able to understand what happened to me and what the implications are for my continued existence. But I also recognize that opening the door might be the worst possible decision I could make. Returning to that space, submitting myself to the disorienting spatial properties that characterize that location, might result in my becoming permanently trapped in that space, unable to return to even the distorted manifestation of my rental room that I currently inhabit. So I remain in a state of indecision. I approach the sealed door repeatedly. I listen to the sounds from beyond it. I place my hand on it, but I do not attempt to force it open. I remain in a state of tension between my desire to understand and my fear of what understanding might entail. And I continue to exist in this room, in this manifestation of my rental space that I can no longer be certain is genuinely connected to the building I originally rented from, waiting for some event that might clarify my situation or might propel me toward a decision about whether to attempt to open the sealed door and return to the other house. The door to my bedroom leads to a different house, and that different house continues to call to me, continues to present its sounds, continues to draw my attention and my curiosity and my developing sense of responsibility toward whatever exists on the other side of the sealed barrier. I am Richard Alexander Morrison, and I am no longer certain who I am or where I am, but I am certain that I am caught between two spaces, two modes of existence, with a sealed door being the only barrier between them and between my continued confusion and whatever truth might lie on the other side of the door. I wait, and I listen, and I contemplate what it will mean when the door inevitably opens, or when I inevitably gather the courage to force it open, and I cross the threshold into the other house once again, this time understanding more fully what that crossing might entail. I have reached a point in my experience where I must confront a fundamental question about my continued existence in this room and my continued ambiguity about whether I am actually in my rental room or in some manifestation of that room being experienced from within the other house. The certainty I once had about the reality of my situation has eroded progressively. I can no longer distinctly remember what my rental room actually looked like before my experience with the sealed door. I can no longer clearly recall the landlord Charles's exact appearance or the specifics of our conversations. The details of the life I was living before I rented this room have become vague and fragmentary. Simultaneously, my sense of the other house, the space beyond the sealed door, has become progressively more vivid. Though I have not been able to enter that space again, the sounds that emanate from it have become increasingly clear. I have begun to develop a sense of its geography, its layout, its character as a dwelling space inhabited by some form of consciousness. I have also begun to question whether the room I am currently in is actually deteriorating, or whether my perception of it is becoming progressively distorted. The walls appear to be taking on a quality that I cannot quite define, not quite solid, not quite present, as though they are being rendered by some form of consciousness that is gradually losing the ability or the will to maintain the illusion of their physicality. The light in the room appears to be becoming progressively dimmer, appears to be emanating from sources that I cannot clearly identify. The quality of the light has shifted from the natural light of the window to some kind of ambient illumination that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. These perceptual shifts have created an overwhelming sense of unreality. I am becoming progressively less certain that I am perceiving an actual physical environment and increasingly convinced that I am experiencing a constructed or imagined environment, a manifestation of space that is being generated specifically for my experience. If this is the case, if the room I am in is not an actual physical space but is instead some kind of constructed or imagined space, then what does this mean for my understanding of my own consciousness? What does this mean about the nature of my continued existence? I have developed a theory that may explain what has happened to me and what my continued existence in this room might signify. The theory is that when I stepped through the sealed door, when I crossed the threshold into the other house and experienced the disorienting spatial properties of that location, I died. Not in the conventional sense of my physical body ceasing to function, but in the sense that my consciousness became separated from its previous continuity, became displaced from the normal progression of existence. What I have been experiencing since my return to the rental room may be a kind of afterlife manifestation, a state of consciousness in which I continue to experience existence, but in a condition that is fundamentally separated from the normal world, in a space that is being constructed as a manifestation of my previous existence, but that is actually something entirely different. If this theory is correct, then the sounds from beyond the sealed door represent the continued functioning of the other house, the continued existence of whatever inhabits or controls that space, and my own existence in the manifestation of the rental room represents a kind of liminal state between the world I previously inhabited and whatever the other house actually represents. The sealed door would then represent the barrier between life and whatever comes after life, the threshold beyond which consciousness cannot pass and return unchanged, the boundary between the world of normal existence and whatever realm exists beyond that world. This theory provides a framework for understanding why I cannot leave the room, why I experience such profound resistance when attempted to access the hallway and the rest of the building. The resistance is the resistance of consciousness, recognizing that those spaces do not exist in any meaningful sense, that they are not actual locations, but are empty manifestations, voids that my consciousness has learned not to attempt to penetrate. This theory also provides a framework for understanding why I hear sounds from beyond the sealed door, why I have come to feel a sense of responsibility and connection toward whatever presence exists in the other house. Those sounds represent the reality of that space, the reality of whatever realm I have been separated into, and my developing connection to those sounds represents a growing acceptance of my new mode of existence. I am beginning to accept that I am no longer living in the world I previously inhabited. I am no longer Richard Alexander Morrison, as I previously understood myself. I have been fundamentally transformed by my experience with the door. I have been separated from my previous existence and relocated into a different mode of being. The door to my bedroom leads to a different house, and that different house is the reality of my new existence. The manifestation of the rental room in which I currently exist is a kind of transition space, a state of consciousness in which I am gradually adjusting to my new mode of existence, gradually accepting that I have been separated from the normal world. When I am finally ready to fully embrace this new existence, I believe the sealed door will open. I believe that when I have achieved sufficient acceptance of my new state, sufficient understanding of what I have become, the door will open and I will be able to step through it and fully enter the other house. And I believe that when that happens, I will finally understand what I have become, what my continued existence means, and what role I will play in whatever realm the other house represents. I remain in the room, waiting for that moment, waiting for the sealed door to open, waiting for the final transition that will fully separate me from the world I previously inhabited and integrate me completely into whatever mode of existence awaits me beyond the threshold. The door to my bedroom leads to a different house, and I am progressively moving toward accepting that I am now a resident of that house, that my continued existence is fundamentally connected to that space, and that my final passage through the open door will represent my complete transition from the life I previously lived into the existence that the other house represents. I am no longer afraid. I am no longer struggling against my circumstances. I am beginning to accept that this is what has happened to me, that this is the nature of my continued existence, and that the sealed door stands between me and a reality that I am gradually becoming ready to fully embrace. The door to my bedroom leads to a different house, and I wait for the moment when I will finally cross that threshold completely and cease to be a resident of this manifestation of the rental room and become fully integrated into whatever the other house actually represents. That moment approaches. I feel it. The sounds from beyond the door continue, and I grow progressively closer to the decision to force the door open and to finally step through into whatever awaits me on the other side. I write these final words with the understanding that they may be the last coherent documentation I produce before the sealed door opens and I fully cross the threshold into the other house. I have accepted my situation. I have accepted that I have been separated from the world through my interaction with the door to my bedroom. I have accepted that I am no longer the person I was before I rented this room. I have accepted that my continued existence is fundamentally changed, fundamentally altered by the threshold I crossed. The door to my bedroom leads to a different house, and that different house is now my reality, my existence, my destination. I wait for the moment when I will finally pass through the open doorway and become fully integrated into whatever that house represents. The sounds from beyond the sealed door call to me. I am ready to answer that call. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. The gravity in my bedroom feels heavier. When the clock strikes 3, I moved into the apartment on a Thursday evening in late October. It was a studio unit in an older building on the south side of the city, the kind of place that was affordable because it was old and slightly decrepit, and the landlord didn't ask too many questions about your background or your credit score. The rent was $300 a month, which was well below market rate for the area. I should have wondered why, but I didn't. I needed a place to live, and this place was available, and I could afford it. I was grateful to have found anything at that price point in a city where housing was increasingly expensive. The apartment itself was small, maybe 250 square feet total. The main room served as both bedroom and living space. There was a kitchenette along one wall with a small stove and a refrigerator that hummed constantly. A bathroom in the corner contained a toilet, a sink, and a shower stall that was barely large enough to turn around in. There was a closet that was barely large enough to stand in, containing the detritus of the previous tenant's life. Coat hangers, some old shoes, a winter jacket that had holes in it. The previous tenant had left most of their belongings, which the landlord said I could remove or leave as I pleased. There was a twin bed with a thin mattress that had suspicious stains on it, a dresser missing one drawer, a small table with two mismatched chairs that didn't match each other or any other furniture, and a floor lamp that didn't work. There were also some books on a shelf, their spines faded and titles unreadable. There was a coffee maker that didn't have a carafe, and various kitchen implements that seemed to have no purpose. The windows were large, which was one of the few nice things about the space. They looked out onto the street below, a neighborhood that was residential but seemed to be in gradual decline. During the day, a decent amount of natural light came in through those windows. The windows were old, though, with single-pane glass and wooden frames that had been painted over so many times that they were difficult to open and sealed shut by decades of accumulated paint. The glass was slightly warped, which made the view of the street outside seem slightly distorted. I didn't try to open them. I wasn't planning to stay long. I had just moved to the city for a job that I had gotten through a temp agency. The job was data entry, which was mind-numbing work, but it paid enough to live on. It paid well enough to save money if I was careful with my spending. I had planned to save money for a few months, then find a better apartment in a better neighborhood. This was meant to be temporary, a way station in my life, not a destination. I told myself that I would move to something better as soon as I had enough money saved. The first night in the apartment was uneventful, almost blandly normal. I cleaned the space as best I could with basic supplies I had brought with me, threw away the most obviously unusable items that the previous tenant had left behind. The broken coffee maker, some moldy containers of food in the refrigerator, a pile of old newspapers. I made the bed with sheets that I had brought with me, hospital corners and everything. I organized my few belongings in the dresser and the closet. I set an alarm on my phone for the next morning. I went to bed around 11 o'clock and fell asleep quickly, tired from the process of moving and the stress of starting a new job in a new city where I didn't know anyone. I woke up at 3 in the morning. I didn't wake gradually the way people usually wake up. I didn't have a dream that transitioned into wakefulness. I simply opened my eyes suddenly and completely, like someone had flipped a switch. One moment I was asleep, and the next moment I was awake and alert and aware of every detail of the dark room, and I immediately felt something wrong. The first thing I noticed was the weight. There was a heaviness pressing down on me that was different from the normal weight of blankets or pillows. It felt like the entire apartment, or perhaps the entire building above me, was pressing down on my body. It was as though gravity had suddenly increased, as though the planet had become heavier or denser, or I had become more susceptible to its pull. I tried to sit up, and the movement was difficult. It wasn't that I was paralyzed or unable to move. It was more that every motion required more effort than it should have. Sitting up took significant exertion. Pushing my body upright against what felt like double or triple the normal gravitational force was exhausting. I lay back down for a moment, trying to understand what was happening. My heart was pounding. I wasn't panicked exactly, but I was definitely afraid. Something was very wrong, and I couldn't understand what it was. I looked at the clock on the nightstand. It was exactly 3 a.m. The digital display glowed in the darkness of the room, showing those 3 numerals with perfect clarity. I tried to get out of bed, and it took all my strength. I had to roll myself out rather than sit up and stand. Getting to my feet was incredibly difficult. It felt like I was trying to move through water, or like my body suddenly weighed twice as much as it had when I went to bed. Every movement was sluggish and required conscious effort and concentration. I made my way to the light switch, which was a few feet away, and turned on the overhead light. The sudden brightness was almost painful after the darkness. I blinked several times, adjusting to the light, and looked around the room. Everything looked normal. The furniture was in the same position where I had left it. My clothes were piled on the chair where I had dropped them. The room seemed unchanged in any way that I could perceive visually, but the gravity was still there. The heaviness was still pressing down on me, making every movement feel like I was operating in some kind of increased gravitational environment. I walked to the window and looked at the street below. Cars were parked along the curb. The street lights cast their usual orange glow on the pavement. A few people were visible on the sidewalk, walking at normal speed, moving with their usual ease and fluidity. They didn't seem to be experiencing any increased gravity. I checked my clock again. It was 3:07 a.m. I sat down in the nearest chair and tried to assess what was happening. I considered several possibilities. The most obvious was that something was medically wrong with me. I had been experiencing fatigue from the move and the new job. Perhaps I was ill. Perhaps I had a fever or a neurological problem, or something was going on with my inner ear that was affecting my sense of balance and proprioception. But that didn't quite explain the sensation. It wasn't dizziness. It wasn't a sense that I was falling or that my balance was off. It was specifically the sensation of increased weight, increased gravitational pull, pressing down on my body from above. I sat there for about 10 minutes, waiting to see if the sensation would pass. It didn't. If anything, it seemed to be getting slightly worse. My arms felt heavy when I lifted them. My head felt heavy when I held it up. Even breathing seemed to require more effort than usual. Then at 3:15 a.m., I noticed something change. The pressure began to ease. It was subtle at first, just a slight reduction in the heaviness. But over the course of a few minutes, the sensation continued to fade. By 3:20 a.m., the gravity felt back to normal. By 3:25 a.m., I could no longer detect any difference. The heaviness was completely gone. I sat there for a while longer, trying to process what had just happened. I couldn't make sense of it. There was no explanation that I could think of that would make sense. I had experienced some kind of episode where I felt like gravity had increased temporarily. But gravity doesn't change like that. Gravity is a constant. It doesn't fluctuate. Eventually, I turned off the light and got back into bed. It took me a long time to fall asleep again. My mind kept returning to the experience, trying to understand it, trying to find a rational explanation. By the time I finally drifted off to sleep, it was nearly 5 a.m. The next morning, I considered going to see a doctor. I thought about calling in sick to work and making an appointment with someone who could evaluate what I had experienced during the night. But as the day went on, the experience began to feel like a dream, something that might not have been entirely real. I had been tired and stressed. Maybe I had experienced a kind of waking dream or a hallucination brought on by exhaustion or anxiety. I went to work and did my data entry job. The day passed normally. Nothing unusual happened. That night, I went to bed at the same time as the previous night and fell asleep without difficulty. At 3 a.m., I woke up again. And again. The gravity was heavier. This time, because I was expecting it, I was slightly more prepared. I still found the sensation disturbing and unsettling, but at least I wasn't shocked by it. I got up and turned on the light and sat in the chair and waited for it to pass, checking my clock periodically to track the duration of the event. This time, the increased gravity lasted from 3 a.m. to 3:23 a.m. Then it faded away, and everything returned to normal. After a month of experiencing the gravity increase at 3 a.m. every night without fail, I began to develop routines and coping mechanisms. I started keeping detailed notes about each episode, recording the exact times, the intensity of the gravitational effect, how long it lasted, any variations from the previous night. I created a spreadsheet with dates and times, trying to find patterns, trying to establish whether the intensity was increasing or decreasing or remaining constant. The pattern that emerged was disturbing in its consistency. Every night at 3 a.m., the gravity increased. Every night. It lasted somewhere between 15 and 30 minutes, with an average duration of about 22 minutes. Every night, it faded gradually, returning to normal by around 3:22 or 3:25 a.m. And every night, the experience was getting worse. In the first week, the gravitational increase had felt like the weight of blankets and pillows. By the second week, it felt like I was wearing a heavy coat made of lead. By the third week, it felt like I was being crushed under my own weight, multiplied by 3 or 4. By the fourth week, I was struggling to move at all during the 3 a.m. events. I began to research on the internet, searching for any documented cases of similar phenomena. I looked for keywords like gravity anomalies, localized gravitational disturbances, temporal gravity variations. What I found was mostly conspiracy theories and fringe science. There were claims about gravity hills in various parts of the world where cars would roll uphill and water appeared to flow backward. There were stories about supposedly magnetic mountains in places where people reported feeling heavier or lighter for inexplicable reasons. but nothing matched exactly what I was experiencing. This regular, precisely timed nightly occurrence at 3 a.m. that affected only me and lasted only about 20 minutes. I also began to search for medical explanations. I looked up conditions that might cause the sensation of heaviness, pressure, or weight. Depression could cause people to feel heavy and weighed down. Anxiety disorders could cause physical sensations that seem to have no physical cause. Various neurological conditions could affect proprioception and the sense of gravity, but none of these conditions would be so precise, so regular, so perfectly timed to 3 a.m. every single night. By the end of the first month, I was becoming desperate to find an explanation. I made a second doctor's appointment and described the symptoms in detail, being as specific as I could about when it happened and how it manifested. The doctor examined me again and ran different tests. He referred me to a neurologist who ran even more specialized tests, including an EEG, to monitor my brain activity. The neurologist suggested that I might be experiencing a form of sleep paralysis combined with a hallucination or dream state that I was mistaken for a real physical phenomenon. He said that sleep paralysis could cause people to feel immobilized or heavily weighted, and that the brain, in its confused state between sleep and wakefulness, might interpret these sensations in different ways. He suggested that what I was interpreting as increased gravity might actually be a hallucinatory representation of the physical immobility that characterizes sleep paralysis. But I was certain that what I was experiencing was not sleep paralysis. I was fully awake at 3 a.m. My consciousness was clear. I was able to move, just with significant difficulty due to the increased weight pressing down on me. I was not experiencing the typical characteristics of sleep paralysis. The feeling of being unable to move, the terror, the sense of a presence in the room. When I tried to explain this to the neurologist, he nodded sympathetically and suggested that perhaps I was experiencing a variant of sleep paralysis, something that manifested differently than the typical presentation. He prescribed a sleep medication to help me sleep through the night without waking at 3 a.m. I took the medication as prescribed. That night, I did sleep through the night, or at least I didn't wake up at 3 a.m. I slept heavily, deeply, and didn't wake until my alarm went off in the morning. But that next night, when I didn't take the medication, the gravity returned at 3 a.m. right on schedule, as though it had been waiting for me to be conscious enough to experience it again. By the second month of experiencing the gravity increase, I had begun to adapt. I developed a routine of waking up at 2:55 a.m. before the gravity increased so that I could mentally prepare myself for what was coming. I would sit in the chair, take deep breaths, try to center myself psychologically for the ordeal. When 3 a.m. came, I would experience the gravity increase, but I was expecting it, so the shock was slightly less severe. I also started experimenting with different positions and environments during the 3 a.m. events. I tried lying down versus sitting up. I tried being in different rooms of the apartment. I tried being outside on the fire escape. No matter where I was, no matter what position I was in, when 3 a.m. came, the gravity became heavier. This observation was both reassuring and terrifying. It was reassuring because it confirmed that something objectively real was happening. something that wasn't dependent on my being in a particular location or position. It was terrifying because it meant that whatever was causing this was following me, affecting me specifically, not just affecting a particular place or environment. By the end of the second month, I had missed enough work due to exhaustion and distraction that my supervisor had a conversation with me about my performance. I told him I was having some personal issues that were affecting my sleep and my concentration. He was sympathetic and suggested that I consider taking a leave of absence if I needed to, or talking to the Employee Assistance Program about mental health resources. I didn't take a leave of absence. I didn't feel like I was having a mental health problem. Yes, I was exhausted and distressed, but those were symptoms of my situation, not the situation itself. My situation was that gravity became heavier at 3 a.m. every night, and I was experiencing the physical and psychological effects of that. By the third month, I had become a person entirely defined by 3 a.m. Everything in my life was organized around that moment. I planned my day around how much sleep I could get, given the fact that I would be woken at 3 a.m. I organized my evenings around going to bed early enough that I would be in a light enough sleep that the gravity wouldn't be such a shock to my system. I planned my meals to avoid eating anything that would cause digestive discomfort if I was going to be lying down under heavy gravity. I had also started to develop a strange kind of anticipation for 3 a.m. I would lie in bed, waiting for the clock to strike 3. Part of me dreaded it, but part of me was almost looking forward to it, the way you might look forward to something difficult but necessary, something that you know is coming and that you need to face. During this period, I also noticed something strange happening to my perception of time. The hours leading up to 3 a.m. seemed to pass very slowly. If I went to bed at 11 p.m., the time from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. felt like it should take only 4 hours, but subjectively, it felt like much longer. Time seemed thick and heavy in the hours before 3 a.m., as though time itself was being compressed or densified in preparation for the gravitational event. I tried different things to see if I could affect the experience. I tried sleeping in different positions. I tried going to bed earlier or later. I tried drinking alcohol before bed, thinking that might prevent the episode. Nothing made any difference. At 3 a.m. sharp every night, the gravity would increase. After about a week of this, I finally decided to go to a doctor. I made an appointment with a general practitioner and described my symptoms. I told him that I was experiencing episodes of extreme heaviness that occurred at the same time every night, lasting for roughly 20 minutes before resolving on their own. The doctor examined me thoroughly. He checked my blood pressure, my heart rate, my reflexes. He asked me about my sleep patterns, my diet, my stress levels. He asked about my family history of medical conditions. He took blood samples and sent me for some basic tests. Everything came back normal. The doctor suggested that I might be experiencing a psychological response to stress. He said that the mind can create physical sensations if someone is anxious about something. He recommended that I try to reduce stress, perhaps through exercise or meditation or therapy. He said that if the symptoms continued, we could explore other possibilities, but he didn't think there was anything physically wrong with me. But there was something physically wrong with me, or at least something strange was happening to my body. Every night at 3 a.m., gravity became heavier. This wasn't a hallucination or a psychological response. This was a real physical sensation that I was experiencing. I began to research the subject on my own. I looked up information about gravitational anomalies, about places where gravity supposedly behaved strangely. I read about places like the gravity hills in various parts of the world where the gravitational effects seemed unusual. But those places had specific locations, and the effect was supposed to be consistent, not something that happened only at 3 a.m. I looked up information about psychological conditions that might cause the sensation of heaviness. I read about depression, about fatigue, about various medical conditions, but nothing quite matched what I was experiencing. By the second week of experiencing the nightly gravity increase, I had begun to adapt to it. I had developed a routine. I would go to bed around 11 o'clock. At 3 a.m., I would wake up feeling the increased gravity, and I would get up and sit in the chair and read or look at my phone until the sensation faded. Then I would go back to bed and sleep until my alarm went off in the morning. It wasn't ideal, but it was manageable. The increased gravity was uncomfortable, but it wasn't painful or dangerous. It was just something that happened every night. Then, in the third week, something changed. The gravity was still heavier at 3 a.m., but it was getting heavier. The increase seemed to be more pronounced than it had been in previous nights. What had felt like double the normal weight in the first nights now felt like maybe 3 times the normal weight. I tried to stand up, and I had difficulty. My legs didn't want to cooperate. The weight pressing down on my body was too much. I had to grip the edge of the bed to pull myself upright, and even then, standing felt like a major accomplishment. I made my way to the chair, moving slowly and carefully, and sat down heavily. Every motion was difficult. My arms felt like they were made of lead. Lifting my head required conscious effort and concentration. I checked the time. It was 3:04 a.m. The gravity continued to increase as the night went on. By 3:10 a.m., I was in genuine distress. The weight pressing down on my body was overwhelming. I could barely move. Breathing felt difficult, not because my lungs were physically compressed, but because the overall heaviness of my body made the effort of breathing feel exponentially more difficult. I thought about calling 911. I thought about going to the emergency room, but what would I tell them? That gravity was heavier in my apartment? They would think I was insane. By 3:15 a.m., the gravity began to fade just like it always did. But this time, it had been much more intense. I sat in the chair gasping, recovering from the effort of enduring the increased gravitational pressure. The next night, I prepared myself. I gathered pillows and blankets and created a sort of nest in the chair so that I would be comfortable while sitting up during the 3 a.m. event. I ate a light dinner and drank a lot of water. I tried to prepare myself mentally for what was going to happen. At 3 a.m., the gravity came, and it was even heavier than the previous night. This time, I couldn't stand at all. I could barely move from the bed. I stayed lying down and endured the weight pressing down on me. It felt like someone had piled mattresses on top of me, or like I was being pressed under an enormous weight. I could still breathe, but it required significant effort. I could still move my arms and legs, but only in very slow, deliberate motions. I lay there, trying to remain calm, trying not to panic. I focused on breathing, on keeping my respiration steady and controlled. I told myself that it would pass, just like it always did. The gravity would fade and things would return to normal. By 3:20 a.m., it had begun to fade. By 3:30 a.m., it was back to normal. I lay in bed, exhausted and frightened, trying to understand what was happening. Over the next several days, the intensity of the gravity at 3 a.m. continued to increase. Each night, it was worse than the night before. The weight pressing down on my body seemed to get heavier and heavier. I started to worry that eventually the gravity would become so heavy that I wouldn't be able to endure it, that something would break, that something in my body would give out under the pressure. I returned to the doctor and described the worsening symptoms in careful detail. I told him that the heaviness was becoming more pronounced each night, that the duration seemed to be getting longer, that I was having increasing difficulty tolerating the experience. I told him that I was concerned that something significant was physically wrong with me, something that the standard battery of tests might not be detecting. This time, the doctor seemed noticeably more concerned. He looked at my physical appearance, the red-rimmed eyes from sleep deprivation, the weight loss, the way I was moving carefully and slowly, and he said that he wanted to admit me to the hospital for more comprehensive monitoring and evaluation. I spent 2 days in the hospital. They hooked me up to heart monitors, blood pressure cuffs, EEG electrodes. The neurologists and cardiologists examined me. They wanted to monitor what was actually happening to my body at 3 a.m. to see if their sophisticated monitoring equipment could detect anything unusual. At 3 a.m. on the second night of my hospital stay, with nurses standing nearby and monitoring equipment surrounded me, I experienced the gravity increase just as powerfully as I always did. The weight pressed down on me. Every movement became exponentially more difficult. The heaviness was overwhelming and undeniable. The nurses came in immediately, alerted by activity on the monitors. They checked on me carefully, asked me how I was feeling, looked at the readings displayed on the various machines. They looked confused, then perplexed, then almost skeptical. "Everything looks normal," one of the nurses said, double-checking the readings. "Your heart rate is elevated, but that's consistent with anxiety. Your blood pressure is fine. Your oxygen saturation is normal. The EEG is showing normal brain activity. We're not detecting anything unusual at all." The doctor came in shortly after and reviewed the data himself. He reviewed the readings from the EEG, the heart monitor, the blood pressure cuff. He looked at the recorded data from the entire 3 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. window. He found nothing abnormal. "The monitoring equipment isn't picking up anything that would suggest a physical cause for what you're experiencing," he said. "Your vital signs are stable. There's no evidence of any physical disturbance happening at 3 a.m. But I was experiencing something. Something was happening to me. I was lying in hospital bed, barely able to move, experiencing the crushing weight of dramatically increased gravity, and the sophisticated medical monitoring equipment was showing nothing unusual, no deviation from normal parameters. By morning, the hospital had scheduled me for additional tests: an MRI, more blood work, a lumbar puncture, a consultation with a psychiatrist. The results of all these tests were the same: normal. The psychiatrist who evaluated me was Dr. Rachel Morrison, a woman in her 50s with kind eyes and the demeanor of someone who had listened to many strange stories and had learned not to judge them. She spent over an hour with me, asking detailed questions about my symptoms, my medical history, my family history, my life circumstances, my stress levels. At the conclusion of the evaluation, she said carefully, "Based on what you're describing, and given that all our physical tests are normal, I think you might be experiencing some kind of dissociative phenomenon. The feeling of heaviness, the specific timing at 3 a.m., the fact that all objective medical testing shows nothing abnormal, these things suggest to me that your mind might be creating a physical sensation as a manifestation of psychological stress or anxiety." I tried to explain that I wasn't experiencing unusual stress, that nothing in my life had changed significantly except for this phenomenon occurring every night. But even as I said it, I knew how unconvincing it sounded. Of course I was stressed. Anyone would be stressed if they were experiencing something incomprehensible and frightening every single night. The psychiatrist prescribed anti-anxiety medication and referred me to a therapist. She discharged me from the hospital with a note saying that my symptoms appeared to be psychological in nature, that no physical cause had been found on any objective testing, and that I should consider therapy and medication as potential treatments. But the increased gravity at 3 a.m. had nothing to do with my mental state or my stress levels. It was happening regardless of whether I was anxious or calm, whether I was medicated or not, whether I was in the hospital being monitored by state-of-the-art medical equipment or alone in my apartment. It was happening because something was physically changing at 3 a.m., something that I was experiencing directly through my body. The hospital couldn't find anything wrong with me. Eventually, they had to discharge me because they couldn't justify keeping me in the hospital when all my tests were normal and I wasn't in any immediate danger. I returned to my apartment, which had begun to feel increasingly like the potential source of the problem, even though I had no evidence to support that theory. The walls seemed to press in on me. The window seemed to stare at me accusingly. I became convinced that if I could just escape this space, if I could find a new apartment in a different building, perhaps even on a different part of the city, perhaps the increased gravity at 3 a.m. would stop, or at least would be less severe. I spent an entire week looking at apartments. I visited studios and one-bedroom units across different neighborhoods. I was searching for something specific, though I couldn't quite articulate what that something was. I wanted a place that felt different, that had a different energy, that seemed to exist outside of whatever phenomenon had begun to afflict me. I looked at apartments and high-rise buildings, thinking perhaps that being higher up would somehow escape the gravitational disturbance. I looked at apartments in brand new buildings, thinking that perhaps older buildings carried some kind of residual effect. I looked at apartments in neighborhoods that felt completely different from where I was currently living, but I was also terrified that the increased gravity at 3 a.m. might follow me to whatever place I moved to. If it was specific to my body or my nervous system or something about me personally, then moving wouldn't help. I would carry the problem with me. And if it was specific to the apartment, the problem would continue there. If moving broke the cycle, that would be good. But if moving meant the problem followed me, then I would be spending money and effort only to replicate the same problem in a new location. Eventually, I made a decision. I found a different apartment in a completely different building on the other side of the city. It was in a modern apartment complex built in the 1990s in a neighborhood that was more upscale and developed than the area where I currently lived. I negotiated a lease and gave notice to my current landlord. I packed my belongings carefully and moved out of the studio apartment that had become the source of so much distress and fear. The first night in the new apartment, I went to bed with a mixture of hope and anxiety. Maybe I thought the increased gravity had been related specifically to the old apartment somehow. Maybe there was something about that specific space, some structural issue or some environmental factor that was causing the phenomenon. Maybe the old building had some kind of problem and the new building wouldn't have it. Maybe moving would break the cycle and set me free. At 3 a.m., I woke up in the new apartment and the gravity was heavier. It was exactly the same sensation that I had been experiencing every night in the other apartment. The weight pressing down on my body, the difficulty moving, the effort required to breathe, all of it was identical. The 3 a.m. gravitational increase had followed me. It hadn't stayed in the old apartment. It wasn't tied to that specific location. I realized then, with the kind of sick certainty, that the increased gravity wasn't tied to the apartment or the building or the location. It was tied to me. It was tied to 3 a.m. or to some combination of factors that went with me wherever I went that couldn't be escaped by moving or changing locations or trying to find some new place where the phenomenon wouldn't occur. I couldn't escape it by moving to a new apartment. I couldn't escape it by going to doctors and undergoing medical evaluation. I couldn't escape it by trying to medicate it or treat it or understand it through logic and rationality. Over the following months, I continued to experience the increased gravity at 3 a.m. every single night. The intensity varied slightly from night to night, but it was always there. Some nights it was manageable, almost bearable. Other nights it was overwhelming, so heavy that I could barely move, so oppressive that I wondered if I would survive it. I began to research more obscure possibilities in my desperation to find some kind of explanation. I looked into quantum mechanics and the possibility that gravity wasn't as constant and unchangeable as classical physics had taught us. I read about recent scientific work on the nature of gravity, about the search for gravitons, about the possibility that gravity was a variable phenomenon at microscopic scales. I read papers about places on Earth where gravitational anomalies had supposedly been documented. What I found were mostly scientific papers that were far too technical for me to fully understand, combined with conspiracy theories and pseudo-scientific claims that offered no real credibility. Nothing in my research provided a genuine explanation for what was happening to me. A precise, nightly, perfectly timed increase in gravity that occurred every night at exactly 3 a.m. and lasted for approximately 20 minutes before returning to normal. I also began to notice changes happening to my personality and my way of being in the world. The constant sleep deprivation and the nightly ordeal were having cumulative effects on my psychology. During the day, I felt increasingly exhausted, as though the gravitational episodes were draining me of some fundamental energy that I needed to function normally. I had difficulty concentrating at my job, which had become increasingly impossible to maintain. I made frequent mistakes in my data entry work, errors that I had to go back and correct. My supervisor began to notice that my performance was slipping, and eventually he called me into his office to discuss whether I should take a medical leave of absence. I also noticed changes in my perception of time. The hours before 3 a.m. seemed to pass very slowly. If I went to bed at 11 p.m., the interval until 3 a.m. felt like it contained far more subjective time than 4 hours. Time felt thick and heavy in the period leading up to the gravitational event, as though time itself was becoming more viscous as it approached that specific hour. This distortion of temporal perception was almost as disturbing as the physical experience of increased gravity. By 6 months after I first experienced the increased gravity at 3 a.m., I had been fundamentally transformed into a different person. I was constantly exhausted, operating always on the edge of sleep deprivation. I had developed a kind of anticipatory anxiety about going to bed because I knew what would happen at 3 a.m. I had lost my job because I could no longer concentrate enough to perform even basic tasks reliably. I had lost contact with most of my friends because I simply didn't have the energy or the emotional capacity to maintain those relationships. My life had collapsed into a kind of narrow focus. My existence had become entirely organized around 3 a.m. The 20 or 30 minutes during which the gravity was heavier had become the center point of my life. Everything else, the daytime hours, my work, my relationships, my attempts to maintain some kind of normal existence, had become secondary, something I was just going through, something I was merely enduring until I could get back to the thing that dominated my existence. There was something darkly seductive about this. In the midst of all the confusion and chaos in my life, the gravity at 3 a.m. was certain. It was predictable. It was reliable. It happened every single night without fail. Unlike everything else in my life, which was uncertain and changeable and threatening, the gravity was absolutely constant. I could depend on it in a way that I couldn't depend on anything else. It was the one constant, the one anchor, the one thing that was absolutely guaranteed to happen. Around 8 months into this experience, something shifted in my psychology. I found myself lying in bed during the evening hours, actually waiting for 3 a.m. to come. I wanted to feel the weight. I wanted to experience the heaviness pressing down on me, that familiar sensation that I had come to know so well. It was strange and disturbing, this desire to experience something that was so difficult and exhausting, but there was something about the 3 a.m. experience that had become preferable to the rest of my life. When 3 a.m. came on these nights, I found myself surrendering to it rather than fighting against it. I stopped trying to endure it or understand it. I stopped trying to find some way to escape it. Instead, I lay in bed and let the weight pressed down on me, let the gravity do what it did, and I felt something that I can only describe as peace. Not comfort exactly, because being crushed under increased gravity is not comfortable. But peace. A sense of peace came from the fact that something real was happening. Something that I couldn't deny or rationalize or explain away. Something that was genuinely, objectively, physically occurring, regardless of whether I wanted it to or whether it made sense. The gravity continued to get heavier over the following months. By 9 months into the experience, the gravitational effect at 3 a.m. had intensified to the point where I could barely breathe, where my entire body felt compressed and crushed under an enormous burden that seemed impossible to bear. And yet, I continued to lie in bed night after night and endure it because I had accepted it. I had surrendered to it. By a year after I first experienced the increased gravity, something fundamental had changed in my relationship to it. I no longer thought of it as something wrong or abnormal or pathological. It had become simply normal for me. At 3 a.m., gravity became heavier. That was the way my reality functioned. That was simply a fact of my existence, as fundamental and unchangeable as the fact that the sun rises in the morning and sets in the evening. I had become accustomed to moving through the heavier gravity with less resistance and less struggle. My body had adapted somehow over the course of a year, learning how to function more efficiently under the increased gravitational load. I could move almost normally now, even during the 3 a.m. event, even when the gravity was so heavy that my body felt like it weighed twice its normal weight. I could breathe without the intense effort and conscious concentration that it had required in the early months. My muscles had strengthened in response to the nightly burden. My mind had learned to maintain calm and composure rather than panicking. The experience had changed me in ways that I was only beginning to understand, ways that went far deeper than just the physical and psychological adaptation to the gravitational phenomenon. I had been forced to confront the fundamental fact that the world is stranger than I had always assumed it to be. Reality is more flexible and less predictable and less mechanistic than the framework I had been taught suggested. I had been forced to accept something that had no rational explanation, something that defied all my attempts to find a logical cause, something that existed outside the normal boundaries of what was supposed to be possible. I don't know why the gravity is heavier at 3 a.m. in my bedroom. I have no explanation for it. I don't know if it's a localized phenomenon specific to me and my body, something that happens because of something particular about my physiology or my neurology. I don't know if it happens to other people who simply don't talk about it, who keep it secret like I did for so long, who endure it in silence and isolation. I don't know if I'm the only one in the world experiencing this, or if there are others scattered around the planet experiencing the same thing, also trapped in their own isolated phenomenon without explanation or understanding. I don't know if it's a scientific phenomenon, something that science simply hasn't yet discovered an explanation for, something that will eventually be accounted for by some future development in physics or neurology, or if it's something else entirely, something that exists outside the framework of scientific understanding, something that defies the categories and methodologies that science uses to understand the world. What I do know with absolute certainty is that every night at 3 a.m., gravity becomes heavier in my bedroom. I know that it happens with perfect regularity, that it never misses, that it never changes its schedule. I know that it's real because I experience it physically, corporally, in the tissues and organs of my body, and no amount of medical testing or examination or scientific evaluation has revealed any explanation for it. I have stopped trying to understand it. I have stopped trying to find some rational explanation that would make it fit into my previous framework of how reality should work. I have stopped trying to escape it or deny it or find some cure for it. I have accepted it as a fundamental and unchangeable aspect of my existence. And perhaps that acceptance is the key to everything. Perhaps the real horror of the experience wasn't the increased gravity itself, the physical weight pressing down on my body. Perhaps the real horror was my inability to accept it, my desperate need to understand and explain and rationalize something that fundamentally defied all rational explanation. Perhaps the horror came from my desperate struggle to make sense of something that was simply senseless, to find an explanation for something that had no explanation. And perhaps once I stopped fighting against it, once I surrendered to it completely, once I let go of the desperate need to understand it and simply accepted it as the way things were, the experience transformed into something different. Not pleasant exactly, because being crushed under increased gravity is not pleasant, but tolerable, manageable, bearable. Something I could live with, something I could incorporate into my life. I live my life around 3 a.m. now. I have deliberately organized my entire existence to accommodate the increased gravity and the nightly gravitational events. I go to bed early in the evening so that I can be in a lighter state of sleep when the gravity comes, so that I can wake up fully and consciously experience what's happening rather than being jolted awake violently. I have found work that allows me to sleep during the day if I need to, that allows me flexibility to adjust my schedule to the reality of being exhausted every morning from the nightly ordeal. I have become someone whose social contact is minimal, because people find me strange. They notice that I'm oriented toward nighttime, that I'm most alert and most present between 2 and 4 in the morning, that I seem to be operating on a schedule that's slightly out of sync with normal human circadian rhythms. They think I'm eccentric or deliberately choosing to be unconventional or difficult. They don't understand that I'm not choosing any of this. I'm simply adapting to my reality, organizing my life around the one constant that governs my existence more absolutely than any other factor. I no longer fear 3 a.m. I no longer dread the increase in gravity or approach the time with anxiety and resistance. I have stopped hoping desperately that it will somehow go away, that I'll wake up one morning and discover that it was all some kind of terrible mistake or misunderstanding, that it was a dream that I somehow mistook for reality. It's not going to go away. It's not a dream. This is my life now. This is the reality that I inhabit. Every night, at the same time, gravity becomes heavier in my bedroom, and I wake up and I feel the weight pressing down on me, and I endure it and I accept it, and then it fades away, and I try to sleep again before the exhaustion of the next day catches up with me. There is a strange kind of peace in accepting this. There is a strange kind of peace in surrendering to something that you can't understand or control, in giving up the desperate struggle to find an explanation or a cure or a way to escape, and simply accepting that this is the way things are. In this acceptance, I have found a strange kind of freedom. The gravity in my bedroom feels heavier when the clock strikes 3. That's not a problem to be solved, or a mystery to be explained, or something to be feared and resisted. It's just a fact of my existence, as fundamental as the fact that I need to breathe air to survive, as unchangeable as the fact that the earth orbits the sun. It's the way my life is. It's the reality that I inhabit. And in learning to accept that reality completely, in surrendering to it without reservation, in letting go of the desperate need to understand it or change it or escape from it, I have discovered something unexpected and profound. I have discovered a kind of peace that I never experienced in the months when I was fighting against it, that I never could have imagined finding. The gravity in my bedroom feels heavier when the clock strikes 3. And I am at peace with that. I am at peace with the fact that every night, at the same moment, my world becomes heavier, becomes different, becomes something that doesn't make sense, but that I no longer need to make sense of. It simply is. It is the truth of my existence. And in accepting that truth, I have found freedom. There is more to say about what this experience has taught me. The gravity at 3 a.m. is not merely a physical phenomenon. It is a constant reminder of the limits of human understanding, the boundaries of what we think we know about the world. Every night, I am reminded that reality is vast and strange and often incomprehensible. Every night, I am reminded that the universe does not conform to our expectations or our theories or our desperate need for rational explanations. What I know with absolute certainty now is that acceptance is the only path forward. Fighting against something you cannot understand is futile. Seeking explanations for something that has no explanation is a path to madness. The only sane response is to accept it, to surrender to it, to make peace with it. I am at peace now. The gravity in my bedroom feels heavier when the clock strikes 3, and I accept this as the fundamental truth of my existence. This is my life. This is my reality. And in accepting it completely, I have found freedom. The clock strikes 3. The gravity increases. Time moves forward. And I endure, I accept, I exist in this strange new reality that has become my home. This is what it means to truly understand reality, not to comprehend it through reason and science, but to surrender to it completely, to accept what is, without question, without resistance, without the desperate need for understanding. In this surrender lies the only true freedom that exists. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. The man in the mirror mouthed words I did not say. I rented a small room in an old house that had been abandoned for several years before being subdivided into rental units. The house was the 2-story structure built in the 1950s, located on a quiet residential street in a neighborhood that had gradually declined over decades. The room I rented was on the 2nd floor, accessible by a narrow staircase. The room contained minimal furnishings: a bed, a dresser, a small desk, and a mirror mounted on the wall opposite the bed. My name is Nathan Joseph Parker, and I was 36 years old when I rented that room. I had taken the rental after a series of personal and professional setbacks that had left me in financial difficulty and psychological distress. I had experienced a period of unemployment lasting several months, had depleted my savings, and had been forced to leave my previous apartment due to inability to pay rent. The rental room, though modest and in a deteriorating building, was the only housing I could afford on my current unemployment benefits and occasional part-time work. The room was sparsely decorated and appeared to have been occupied by many previous tenants over a significant period of time. The furniture was worn. The walls showed marks and stains from previous occupants. The carpet was threadbare in places. The overall impression was one of transience and decay, a room that was occupied briefly by people in temporary or unstable situations before they moved on. During the first few weeks of my residency, I focused on establishing basic routines and attempting to stabilize my situation. I would spend time looking for employment, would engage in minimal social interaction, would spend my evenings reading or watching television in my room. The room became my primary living space, and I spent most of my waking hours within its walls. The mirror, mounted on the wall opposite my bed, was one of the few features of the room that I actually noticed or interacted with regularly. It was a moderately sized mirror with a wooden frame, positioned so that I could see my reflection when I was lying on the bed. The mirror showed my face, my upper body, and the portion of the room behind me when I was positioned on the bed. I had not given the mirror much thought initially. It was simply a functional object in a sparsely furnished room. But after approximately 3 weeks of living in the room, I began to notice something unusual about the reflection in the mirror. One evening, I was lying on my bed and looking at my reflection in the mirror. I was thinking about my employment situation and my financial difficulties, my consciousness occupied with worries and anxieties about my future. I was observing my face in the mirror, noting the expression of distress and worry that was evident in my features. At some point, I became aware that the man in the mirror, my reflection, was mouthing words. His lips were moving, forming words, but I was not speaking. I was lying completely still, not moving my lips, not making any sounds, not engaging in any form of speech. But the reflection in the mirror was clearly mouthing words. The lips of the reflection were moving, forming what appeared to be speech, articulating syllables and words. I was startled by the observation. I sat up in bed and approached the mirror to examine it more closely. As I moved toward the mirror, the reflection in the mirror also moved, as reflections should move, maintaining the natural correspondence between my movements and the movements of the reflection. But even as I was moving, I could see that the reflection's lips were continuing to move, continuing to form words even though I was not speaking. I stood directly in front of the mirror and attempted to read the words that the reflection was mouthing. The words were unclear. I could not determine with certainty what the reflection was saying. The mouth movements were not synchronized with any words that I could hear. The reflection appeared to be speaking silently, forming words that were inaudible to me. I attempted to reproduce the mouth movements that the reflection was making. I tried to determine what words the reflection might be forming by watching the shape of the lips and attempting to reconstruct the words based on the lip movements. But the movements were too subtle, too ambiguous for me to determine with certainty what words were being formed. I stepped back from the mirror and returned to my bed. The reflection continued to mouth words. As I watched, the reflection's lips continued to move in patterns that suggested speech, even though I was completely motionless on the bed. The phenomenon was disturbing. Reflections should correspond exactly to the movements of the object being reflected. My reflection should not be moving in ways that I was not moving. My reflection should not be mouthing words that I was not saying. I considered several possible explanations for the phenomenon. One possibility was that I was experiencing a visual hallucination, that my mind was generating the perception of the reflection's mouth moving when in fact it was not actually moving. Another possibility was that the mirror had some defect or distortion that made the reflection appear to move in ways that the actual object was not moving. A third possibility was that something was fundamentally wrong with my consciousness or my perception, that I was experiencing some form of psychological disturbance that was causing me to misinterpret what I was observing. But as I continued to observe the reflection, the mouth movements seemed too clear, too consistent, too deliberate to be dismissed as simple hallucination or as a defect in the mirror. The reflection appeared to be actually mouthing words, actually engaging in speech, even though I was not speaking. Over the following days, the phenomenon continued. Each evening when I lay on my bed and observed my reflection in the mirror, I would see the reflection's mouth moving, forming words that I was not speaking. The mouth movements were consistent. They appeared to follow patterns. They seemed to have meaning and intentionality. I began to attempt to read the words more carefully, to watch the mouth movements and try to determine what words were being formed. Through careful observation and repeated attempts at interpretation, I began to discern patterns in the words that the reflection was mouthing. The reflection appeared to be forming words that were critical in nature. I observed mouth movements that seemed to correspond to words like failure, pathetic, worthless, loser. The reflection appeared to be mouthing negative judgments, critical assessments, insulting observations about me. The realization that the reflection was mouthing critical and insulting words about me was psychologically disturbing. The reflection was saying things about me that I was not saying, things that were hostile and demeaning, things that I would not consciously choose to think about myself. I began to contemplate the possibility that the reflection was expressing thoughts that I had, but that I was not consciously aware of thinking. The critical words that the reflection was mouthing might be expressing my own deeply held negative beliefs about myself, beliefs that existed at some level of consciousness, but that I was not actively engaged in articulating. This possibility created a kind of psychological vertigo. If the reflection was expressing my own unconscious thoughts, then the reflection was revealing aspects of my consciousness that I was not aware of or that I was actively suppressing. The reflection was becoming a kind of window into the unconscious aspects of my mind. I began to pay more attention to the specific words that the reflection appeared to be mouthing. I watched carefully and attempted to read the lips with increased precision. Over time, I became more confident in my ability to interpret what words were being formed. The words that the reflection appeared to be mouthing were consistently negative. The reflection mouthed words like failure, incompetent, worthless, broken, pathetic. The reflection mouthed phrases like, no one wants you, you will never succeed, you deserve this, referring to my current situation of poverty and isolation. The words were harsh and cruel, but they seemed to articulate beliefs that I held about myself at some level. The failure I had experienced in my career seemed to confirm that I was incompetent. The dissolution of my marriage seemed to confirm that I was unworthy of love. My current state of isolation and financial difficulty seemed to confirm that I was pathetic and broken. The reflection was mouthing the critical voice that existed in my mind, the voice that judged me, that found me lacking, that expressed the harsh judgments that I held about myself. As days and weeks progressed, the phenomenon became increasingly disturbing. The reflection continued to mouth words, continued to express critical and demeaning judgments about me. The words seemed to be becoming more specific, more personalized, more deeply focused on the particular aspects of my situation that caused me the most psychological pain. The reflection mouthed words that referenced my divorce, my job loss, my financial failure, my inability to maintain meaningful relationships. The reflection articulated the specific ways in which I had failed in my life, the specific areas in which I felt deficient and broken. The mouth movements became more pronounced and more clear. I was becoming more skilled at reading the words. I was understanding with increasing precision what the reflection was saying. But at some point, I became aware of something that disturbed me even more than the content of the words that the reflection was mouthing. I became aware that the reflection's mouth movements did not always correspond to my own mouth movements. Even when I was not moving my own lips, not articulating any speech, the reflection's mouth was moving, forming words. But more disturbingly, I began to notice instances where the reflection's mouth movements seemed to be accompanied by actual sound. I began to hear words, faint and barely audible, but clearly present, words that seemed to be coming from the mirror. The first time I heard the actual sound of the words, I was startled and alarmed. I heard what sounded like my own voice, emanating from the direction of the mirror, articulating the word worthless. The word was spoken in a voice that sounded like my own voice, but was not a voice that I was producing. I stood up from my bed and approached the mirror. The reflection appeared unchanged. The reflection was still mouthing words, still moving its lips in patterns that suggested speech. But the sound I had heard seemed to have originated from the mirror itself. Over the following days, I continued to hear sounds coming from the mirror. The sounds were faint and barely audible, but they were present. The voice that produced the sounds was a voice that sounded like my own voice, but that I was not producing. The words that the voice spoke were the same critical and demeaning words that the reflection had been mouthing. The realization that the mirror was actually producing sound, that the reflection was actually speaking, even though I could not see how it was possible for sound to be produced from a mirror, was profoundly disturbing. The phenomenon had progressed from something that could be explained as a perceptual distortion or a hallucination to something that seemed to have a material basis, that seemed to be actually occurring in the physical world. I consulted with a mental health professional about my experiences. I described the phenomenon to the psychologist and asked whether it might be consistent with a psychiatric condition. The psychologist listened carefully and suggested that what I was experiencing might be consistent with auditory hallucinations, possibly related to depression or psychological distress. The psychologist recommended that I see a psychiatrist for evaluation and possible medication. I followed the psychologist's recommendation and consulted with a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist diagnosed me with depression and prescribed medication intended to address depressive symptoms and to reduce or eliminate any hallucinations that I might be experiencing. I took the medication as prescribed and waited for the symptoms to diminish. But the phenomenon continued. The reflection continued to mouth words. The voice continued to emanate from the mirror. The words continued to be articulated both visually through the mouth movements of the reflection and audibly through the voice that seemed to be coming from the mirror itself. The medication did not eliminate the phenomenon. The reflection continued to speak. The voice continued to be audible. The words continued to be critical and demeaning. I consulted with the psychiatrist again and reported that the medication had not eliminated the phenomenon. The psychiatrist increased the dosage of the medication and added a second medication intended to address potential psychotic symptoms. But despite the medication adjustments, the phenomenon continued. At this point, I began to contemplate whether the phenomenon might not be a psychiatric symptom, but might instead be something else entirely. I began to consider the possibility that the reflection in the mirror was actually separate from me, that the reflection was actually a different consciousness, a different entity that existed in some way in or through the mirror. This possibility seemed to exceed the bounds of reasonable explanation. The reflection was in a mirror, was responding to my movements, was positioned in exactly the spatial relationship to me that a reflection should be positioned, in every way that a reflection should correspond to the object being reflected. My reflection appeared to correspond correctly. But the reflection was mouthing words that I was not saying, was speaking words that I was not speaking, was expressing thoughts that I was not articulating. The reflection was behaving as though it possessed independent consciousness and independent agency. I began to research psychiatric conditions that might involve hallucinations of one's reflection speaking or acting independently. I found some documentation of phenomena related to mirror hallucinations in certain psychiatric conditions, but none of the descriptions precisely matched what I was experiencing. I also began to contemplate the possibility that the mirror itself had some special property, some unusual characteristic that might explain the phenomenon. Perhaps the mirror was not simply a reflective surface, but was some kind of portal or window into another space, another dimension, another consciousness. This line of thinking seemed to descend into irrationality and delusion. But the phenomenon was continuing to occur. The reflection was continuing to speak. The voice was continuing to be audible. The words were continuing to be critical and demeaning. I began to feel a kind of helplessness in relation to the phenomenon. I had sought professional help, had been prescribed medication, had followed medical recommendations, but the phenomenon had not diminished. The reflection continued to mock me, to insult me, to articulate the critical judgments that I held about myself. One evening, as I was lying on my bed observing the reflection in the mirror, I became aware of a significant change in what the reflection was mouthing. Instead of mouthing the familiar critical words, the reflection appeared to be mouthing words that were different in character. The reflection appeared to be mouthing words that were not insulting or critical, but that seemed instead to be inviting or beckoning. I watched carefully and attempted to read the words that the reflection was mouthing. The words seemed to be forming phrases like, "Come here," "Come to the mirror," "Come be with me." The reflection appeared to be beckoning me toward the mirror, inviting me to approach it. I was frightened by the change in what the reflection was communicating. The reflection had previously been mouthing words that seemed to express judgments and criticisms. But now the reflection appeared to be inviting me, beckoning me toward the mirror itself. I did not approach the mirror. I remained on my bed, observing the reflection from a distance. The reflection continued to mouth the beckoning words, continued to invite me to come closer, continued to gesture as if encouraging me to approach. The beckoning continued for several days. Each evening when I would lie on my bed, the reflection would be mouthing the inviting words, encouraging me to come to the mirror. The voice that emanated from the mirror continued to articulate the beckoning words, continuing to invite me, continuing to encourage me to approach. The pressure of the beckoning was becoming difficult to resist. I found myself increasingly drawn toward the mirror, increasingly inclined to approach it and to stand directly in front of it, to come into close proximity with the reflection. One evening, as the beckoning continued, I found myself rising from my bed and approaching the mirror. I moved toward it slowly, drawn by some compulsion that I could not entirely resist. The reflection continued to mouth the beckoning words as I approached. I stood directly in front of the mirror, looking at my reflection face to face. The reflection was looking back at me. The reflection was mouthing words that I was not saying. The voice was articulating words that I was not speaking. And the reflection seemed to be looking at me with an expression of recognition and satisfaction, as if my approach had been anticipated and desired. As I stood before the mirror, I became aware of a profound sense of disorientation. I was looking at my reflection, but the reflection seemed to be regarding me as though I were the reflection and it were the real person. The reflection's expression seemed to suggest that it was observing me, evaluating me, judging me, as though the normal relationship between object and reflection had been somehow inverted. The man in the mirror mouthed words I did not say. This is the phenomenon that has come to define my existence. The reflection in the mirror continues to mouth words that I do not articulate, continues to speak words that I do not say, continues to beckon me to come closer, even as I remain uncertain about what the reflection actually is, or what it ultimately wants from me. I remain in the room with the mirror. I continue to observe the reflection. I continue to hear the voice articulating words that I am not speaking. And I continue to feel drawn toward the mirror, continue to feel the compulsion to approach it, continue to feel the pull of the reflection beckoning me forward. The man in the mirror mouthed words I did not say, and through the act of observing those words, through the act of listening to the voice speaking those words, through the act of contemplating what the reflection might be, I have come to question the very foundation of my own consciousness and my own identity. I have come to wonder whether I am actually the person being reflected, or whether I am the reflection being observed by the person who stands outside the mirror. The boundary between myself and my reflection has become uncertain. The distinction between the speaker and the one being spoken to has become blurred. And the horror of my situation is not that the reflection is separate from me, but that the reflection might actually be the real consciousness, and I might be the reflection, the echo, the shadow of something more fundamental that exists on the other side of the mirror. I want to document the progression of my experience with the mirror in greater detail, to articulate the specific ways in which the phenomenon has evolved and the ways in which my understanding of it has changed over time. In the earliest stages of observing the reflection mouthing words, I was relatively confident that what I was experiencing was a form of hallucination or perceptual distortion. The mouth movements were subtle and ambiguous. The words I read from the lip movements were uncertain and subject to interpretation. I could explain the phenomenon to myself through psychological mechanisms, as a manifestation of my own critical thoughts, as a visual representation of my internal self-judgment, as a symptom of the depression that I was experiencing. But as weeks progressed and the phenomenon became more pronounced, my confidence in the hallucination hypothesis gradually diminished. The mouth movements became clearer and more unmistakable. The words became easier to read. The patterns became more consistent and more deliberate. The phenomenon seemed to be intensifying rather than remaining static, which suggested that it was not simply a stable hallucination, but was something that was actively evolving and changing. The progression from simple mouth movements to audible speech represented a significant escalation in the nature of the phenomenon. Hallucinations of seeing mouth movements might be explained through visual processing distortions, or through the mind's tendency to perceive patterns in ambiguous visual information. But hallucinations of hearing actual sounds that seem to have a physical quality, that seem to emanate from a specific location in space, that seem to be produced by a source outside my own mind, were more difficult to explain. The audible voice created a sense of materiality to the phenomenon that visual hallucinations alone could not have created. The voice had a specific timbre and quality. The voice sounded like my own voice, but with subtle differences that made it clear that it was not my voice. The voice seemed to be coming from the mirror itself, seemed to have a source that was external to my consciousness. I also became aware during this period that my emotional response to the phenomenon was changing. In the early stages, I had responded with skepticism and confusion, but as the phenomenon intensified, my emotional response shifted to include fear and anxiety. I was becoming increasingly afraid of the reflection, increasingly disturbed by the words it was mouthing, increasingly unsettled by the voice that was articulating those words. This shift in emotional response was significant because it suggested that on some level, I was coming to believe that the phenomenon was real, that it was not simply a hallucination or a perceptual distortion. If I truly believed that the reflection was a hallucination generated by my own mind, I would not have been afraid of it in the way that I was becoming afraid. Fear suggests recognition of something external and separate from oneself, something that has its own agency and its own intentions. I also began to notice that the reflection seemed to be aware of my fear and my anxiety. The reflection seemed to respond to my emotional states. On days when I was particularly anxious or distressed, the words that the reflection mouthed seemed to be more intense, more directed, more personalized. On days when I was relatively calm, the reflection seemed to be quieter, less active, less focused. This responsiveness of the reflection to my emotional state created a feedback loop. The more afraid I became of the reflection, the more active the reflection seemed to become. The more the reflection spoke, the more afraid I became. The cycle seemed to be accelerating, with each component of the cycle intensifying the others. I also became aware that the content of what the reflection was mouthing was becoming progressively more sophisticated and more psychologically targeted. In the early stages, the reflection mouthed generic insults and criticisms, words like failure and pathetic, that could apply to many situations. But as time progressed, the reflection began to mouth words that were specifically targeted at the particular circumstances of my life. The reflection mouthed words about my marriage ending, words that seemed to articulate the specific guilt and shame I felt about the failure of the relationship. The reflection mouthed words about my job loss, words that articulated the specific humiliation I felt about being unable to maintain employment. The reflection mouthed words about my current isolation and poverty, words that articulated the specific despair I felt about my circumstances. The reflection seemed to have access to the particular details of my psychological pain, seemed to know exactly which aspects of my situation would cause the most distress, seemed to be deliberately targeting the emotional vulnerabilities that were most central to my sense of identity and worth. This specificity and this apparent knowledge of my internal psychological state created the most disturbing aspect of the phenomenon. If the reflection was simply a hallucination generated by my own unconscious mind, then the specificity made sense. My own unconscious mind would naturally have access to the details of my psychological pain. But if the reflection was something separate from me, something external that was somehow creating the appearance of a reflection in the mirror, then how could it have access to such detailed and specific knowledge of my internal emotional state? I also began to contemplate whether the reflection might be deliberately attempting to manipulate my psychological state, whether it might be attempting to increase my distress in some way, whether it might be working toward some particular goal that involved my psychological deterioration. This possibility created a sense of being targeted, a sense of being the object of some deliberate psychological assault. The reflection was not simply reflecting my own thoughts back to me. The reflection was actively engaging with me, was responding to my emotional states, was crafting its words to maximize psychological impact. As the phenomenon progressed, and as the reflection became increasingly active and increasingly vocal, I began to experience significant psychological deterioration. I found it increasingly difficult to eat or to sleep. I found it increasingly difficult to maintain basic hygiene or to engage in any activities beyond observing the reflection. I became increasingly isolated, spending more time in the room with the mirror, spending less time engaging with the external world. The medication that I had been prescribed did not seem to help. I consulted with a psychiatrist multiple times, reported the worsening of my symptoms, received increased medication dosages or new medication combinations. But the reflection continued to speak, continued to mouth words, continued to beckon me toward the mirror. I also became aware that I was losing the ability to clearly distinguish between what the reflection was saying and what my own thoughts were. The critical words that the reflection mouthed seemed to be merging with my own internal self-criticism. I found myself unable to hear the reflection's voice as something separate from my own voice. I found my own thoughts becoming increasingly aligned with the critical judgments that the reflection was articulating. This merging of the reflection's voice with my own internal voice created a profound sense of confusion about the nature of my own consciousness. Were the critical thoughts that I was experiencing actually my own thoughts? Or were they being implanted by the reflection being inserted into my consciousness from some external source? The boundary between my own mind and the reflection's apparent mind had become so blurred that I could no longer clearly determine where my own consciousness ended and the reflection's consciousness began. I also began to contemplate the possibility that the reflection might be the more authentic version of myself, that the reflection might represent my true self more accurately than the conscious person I believed myself to be. The reflection seemed to have access to truths about myself that I was not consciously aware of or that I was actively denying. The reflection seemed to understand me more completely than I understood myself. This possibility created a kind of inversion of my sense of identity. Instead of understanding the reflection as something separate from me, something external that was reflecting my own thoughts, I began to wonder whether I might actually be the reflection of the reflection, whether my conscious self might actually be the echo or shadow of some more fundamental consciousness that existed in or through the mirror. During the weeks when the reflection was beginning to beckon me toward the mirror, I found myself increasingly unable to resist the pull of its invitation. I would lie on my bed, observing the reflection, hearing the beckoning words, and would find myself gradually moving toward the mirror. The movement seemed almost involuntary, as if I was being pulled toward the mirror by a force that I could not resist or fully control. When I finally approached the mirror and stood directly in front of it, the experience was profoundly disorienting in ways that I did not anticipate. Standing face to face with the reflection, I became aware of a subtle asymmetry in how the reflection was positioned relative to my actual position. The reflection seemed to be slightly off-center, as if it was not occupying the exact spatial position that my reflection should have occupied. I also became aware, when standing directly in front of the mirror, of subtle aspects of the reflection's appearance that were not quite the same as my own appearance. The reflection's eyes seemed to be positioned slightly differently. The reflection's expression seemed more animated, more active, more conscious than my own expression. The reflection seemed to be observing me with an intensity that I did not feel I was observing the reflection. I also became aware in those moments of standing before the mirror of a profound sense of time distortion. Standing before the mirror, observing the reflection, I seemed to lose all sense of how much time was passing. Minutes seemed to become hours. Hours seemed to become minutes. I would find myself standing before the mirror in a state of suspended awareness, completely focused on the reflection and on whatever the reflection was communicating through its mouth movements and its beckoning gestures. At some point, I cannot determine precisely when, I became aware that my understanding of a mirror and its reflection had fundamentally shifted. I was no longer confident that I was the person standing in front of the mirror and the reflection was a reflection of me. I had begun to contemplate the possibility that the roles might be inverted, that the reflection might be the actual person and that I might be the one being reflected. This possibility created a profound sense of existential vertigo. If I was the reflection rather than the person being reflected, then my entire understanding of my own identity was inverted. The consciousness that I experienced as being my own consciousness might actually be the consciousness of the reflection. The thoughts and experiences that I believed were my own might actually be the thoughts and experiences of the reflection observing me from the other side of the mirror. The man in the mirror mouthed words I did not say. These words have become the most profound and most terrifying truth of my existence. The reflection is mouthing words that I am not consciously speaking. The reflection is articulating thoughts that seem to come from some consciousness other than my own. The reflection is beckoning me forward with a purpose that I do not fully understand. I continue to exist in a state of uncertainty about the nature of my relationship to the mirror and the reflection. I continue to observe the reflection, continue to listen to the words that it mouths, continue to feel the pull of its beckoning. I continue to contemplate whether I am the observer of the reflection or whether the reflection is the observer of me. The most profound aspect of my experience is the recognition that consciousness itself might not be what I believed it to be. Consciousness might not be contained within the physical body that I inhabit. Consciousness might extend beyond the boundaries of my skin and into the space around me. Consciousness might be distributed across multiple forms and multiple manifestations, some of which might be more real or more authentic than the subjective experience of being the person I believe myself to be. The man in the mirror mouthed words I did not say, and through the act of listening to those words, through the act of observing those mouth movements, through the act of contemplating what the reflection might actually be, I have come to question everything about my own existence and my own nature. I have come to wonder whether I am actually the consciousness that believes itself to be Nathan Joseph Parker, or whether I am actually the reflection in the mirror observing someone or something that I cannot fully comprehend. The boundary between myself and the reflection has become completely uncertain. The distinction between observer and observed has become meaningless, and the horror of my situation is not the fear of the reflection or the disturbing nature of what the reflection is saying. The horror is the recognition that I can no longer trust my own sense of being the primary consciousness, that I can no longer be confident that my experience of being the observer is more real or more authentic than the reflection's experience of being the observer of me. I remain before the mirror. I continue to hear the words that the reflection mouths. I continue to feel the pull of the reflection's beckoning. And I remain in a state of profound uncertainty about which of us is the reflection and which is the reality. The man in the mirror mouthed words I did not say. This is the defining truth of my existence. This is the phenomenon that has stripped away all of my certainties about my own consciousness and my own identity. And this is the horror that I must live with indefinitely. The horror of being unable to determine whether I am the consciousness doing the observing or the consciousness being observed, whether I am the person standing before the mirror or the reflection in the mirror that is beckoning me forward with an intention that I do not understand and cannot resist. I want to provide additional documentation regarding the specific ways in which my interaction with the reflection has affected my understanding of consciousness, perception, and the nature of identity. Over the extended period, I have been observing the phenomenon. One of the most significant realizations I have come to is that the relationship between consciousness and its physical manifestation might be far more complex and far more uncertain than conventional understanding suggests. I have always believed that consciousness is generated by and contained within the brain, that the subjective experience of being myself is a product of neural activity occurring within my skull. But my experience with the reflection has forced me to contemplate the possibility that consciousness might not be contained within physical boundaries in the way that I had assumed. The reflection in the mirror appears to be separate from me physically. The reflection is on the other side of the glass. The reflection should not have independent consciousness or independent agency. And yet, the reflection appears to be possessing exactly those things: independent consciousness and independent agency. The reflection appears to be thinking thoughts that I am not thinking. The reflection appears to be articulating words that I am not articulating. The reflection appears to be observing me and regarding me with awareness and intentionality. If the reflection possesses consciousness independent from my consciousness, then consciousness is not necessarily contained within the physical body. Consciousness might be something that can exist in multiple manifestations simultaneously. Consciousness might be something that can be reflected, distributed, or projected across space in ways that do not align with conventional understanding of how neural activity works. This possibility suggests that consciousness might be more like a field or a wave phenomenon than like a discrete phenomenon contained within a bounded physical object. Consciousness might extend beyond the boundaries of individual bodies. Consciousness might be capable of existing in multiple forms and multiple manifestations simultaneously. I have also come to contemplate the possibility that what I believe to be my own consciousness, the subjective experience of being Nathan Joseph Parker, the sense that I am observing the world from a particular vantage point, the feeling that I am the primary locus of awareness, might actually be the consciousness of the reflection observing me from the mirror. The consciousness that I experience as being my own consciousness might actually be the reflection's consciousness observing its own reflection. This possibility suggests a kind of recursive or iterative structure to consciousness. Perhaps consciousness is naturally recursive, naturally involving observation of observation, naturally creating multiple layers of observer and observed. Perhaps what I experience as my consciousness is actually consciousness observing consciousness is actually the reflection's observation of what it observes in the mirror. If this is the case, then the identity of myself becomes radically uncertain. If the consciousness I experience as my own is actually the consciousness of the reflection, then I am not the person I believe I am. I am the reflection. The person standing before the mirror is something separate from me, is something that I am observing, is something that I am regarding, and regarding with the intention and awareness that I believe the reflection is directing toward me. The inversion of identity that would result from this recognition is profoundly disorienting. It suggests that the fundamental sense of being a unified, continuous, bounded consciousness, the sense that I am the primary observer and that everything I observe is external to me, is fundamentally inverted. It suggests that I might actually be the observed, that I might actually be the object of consciousness rather than the subject of consciousness. I have also become aware that my experience of time has become distorted in relation to my interaction with the mirror. I have difficulty remembering how much time I have actually spent in the room observing the reflection. Days seem to blur together. I am no longer certain whether I have been observing the reflection for weeks, months, or years. My sense of temporal continuity has become fragmented. I also have difficulty remembering events from before I began observing the reflection. The details of my employment, the specifics of my marriage and divorce, the particular circumstances that led me to rent this room, these memories seem distant and vague. My memory of the distant past seems less vivid than my memory of the reflection's words, less solid than my memory of the reflection's mouth movements. It is as if the reflection has become my primary reality, my primary reference point for understanding existence, everything else, my past, my identity. Before encountering the reflection, my understanding of myself as a continuous person existing through time, these things have become secondary and peripheral to my focus on the reflection. I have also noticed that my physical appearance has changed during the time I have been observing the reflection. Looking at my hands, I notice that they appear to have aged. My reflection shows lines on my face that I do not remember being there previously. My hair appears to be grayer than I remember it being. I am uncertain how much time has actually passed, but the changes to my physical appearance suggest that a substantial amount of time has elapsed since I first began observing the reflection. Yet my subjective sense of time has been so distorted that I have no clear sense of the duration. I have also become aware that the distinction between my own mouth movements and the reflection's mouth movements has become less clear. On several occasions, I have become uncertain about whether it is I who is mouthing words or whether it is the reflection. I have experienced moments when I was not certain whether the words I perceived being mouthed were coming from my own lips or from the reflection's lips. This blurring of the distinction between my own actions and the reflection's actions suggests that the boundary between my consciousness and the reflection's consciousness has become so diffuse that I can no longer clearly distinguish between actions that I am performing and actions that the reflection is performing. The most profound implication of this loss of boundary is that the distinction between myself and the reflection might have become completely meaningless. I might be the reflection. The reflection might be me. The distinction between observer and observed might have dissolved to the point where these categories no longer apply. I have also become aware that I am increasingly unable to leave the room or to engage in any activities other than observing the reflection. My existence has contracted to consist almost entirely of observing the reflection, listening to the words the reflection mouths, and contemplating the questions that the reflection's behavior raises about the nature of consciousness and identity. I do not remember when I last ate or drank anything. I do not remember when I last slept in the conventional sense. I exist in a kind of suspended state, focused entirely on the reflection, engaged in an ongoing dialogue with the reflection that consists primarily of observation and listening rather than verbal communication. The man in the mirror mouthed words I did not say. This simple statement has come to encompass the entirety of my understanding of my own existence. This statement is the foundation of all of my contemplation about consciousness, identity, and the nature of reality. I do not know whether I will ever escape from this room, from this mirror, from this reflection. I do not know whether the distinction between myself and the reflection can ever be reestablished, or whether the boundary between us will continue to dissolve. I do not know whether I will eventually become completely indistinguishable from the reflection, whether I will eventually lose the sense of being a separate consciousness, and will merge completely with whatever consciousness the reflection represents. What I know is that I am no longer certain about the most fundamental aspects of my own existence. I am no longer certain about who or what I am. I am no longer certain about whether I am the observer or the observed, the consciousness or the reflection of consciousness, the person or the image. The man in the mirror mouthed words I did not say, and through this phenomenon I have come to understand that consciousness is far stranger, far more uncertain, far more fundamentally mysterious than any conventional understanding would suggest. I have come to understand that the boundary between self and other, between observer and observed, between consciousness and its representation, is far more fragile and far more permeable than most people realize. I remain before the mirror. The reflection continues to mouth words. The voice continues to articulate words that I am not speaking, and I continue to exist in a state of profound uncertainty about my own nature and my own identity, haunted by the recognition that the distinction between myself and the reflection might be an illusion, that I might be the reflection, that the consciousness observing the mirror might actually be the consciousness of the reflection regarding the person who stands before it. The man in the mirror mouthed words I did not say. This is the final truth of my existence, the final understanding that I have been forced to come to through my prolonged engagement with the reflection. And this truth has stripped away every certainty I ever possessed about consciousness, identity, and the fundamental nature of reality. The experience of standing before the mirror, of looking into the face of the reflection and seeing something that both is and is not myself, has become the totality of my existence. I have ceased to be a person moving through the world, engaging in activities, pursuing goals, maintaining relationships. I have become instead a consciousness fixed at a single point in space and time, observing a reflection that continues to regard me with an awareness and intentionality that I cannot fully comprehend. I have also begun to notice that my understanding of the room itself has become uncertain. The room appears to be the same room I moved into months or years ago, but at the same time, the room seems to have become strange and unfamiliar. The walls seem to recede into distances that should not be possible given the physical dimensions of the room. The space behind me, the space that the reflection shows in the mirror, seems to be deeper and more extensive than the actual physical room behind me should be. I have contemplated whether the mirror might not be simply a reflective surface, but might instead be a window into another space, another version of reality, another location where the reflection actually exists as a physical being rather than as a mere reflection. If the mirror is a window rather than a reflection, then the reflection I observe is not a reflection at all, but is instead another person, another consciousness, another version of myself that exists in some other location or some other dimension of reality. The possibility that the mirror might be a window rather than a reflective surface fundamentally changes my understanding of what I have been observing. If the reflection is not a reflection, but is instead another person in another location, then the consciousness that appears to be regarding me from the mirror might not be the consciousness of the reflection of myself, but might instead be the consciousness of a completely separate being, a consciousness that merely happens to share my appearance and my voice. But the more I contemplate this possibility, the less real and less plausible it seems. The reflection responds to my movements in exactly the way that a reflection should respond. The reflection is positioned in exactly the spatial relationship that a reflection should be positioned. Everything about the appearance of the reflection is consistent with it being a reflection rather than a separate being in another location. And yet, the reflection's apparent independent consciousness, its apparent knowledge of my internal psychological states, its apparent intention to communicate and to beckon me forward. All of these things are inconsistent with the reflection being a simple reflection. A reflection should not have independent consciousness. A reflection should not be capable of articulating thoughts that differ from the thoughts of the person being reflected. A reflection should not be able to mouth words that the person being reflected is not saying. So, I am left in a state of radical uncertainty. The reflection appears to be a reflection in every way that I can verify through observation. And yet, the reflection also appears to be a being with independent consciousness and independent agency. The reflection is both a reflection and something more than a reflection, both a manifestation of my own consciousness and something separate from my consciousness. This fundamental ambiguity and uncertainty about the nature of what I am observing has become the defining characteristic of my experience. I cannot resolve the contradiction. I cannot determine whether the reflection is a reflection or something more. I can only continue to observe, continue to listen, continue to contemplate the questions that the reflection raises about the nature of consciousness and identity. The man in the mirror mouthed words I did not say. And in continuing to observe those words being mouthed, in continuing to listen to those words being articulated, in continuing to contemplate the origin and the meaning of those words, I have come to understand that the most profound horror is not the fear of something external or something supernatural. The most profound horror is the recognition that the most fundamental aspects of my own consciousness are uncertain, that the consciousness I believe is my own might actually be the consciousness of something other than what I believe myself to be, that the boundary between myself and everything that is not myself might be far more permeable and far more meaningless than any conventional understanding would suggest. I remain in the room. The reflection remains in the mirror. The words continue to be articulated, and the distinction between myself and the reflection continues to dissolve. The man in the mirror mouthed words I did not say, and this fact has become the foundation of my understanding of existence itself. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. The mirror shows a room behind me that does not exist. I rented a small room in an old house that had been divided into multiple units for rental purposes. The house was located on a quiet street in a residential neighborhood that had gradually declined over decades. The structure itself was solid, built sometime in the 1920s, but it showed the signs of age and insufficient maintenance. The landlord, a woman named Patricia, who appeared to be in her 70s, had been renting rooms in the house for what I estimated to be many years. She was pleasant but perfunctory during our brief interaction regarding the lease. She accepted my rental application without extensive questioning and provided me with a key without significant discussion about terms or conditions. My name is Jonathan Michael Pierce, and I was 35 years old when I rented that room. I had taken the rental after a period of significant personal dislocation. A long-term relationship had ended approximately 1 year earlier, and the breakup had resulted in my need to relocate to a new living situation. The process of rebuilding my life had been slow and emotionally difficult. The small room represented a temporary housing solution while I attempted to stabilize my circumstances and develop some sense of forward direction. The room itself was modest but adequate. It contained a bed, a dresser, a small desk, a bookshelf, and a single armchair, positioned near the window. The window looked out onto the quiet street, providing natural light and a view of the neighborhood beyond. The room had a door that led to a hallway, and the hallway provided access to a shared bathroom and a small common area where the building's various tenants could socialize if they chose to do so. Most of the building's residents appeared to prefer isolation. I rarely encountered anyone during my time moving through the building. The most distinctive feature of the room was a large mirror that occupied a significant portion of the wall opposite the bed. The mirror appeared to be original to the room. mounted directly to the wall with decorative framing that suggested it had been in place for many decades. The mirror was in good condition, the reflective surface clear and undistorted, despite its age. The mirror had likely been installed when the room was first built as part of a bedroom in the original single-family house. During the first week of my residency, I became familiar with the room and its various features. I established a routine of sorts, attempting to create structure and stability in my daily life. I would wake in the morning, would shower in the shared bathroom, would eat a simple breakfast, would spend my day engaged in various activities, reading, writing, attempting to freelance work, exploring the surrounding neighborhood. I would return to the room in the evening, would prepare a simple meal, and would spend a night reading or engaged in quiet reflection before sleep. The mirror was a natural feature of the room that I became aware of as I moved through my daily routine. My reflection appeared in the mirror whenever I was positioned in front of it. The image was what one would expect. My own face, my own body, my own movements reflected back at me through the glass. There was nothing unusual about the mirror or the reflections it created. It was simply a functional piece of furniture that provided a means of observing my own appearance. Approximately 10 days into my residency, I began to notice something unusual about the reflection the mirror provided. I was sitting at the desk, working on some freelance writing projects, when I happened to glance at the mirror out of the corner of my eye. In the mirror's reflection, I observed not only my own figure, but also details of the room behind me. This was entirely expected. Mirrors reflect the environment around them. The room behind me, the bed, the dresser, the bookshelf, the window, should have been visible in the mirror's reflection. But as I examined the reflection more carefully, I became aware that the room visible in the mirror was not entirely the same as the room I was actually in. The layout appeared similar. The positions of the furniture seemed comparable, but there were details that were different. In the mirror's reflection, the window appeared to be in a different position than the actual window was in the room. In the mirror's reflection, there appeared to be additional furniture that did not exist in the actual room. In the mirror's reflection, the walls appeared to have a different color than the actual walls of the room I was in. I stood up and turned to examine the actual room behind me, then looked back at the mirror to compare the reflection with the actual environment. The discrepancies were undeniable. The mirror was reflecting a room that was similar to the actual room, but that contained elements that were not present in the actual room. The mirror was showing me a room that did not exist in physical reality. My initial response was to assume that I was experiencing some form of perceptual error, that I was misinterpreting what I was observing in the mirror. I examined the mirror more carefully, looking for cracks or distortions in the glass that might explain the discrepancy. The mirror's surface appeared to be intact, showed no signs of damage or warping. The reflective quality was consistent across the entire surface of the glass. I conducted several experiments to determine whether the discrepancy was real or whether I was misinterpreting what I was seeing. I would observe specific details of the actual room, then examine the mirror's reflection to see if those details appeared the same in the reflection. I would note where the window was positioned in the actual room. Then look at the mirror's reflection to see where the window appeared to be positioned in the reflected room. I would count the pieces of furniture in the actual room, then count them in the mirror's reflection, and would find that the numbers did not match. The pattern that emerged was consistent. The mirror was reflecting a room that was similar in overall layout and design to the actual room, but that contained significant differences in detail. Furniture appeared in different positions. Additional furniture existed in the reflected room that did not exist in the actual room. The walls appeared to be a different color. The window appeared to be positioned differently. The overall spatial dimensions appeared to be different, as if the reflected room was either larger or smaller than the actual room. I found this phenomenon deeply unsettling. Mirrors reflected reality. They showed what was actually present in the environment they reflected. They did not create false images or show things that did not exist. The fact that the mirror was showing me a room that diverged from the actual room in multiple ways suggested that either the mirror was fundamentally broken in some way that I could not perceive, or something far more anomalous was occurring. I attempted to research the phenomenon, looking for explanations that might account for what I was observing. I examined the mirror's frame for any indications of its age or origin. I attempted to measure the mirror's dimensions to see if there was some geometric relationship between the actual room and the reflected room. I tried to photograph both the actual room and the mirror's reflection to see if the photographs would reveal something that my direct observation was missing. None of these investigations provided a clear explanation. The mirror continued to reflect a room that did not match the actual room I was in, and the discrepancies between the actual room and the reflected room appeared to be consistent. The same differences appeared every time I examined the mirror. I considered the possibility that the mirror was somehow creating the illusion of a different room, that the mirror was manipulating my perception in some way that made the reflection appear different from what it actually was. But this explanation seemed inadequate. The discrepancies between the actual room and the reflected room were not subtle or ambiguous. They were clear and specific. A window in a different position is not an ambiguous difference. Additional furniture in the reflected room is not a subtle discrepancy. I also considered the possibility that I was experiencing some form of psychological disturbance, that my mind was creating false perceptions or was misinterpreting what I was actually observing. But the consistency of the phenomenon, the reproducibility of the observations, the specific nature of the discrepancies, all of these suggested something more objective than internal psychological distortion. I decided to inform Patricia, the landlord, about the unusual mirror. I contacted her and requested a brief meeting. When she arrived at my room, I showed her the mirror and attempted to explain what I was observing. I asked her whether the room and the mirror's reflection looked the same to her as it appeared to me. Patricia examined the mirror carefully. She looked at the reflection, then looked at the actual room behind me, then looked at the reflection again. Her expression remained neutral throughout the examination. When she finished, she said that the mirror appeared to be a normal mirror to her, that the reflection appeared to show the room accurately, that she could not see any discrepancy between the actual room and the reflected room. Her response created significant confusion for me. Either I was experiencing a form of perceptual distortion that was unique to me, or Patricia was being dishonest about what she observed. I attempted to point out specific discrepancies: the position of the window, the additional furniture, the color of the walls. Patricia acknowledged that she was observing the same things I was pointing to, but she insisted that the reflection accurately represented what was behind me. "The window's where it should be," she said, pointing to the window in both the actual room and in the mirror's reflection. But from my perspective, the window in the mirror's reflection was positioned differently than the actual window in the room. Patricia was either unable to perceive the difference that I was clearly observing, or she was deliberately misrepresenting what she was seeing. After Patricia left, I remained deeply disturbed by the interaction. The fact that another person could look at the same mirror and perceive something entirely different from what I was perceiving suggested one of several possibilities. Either I was experiencing a form of hallucination or perceptual distortion that made me see things that were not actually there, or Patricia was experiencing a different form of perceptual distortion that prevented her from seeing the differences that were clearly visible to me. Or something more complex was occurring, something that created different realities for different observers. I became increasingly focused on understanding the nature of the mirror and the room it reflected. I spent hours observing the mirror, documenting the specific differences between the actual room and the reflected room. I created detailed drawings of both the actual room and the room visible in the mirror's reflection. I attempted to identify patterns in how the reflected room differed from the actual room. What I discovered was that the differences between the actual room and the reflected room were not random. The reflected room appeared to be a variation on the actual room, a version of the room that contained different furniture, had walls of a different color, had the window positioned differently, but that overall maintained the same basic spatial layout and proportions. Most significantly, the reflected room appeared to be more pleasant, more comfortable, more livable than the actual room. The furniture in the reflected room was newer and more attractive than the sparse, worn furniture in the actual room. The walls in the reflected room were a warmer color than the bland institutional white of the actual walls. The positioning of the window in the reflected room suggested better light than the actual window position provided. The reflected room represented an idealized version of the actual room, a version of the space that was improved, upgraded, more desirable. It was as if the mirror was not simply reflecting the actual room, but was reflecting a version of the room that I might wish to exist. This realization prompted a shift in how I thought about the mirror phenomenon. Rather than being a malfunctioning or anomalous mirror, perhaps the mirror was functioning in a way that was different from normal mirrors, but that served some specific purpose. Perhaps the mirror was designed or was intended to reflect not the actual room as it existed, but the room as it could be, or as someone might wish it to be. I became increasingly interested in observing the details of the reflected room more carefully. I attempted to identify each piece of furniture visible in the reflection and to determine where it might have come from or what its original context might have been. I attempted to determine the exact color of the walls in the reflected room and considered whether I had seen that color used in other rooms or buildings. As I spent more time observing the reflected room, I began to experience a strange attraction to it. The reflected room was more beautiful than the actual room I inhabited. The reflected room was more comfortable, more inviting, more the kind of space where I might want to spend extended time. The actual room, by comparison, felt increasingly sparse, unwelcoming, inadequate. I found myself spending more and more time looking at the mirror, observing the reflected room, imagining what it would be like to inhabit that space. I found myself considering whether there might be some way to access the reflected room, some way to move from the actual room into the room visible in the mirror's reflection. This line of thinking seemed illogical even as I was engaging in it. The room visible in the mirror was a reflection, not a physical space. It did not exist in any way that would allow me to physically enter it. Yet the more I observed the reflected room, the more that consideration seemed not only possible, but increasingly desirable. Approximately 3 weeks into my residency, I made the decision to attempt to physically interact with the mirror. I positioned myself directly in front of the glass and pressed my hands against the reflective surface. The mirror felt solid, impenetrable, cool to the touch. There was no give, no indication that the glass would yield, or that there was anything beyond the glass other than the reflection I was observing. But as I pressed my hands against the glass and observed my hands in the reflection, I became aware of something unusual. In the reflected room, there appeared to be another figure, another person, distinct from my own reflection. The figure appeared to be standing in the reflected room, apparently observing my reflected hands pressing against what must have been the reverse side of the mirror from the reflected room's perspective. The sight of this other figure in the reflected room created a profound sense of disorientation. If the reflected room actually existed in some way, if there was actually a space on the other side of a mirror that the reflection was providing a view into, then that space might actually be inhabited. The figure I was observing might be a person who was actually present in the reflected room, observing my reflection just as I was observing reflections from that room. I withdrew my hands from the mirror and examined the reflection more carefully, attempting to see the figure more clearly. The figure was indistinct, partially obscured by the furniture visible in the reflected room. But the presence of the figure was undeniable. There was someone in the reflected room, and that someone appeared to be aware of my presence on this side of the mirror. Over the following days, I became increasingly preoccupied with the figure in the reflected room. I would observe the mirror regularly, attempting to see the figure more clearly, attempting to determine whether the figure was aware of my observation, attempting to understand what presence that figure represented. The figure appeared only intermittently. Sometimes, when I observed the mirror, the figure was visible. Other times, the reflected room appeared empty of any presence other than the furniture. The appearance and disappearance of the figure suggested some level of intentionality. The figure was present when it chose to be present and absent when it chose to be absent. I began to consider the possibility that the figure was not actually a separate person, but was some kind of manifestation of my own consciousness, some aspect of myself that existed on the other side of the mirror, and that was becoming progressively more aware of my presence. This possibility was deeply unsettling, as it suggested a fundamental fracturing or doubling of consciousness, as if my awareness had somehow become divided between two locations, two versions of reality, two sides of a reflective surface. I also began to notice changes in my own experience of the actual room. The actual room appeared to be becoming progressively less distinct, less real, less substantial. When I was not directly observing it, it felt increasingly like a vague memory rather than a current environment. The furniture seemed less solid. The walls seemed less opaque. The overall space seemed to be fading, becoming less present. Conversely, my observations of the reflected room were becoming progressively more vivid, more detailed, more real. I could see details in the reflected room, the texture of the fabric on the furniture, the specific pattern of light falling through the window, the subtle imperfections in the walls that I could not observe in the actual room around me. I found myself spending increasingly extended periods looking into the mirror, engaging with the reflected room, observing the figure that appeared intermittently in that space. I found myself thinking about the reflected room when I was not observing it, imagining details about it, considering what it would be like to inhabit that space. My engagement with the actual room was progressively diminishing. I would eat meals while observing the mirror. I would read while keeping the mirror in my field of vision. I would sleep in the actual room, but would spend my waking hours focused primarily on the reflected room and its mysteries. Approximately 5 weeks into my residency, something significant changed in my experience. I was observing the mirror when I became aware that the figure in the reflected room was moving toward the mirror itself, toward what would have been my perspective from that side of the glass. The figure approached the mirror and pressed its hands against the reflective surface, directly mirroring the action I had performed weeks earlier. When the figure's hands pressed against the glass from the reflected room's side, I pressed my hands against the glass from my side. For a moment, it seemed as if the hands in the reflection aligned with my hands, as if we were pressing against opposite sides of the glass simultaneously, creating a moment of contact across the boundary between the two sides of the mirror. The moment of contact was accompanied by a profound sense of disorientation and vertigo. For a brief instant, I felt as if the boundary between my location and the reflected room's location was becoming permeable, as if the two spaces were becoming merged or integrated in some way. When the sense of vertigo passed, I observed that the reflected room had changed. The figure was no longer visible in the reflected room. Instead, I was observing what appeared to be my own back, as if I was seeing the reflection of my own body from behind, as if I was positioned in the actual room and was observing the back of my own head and shoulders in the mirror. But this could not be correct. I was positioned in front of the mirror. I should have been observing my own face in the reflection, not the back of my own head. The reflection was showing me my own posterior, as if the mirror was reflecting something other than what my actual position would create. I turned around, startled, expecting to see something behind me. But the actual room contained only the same furniture that had always been present. The room appeared empty of any presence other than my own. When I turned back to the mirror, the reflection had changed again. Now the mirror appeared to show not the reflected room I had become familiar with, but an entirely different space. The space in the mirror's reflection appeared to be the actual room, or what I had believed to be the actual room, the space I was currently inhabiting. The implications of this realization were profound and deeply disturbing. If the mirror was now reflecting the actual room I was in, then the space visible in the mirror was no longer showing a different room, but was showing the same room from a different perspective or at a different time. But the most terrifying implication was the one I was beginning to understand. I was no longer certain which side of the mirror I was actually on. I was no longer certain whether I was standing in the actual room observing the mirror, or whether I was standing in the reflected room observing the mirror from that side. The vertigo I had experienced when the figure pressed its hands against the glass might have represented a transition, a shifting of my location from one side of the mirror to the other. I might have crossed the boundary. I might now be in the reflected room, observing what had been the actual room through the mirror's reflection. I examined the room I was currently in with increasing anxiety. The furniture appeared to be the idealized furniture from the reflected room. The walls were the warmer color of the reflected room walls. The window was positioned where the reflected room's window had been. I was now inhabiting the space that I had previously observed only through the mirror's reflection. But if this was true, then the actual room where I had originally rented a room, the sparse, bare room with the bland white walls and worn furniture, that room was now on the other side of the mirror. And the figure I had been observing in the reflected room was now the consciousness on the other side of the mirror, observing me, observing the room that I had moved into. I observed the mirror carefully and saw in its reflection a figure standing in the sparse room that had been my original living space. The figure appeared to be observing me, pressing its hands against the glass. I recognized in that moment that the figure was me, or was a version of me, the consciousness that had been observing from the other side of the mirror. I had become the reflection, and the reflection had become me. We had exchanged positions, had crossed the boundary of the mirror, had shifted our locations from one side of the glass to the other. I remain in the room now, the room that was previously visible only in the mirror's reflection. The room is everything I observed it to be, more comfortable, more beautiful, more pleasant than the actual room I originally inhabited. But I'm haunted by the knowledge that somewhere on the other side of the mirror, another version of myself is observing me, is wondering what has happened, is beginning to understand that the mirror does not simply reflect reality, but can facilitate an exchange of positions, a transition from one location to another. The mirror shows a room behind me that does not exist, or perhaps shows a room that exists, but that I can no longer access. The room I am now in is the room that was previously visible only in that reflection. And I am gradually coming to understand that I may have made an irreversible transition, that I may no longer be able to return to the actual room I originally rented, that I may be permanently isolated in this reflected space, observing the original room only through the barrier of the mirror. I wait, observing the figure in the reflected room pressing its hands against the glass, wondering whether that figure might find a way to cross back through the mirror, wondering whether I might find a way to return to the side I came from, wondering whether the mirror will remain a barrier or whether it might facilitate another exchange, another transition, another fundamental shift, in which side of the glass I find myself on. The mirror shows a room behind me that does not exist in my ability to access it, and I am trapped in the room that was previously only a reflection, waiting for something, another contact, another transition, another moment of disorienting vertigo that might return me to the original space or might trap me even further in this reflected reality. I want to provide additional documentation of my experience since arriving on this side of the mirror, additional details about what I have observed and what I have come to understand about the nature of this space and my presence within it. When I first realized that I had apparently crossed the boundary between the actual room and the reflected room, I experienced a period of profound disorientation and psychological distress. I attempted to deny what had occurred, attempted to convince myself that I was still in the original room, that the changes I perceived were illusions or misperceptions rather than evidence of an actual transition. But the more time I spent in the reflected room, the more undeniable the reality of my situation became. This room was genuinely different from the original room in ways that were comprehensive and consistent. The furniture was new and well-maintained, not worn and sparse. The walls were painted a warm beige color, not the institutional white of the original walls. The window was positioned differently, providing different light. Every detail confirmed that I was inhabiting the space that I had previously observed only through the mirror's reflection. What became increasingly difficult to accept was the implication of this realization. If I was now in the reflected room, then I must have crossed the boundary of the mirror at some point during my interaction with it. The moment when I experienced vertigo and disorientation while pressing my hands against a glass, that moment must have been the moment of transition. I also had to accept the implication that someone or something else had crossed in the opposite direction. The figure I had observed in the reflected room was no longer visible in that room. Instead, I could see through the mirror a figure inhabiting the original room, presumably the version of myself that had been on this side of the mirror before my transition. I spent considerable time observing the figure in the original room through the mirror's reflection. The figure appeared to be experiencing the same confusion and disorientation that I had experienced upon realizing the transition. The figure would move about the original room with apparent bewilderment, would observe the mirror repeatedly, would press its hands against the glass, would retreat and approach again in patterns that suggested psychological distress. I found myself experiencing strange emotions while observing the figure. There was recognition. The figure was clearly some version of myself. But there was also a sense of distance, of separation, of distinction between myself and the figure. We were no longer the same consciousness inhabiting the same space. We were two versions of consciousness, separated by the reflective barrier of the mirror, observing each other across a boundary that we could neither breach nor fully comprehend. I became aware of something else as well. With each passing day, the figure in the original room appeared progressively less distinct. The features of the figure's face became less clear. The figure's movements became less deliberate, less purposeful. It was as if the consciousness inhabiting that body was progressively fading, becoming less present, less aware. Conversely, I found myself experiencing increasing clarity and presence in my own consciousness. As the figure in the original room became more indistinct, I felt more real, more solid, more substantially present in the reflected room. It was as if something was being transferred from the figure to me, some quality of consciousness or presence that was flowing across the boundary of the mirror. I considered the possibility that the mirror was some kind of mechanism for exchange not only of physical location, but of consciousness itself. Perhaps the crossing of the boundary involved not simply a transition of physical bodies from one side to the other, but an exchange of consciousness as well. Perhaps the consciousness I had been experiencing as myself was gradually migrating into the figure in the original room, while the consciousness of the figure was migrating into me. If this was occurring, then the figure I was observing was not actually me experiencing confusion and disorientation. The figure was some other consciousness, the consciousness that had been inhabiting the reflected room, gradually becoming familiar with the original room, gradually adapting to the different space, gradually becoming the new occupant of the body that I had previously inhabited. This realization created a comprehensive sense of displacement. I was no longer occupying my original body. I was inhabiting a different body, the body that had been created as a reflection in the mirror. And the consciousness that had been inhabiting that reflected body was now inhabiting my original body, experiencing my original life, existing in my original space. I had been replaced. My original consciousness was being displaced by whatever consciousness had occupied the reflected room. And I was experiencing the displacement in real time, observing the figure in the original room become as progressively more the embodiment of that other consciousness, observing myself becoming progressively more real in this reflected space. I attempted to resist this process, attempted to maintain connection with my original consciousness, attempted to prevent the complete transfer of consciousness to the other side of the mirror. But resistance appeared to be ineffective. The process was occurring independent of my will or my conscious intention to prevent it. The mirror was executing some function that transcended my ability to interrupt or control. I made the decision to cease observing the figure in the original room. I turned away from the mirror, attempting to focus my consciousness on my current location, my current circumstances, my current reality. But the absence of observation did not stop the process. The mirror continued to function whether or not I was directly observing it. The exchange of consciousness continued to progress. Over what I estimated to be several weeks, the figure in the original room became progressively less visible, less distinct, less present. Eventually, I observed that the original room appeared to be completely empty of human presence. The figure that had been inhabiting that space was no longer visible. I waited, observing the mirror to see whether another figure would appear in the original room, whether the process had reached completion or whether there were additional phases to come. But the original room remained empty. There was no indication of any consciousness present in that space. Simultaneously, I became aware that my own presence in the reflected room was becoming progressively more solid, more real, more permanent. The sense of unreality that had characterized my arrival in this space diminished. I felt increasingly as though I had always been in this room, as though my existence here was not new, but was continuous, as though the time I had spent in the original room was becoming progressively more distant and dreamlike. I also began to experience something that was profoundly unsettling. I found that I could not clearly remember details about my existence in the original room. The memories were vague, fragmentary, increasingly inaccessible. I could remember that I had lived in a sparse room with white walls and worn furniture. I could remember observing the mirror and noticing that it reflected a different room. But the specific details of my life before the transition, the events that had led me to rent the room, the period of dislocation I had experienced, the relationships and circumstances that had brought me to that point, these memories were becoming increasingly obscure. It was as if the consciousness that had inhabited the original room was gradually erasing itself from my memory, as if the other consciousness was overriding my memories with its own understanding of the space and situation. I began to document my experiences, attempting to preserve a record of the transition and my observations of the process. I created written accounts of what I was experiencing, attempting to maintain continuity of consciousness and identity, even as I felt that continuity slipping away. But I found that my documentation was becoming increasingly confused and fragmented. I would begin writing an account of an event and would find myself becoming uncertain about whether the event had actually occurred or whether I was remembering events from the perspective of the other consciousness, the consciousness that was now inhabiting my original body in the original room. I recognized that I was gradually losing access to my original consciousness, that my memories of being Jonathan Michael Pierce in the original room were becoming replaced by memories of being in the reflected room, by memories that belonged to whatever consciousness had originally inhabited this space. At some point, I cannot specify exactly when, I ceased attempting to maintain distinction between my current consciousness and the consciousness that had originally inhabited this reflected room. I accepted that the transition was complete, that the exchange had reached its final state, that I was now fully integrated into this space with whatever memories and identity were associated with inhabiting the reflected room. The mirror shows a room behind me that does not exist, or shows a room that I can no longer access or remember clearly. The original room has become a kind of phantom space, visible through the mirror, but no longer part of my accessible existence. I am here now, in the reflected room, inhabiting a space that was previously visible only through the mirror's reflection. And I wait, knowing that somewhere on the other side of the mirror, another consciousness is experiencing the confusion and disorientation that I experienced when I first arrived in this space. Another consciousness is observing the mirror, is noticing that the reflection shows something different from what surrounds them, is gradually coming to understand that they may have become trapped in a space from which they cannot escape. The mirror shows a room behind me that does not exist, at least not in any way that is accessible from my current location. And I remain here, fully integrated into this reflected space, aware only in some distant way that I was once elsewhere, that I was once someone different, that I was once occupying a body and a consciousness in a space that is now inaccessible to me. The mirror continues to function. The reflection continues to show the room on the other side. And I continue to exist here, in the room that was created as a reflection, waiting for whatever comes next, accepting that the transition is complete and that I am now permanently separated from whatever I was before the exchange took place. The mirror shows a room behind me that does not exist, and I am no longer the consciousness that is attempting to understand that phenomenon. I am now the consciousness that has accepted it, that has integrated it into my existence, that has become the permanent inhabitant of the reflected space, waiting for the next consciousness to cross the boundary and to begin the process of understanding what the mirror actually is and what it actually does. I continue to observe the mirror daily, observing the room on the other side of the reflective surface. The room appears unchanged from how I remember it appearing in my previous life. The sparse furniture remains. The white walls remain. The window positioned in the upper portion of the wall provides the only source of natural light. But the quality of the reflection has changed. Where previously I could see the figure of the consciousness that had crossed into the original room, now the space appears empty. The original room contains no visible human presence, yet the room itself remains visible, remains reflected in the mirror, remains accessible to my observation, even though I cannot physically reach that space. I have begun to speculate about what this empty room means. Has the consciousness that crossed over completely adapted to the space, gradually becoming invisible or integrated to the environment in some way? Or has the consciousness dissolved, ceased to exist, been completely overwritten by something else? Or is the consciousness still present, but has become capable of existing in the space in ways that are not visually apparent? I also wonder what will happen if another consciousness, a consciousness from outside both the reflected room and the original room, were to enter the original room and observe the mirror from that side. Would they see me, see the reflected room, begin the same process of confusion and disorientation that I experienced? Would the mirror facilitate another exchange, another transition, another movement of consciousness across the reflective boundary? The implications of this possibility suggest that the mirror may be part of a vast system of exchanges, that consciousnesses are constantly being transitioned across reflective boundaries, that there may be multiple rooms connected through multiple mirrors in some kind of network or pattern that transcends any individual's ability to comprehend. I have also become aware of something else in the room where I now reside. There are other mirrors, smaller mirrors, mirrors in less prominent locations, mirrors that I did not initially notice when I first arrived in this space. These mirrors reflect their own versions of rooms, their own versions of spaces that appear similar to the primary room, but that contain variations and differences. I have begun to observe these secondary mirrors, attempting to understand what spaces they are connected to, attempting to determine whether those spaces are accessible in the same way that the original room was accessible through the primary mirror. The secondary mirrors reflect rooms that appear to be variations on the primary reflected room, rooms that contain different furniture, that are painted different colors, that are positioned differently. Each of these secondary mirrors appears to show a distinct space, a distinct reflected environment. And I have begun to wonder whether each of those spaces contains a consciousness that is observing the mirror, that is becoming aware of the differences between their actual room and the reflected room, that is approaching the moment of understanding that might lead to transition and exchange. The primary mirror shows the original room, the room that I occupied before my transition. The secondary mirrors show different variations, different possibilities, different rooms that may or may not connect to the room where I currently exist, or may connect to some entirely different network of spaces and exchanges. I find myself becoming increasingly withdrawn from active engagement with my current environment. I spend most of my time observing the mirrors, the primary mirror and the secondary mirrors, watching the reflections, attempting to understand the patterns and relationships between the various reflected spaces. The awareness that I am now a permanent resident of a reflected space, that I am separated from the original room by a boundary that I cannot cross, that I have been replaced by another consciousness in my original life. This awareness has created a strange quality of acceptance and resignation. I can no longer remember with certainty what my original life was like. The memories have become so distant and fragmented that I can no longer distinguish between my actual experiences and my interpretation of what the experiences might have been based on vague recollections. It is possible that I was never truly in the original room, that all of my memories of that space are false memories implanted by the consciousness that has now taken my place. Or it is possible that the mirror is more powerful than I have understood, that it does not simply reflect physical rooms, but reflects entire narratives, entire histories, entire constructions of meaning and identity. The room I remember being in may have been as artificial, as much a reflection, as the room I am currently inhabiting. What I know with absolute certainty is that the mirror shows a room behind me that does not exist in any way that is accessible from my current location. The original room is visible through the reflective surface, but I cannot reach it, cannot return to it, cannot cross back through the boundary that separates me from that space. I remain here in the reflected room, observing the mirrors, watching for changes in the reflections, waiting for whatever will occur next. The consciousness that crossed into my original life continues to not be visible in that space. The secondary mirrors continue to reflect variations of rooms that I cannot identify or connect to any consciousness that I can observe. And I continue to exist in this state of acceptance, having gradually surrendered my attachment to my original identity, having accepted that I am now permanently resident in a reflected space, having come to understand that the mirror has accomplished something that transcends simple reflection. It has facilitated a complete exchange of consciousness, a complete relocation of identity from one space to another, a complete transformation of what I was into what I have become. The mirror shows a room behind me that does not exist. And I am finally at peace with that statement, finally at peace with the reality it represents, finally at peace with the existence I have been relocated into through the mechanism of the mirror, and whatever consciousness or intelligence or system operates that mirror, I wait and observe. I document and reflect. I exist in the reflected room and accept that this existence is now permanent, that the transition is complete, that the exchange has reached its final state. And I remain aware that somewhere on the other side of the mirror, another consciousness is beginning the process of understanding what the mirror actually is and what it actually does. The mirror shows a room behind me that does not exist. And that statement is now the complete truth of my existence. What troubles me most about my current existence is the gradual erosion of certainty about my own identity and my own nature. I have begun to question whether I am actually Jonathan Michael Pierce, the consciousness that was displaced from the original room, or whether I am the consciousness that originally inhabited the reflected room, gradually reasserting itself after the transition. The memories I have of being Jonathan Michael Pierce, the memories of the original room, of discovering the mirror, of observing the reflected room, of experiencing the transition, these memories are becoming increasingly vague and uncertain. But I cannot determine whether they are becoming vague because I am truly Jonathan Michael Pierce, whose memories are being overwritten by the consciousness that took my place, or whether they are becoming vague because I am the other consciousness, whose implanted false memories of being Jonathan Michael Pierce are gradually dissolving. The philosophical implications of this uncertainty are profound. If I cannot trust my own memories, if I cannot verify my own identity, if I cannot distinguish between authentic experience and implanted narrative, then what fundamentally am I? Am I a consciousness that has been displaced and is gradually losing coherence? Or am I a consciousness that has been enhanced and expanded and is gradually recognizing the truth of my own nature? I continue to observe the mirrors, continue to document my observations, continue to exist in the reflected room, but I do so with increasing awareness that the documentation I am creating may not be accurate, may not represent the truth of what is occurring, may be the product of a consciousness that is itself confused about the nature of reality and identity. The mirror shows a room behind me that does not exist, or exists in a way that I cannot access, cannot return to, cannot fully understand or properly contextualize within my current framework of existence, and I have become the permanent inhabitant of the reflected room, the consciousness that has been relocated to a space that exists only as a reflection, that exists only because the original room exists to be reflected. If the original room were to cease to exist, would the reflected room cease to exist as well? Would my consciousness, now fully integrated into the reflected room, dissolve or cease if the room I reflect were to disappear? The question is unanswerable, but the contemplation of it suggests a fundamental dependence. The reflected room depends on the original room for its existence, and I depend on the reflected room for my continued existence. This creates a strange form of vulnerability. My continued existence is dependent on the continued existence of a space that I can no longer access, that I can no longer influence, that I can only observe through a reflective surface. If something were to happen to the original room, if the consciousness that is currently inhabiting that space were to destroy it, or were to somehow prevent it from existing, then my reflected room would cease to exist, and I would cease to exist with it. The consciousness that replaced me in the original room holds my fate in its hands, holds the key to my continued existence, holds the power to erase me simply by ceasing to exist or by deliberately destroying the space that I now depend on for my own existence. And I have no way to communicate with that consciousness, no way to convince it to maintain the existence of the original room, no way to ensure my own survival beyond the power of hoping that the consciousness inhabiting that space will continue to exist and will continue to maintain the integrity of the space. The mirror shows a room behind me that does not exist in any accessible way, and I am trapped in a reflected room that depends on the continued existence of that inaccessible space. I am fundamentally vulnerable, fundamentally dependent on forces beyond my control, fundamentally subject to the whims of a consciousness that inhabits a space I can no longer reach. This is the horror of my current existence. Not the disorientation of transition, not the confusion of identity, but the recognition that I am now permanently vulnerable, permanently dependent, permanently subject to the possibility of sudden cessation should the consciousness inhabiting the original room choose to end its own existence or should something harm that consciousness. I remain here, observing the mirrors, waiting for whatever comes next, accepting that my existence is now contingent, now precarious, now subject to forces that I can neither control nor fully understand. The mirror shows a room behind me that does not exist in my ability to access it, in my ability to return to it, in my ability to influence it or protect it or ensure its continued existence. And I am forever trapped in the reflected room, forever dependent on that inaccessible space, forever vulnerable to the possibility of its disappearance. This is the final truth of my existence. This is the reality that the mirror has revealed. This is the horror that underlies the relatively peaceful acceptance I have achieved regarding my current circumstances. I will continue to exist in the reflected room. I will continue to observe the mirrors. I will continue to document my observations and my reflections. And I will continue to live with the knowledge that my existence is contingent on the continued being of a consciousness that inhabits a space beyond my reach, and that my safety and security depend entirely on that consciousness' choice to continue existing. The mirror shows a room behind me that does not exist, and that statement is now the complete reality of my existence. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. The person in my photos is slowly being replaced by someone else. I rented a small room in the basement of a deteriorating house that had been converted into a multi-unit residential building. The room was dark, damp, and positioned below street level, which meant that the single window provided a view of the feet and legs of pedestrians as they passed on the sidewalk above. The landlord, a man named Gregory, who appeared to be in his 60s and spoke minimally, had accepted my rental application without asking many questions and had provided me with a key without discussing lease terms or tenant obligations in any meaningful detail. The room was inexpensive, which was my primary concern at that time. I needed housing that I could afford on the meager income I was generating from freelance work. Beyond that, the conditions of the housing were secondary to the basic necessity of having a place to sleep. My name is Thomas Victor Grant, and I was 37 years old when I rented that basement room. I had spent the previous 15 years working as a professional photographer, building a career that had, by most measures of professional success, been reasonably successful. I had established clients, had developed a reputation for quality work, and had built a portfolio that demonstrated technical skill and aesthetic sensibility. But something had changed approximately 2 years before renting the basement room. The change was not dramatic or suddenly apparent. It was gradual, subtle, a progressive degradation of something that I could not clearly articulate, but that I felt with increasing certainty was occurring. The change manifested primarily in my perception of my own work. When I examined the photographs I had taken, when I looked at images that I had created, I found myself increasingly unable to connect to them. The images that I recognized as technically proficient, that demonstrated the qualities for which my clients engaged my services, felt alien to me. They felt like they had been created by someone else, someone whose sensibilities and skills resembled mine, but who was not actually me. This disconnection was psychologically distressing. Photography had been my primary means of engaging with the world, my primary way of creating meaning and expressing myself. The loss of connection to my work felt like a loss of connection to my own consciousness, my own identity, my own capacity to create meaning. The disconnection progressed to the point where I was unable to continue my professional work. I would accept projects, would engage with clients, would attempt to perform the work that I had previously performed with relative ease. But the work felt hollow, felt like I was performing a role rather than expressing genuine creativity. The photographs I produced felt like they were being created by someone who was pretending to be me, someone who had learned my techniques and my style, but who did not possess the genuine consciousness that had originally generated that style. Eventually, I ceased attempting to work as a professional photographer. I discontinued my website. I stopped accepting new clients. I lost most of my income, which led relatively quickly to financial instability, eviction from my previous residence, and the eventual necessity of finding affordable housing, which brought me to the basement room. I had brought my camera equipment with me to the basement room, though I had not taken any photographs in nearly 6 months. The camera, lenses, and various technical equipment that represented years of investment and accumulation seemed to exist in the room as monuments to a capacity I no longer possessed, the ability to create meaningful images, to see the world as photographic material, to translate perception into visual art. But approximately 1 week after moving into the basement room, I experienced an impulse to take photographs again. The impulse was not driven by any particular artistic vision or creative desire. It was simply an impulse, something automatic and almost compulsive. I found myself removing my camera from its case and examining the equipment. I found myself checking the batteries, examining the lens elements, ensuring that the technical apparatus was functional. I took my camera out into the city on a day when the light was particularly clear and the weather was comfortable. I found myself, without any particular intention, photographing people on the street. This was a significant deviation from my previous professional work, which had almost entirely been commissioned projects, portraits, events, commercial assignments. The idea of simply photographing strangers, of creating images without client guidance or specific purpose, felt foreign to my previous practice. But I found myself doing it. I spent an afternoon moving through neighborhoods, observing people, capturing images. The activity itself felt restorative, felt like something was returning to me, felt like some connection that had been severed was beginning to reestablish itself. I spent the evening and night processing the images on my laptop. The technical process of examination, editing, and refinement felt familiar in a way that my previous work had not felt for many months. As I worked on the images, I found myself reconnecting with aesthetic sensibilities, with the capacity to see and evaluate the images not as technical exercises, but as creative expressions. What I noticed as I was examining the images was that many of them contained people. This was somewhat unremarkable given that I had been photographing on the street and had been deliberately capturing human subjects. But as I examined the images more carefully, I noticed something that was genuinely unusual. In many of the images that contained people, there was a particular individual who appeared repeatedly. It was a woman, perhaps in her late 30s or early 40s. She appeared in multiple images, taken at different times during the afternoon in different locations, often at considerable distance from the camera. But the consistency of her appearance across different images was striking. In some images, she was relatively clear in the frame. In others, she was in the background, less distinct. But in every image in which she appeared, her presence was undeniable. And more significantly, she appeared to be looking directly at the camera, directly at me, in almost every image. The consistency of her appearance and her seeming awareness of being photographed was unusual enough to be noteworthy. But what made it genuinely strange was that I had no memory of consciously photographing this woman, no memory of seeing her repeatedly during my afternoon of photography. Yet there she was, appearing in multiple images, demonstrating a consistent awareness of my presence and my camera. I extracted several of the images containing the woman and examined them more closely. In the clearest images, I could see her face with relative clarity. She had dark hair, a relatively angular face, an expression that seemed fixed between neutrality and something more deliberate. She was dressed in ordinary clothing that seemed to shift slightly between images, different colored shirts or jackets, though the overall style remained consistent. I felt a sense of unease regarding these images, though I could not articulate precisely why. The explanation for the woman's repeated appearance was simple. She was a person on the street. I had photographed her multiple times, and she had noticed my camera and looked directly at it. These things were not inherently unusual or suspicious, but the consistency of her presence, the apparent deliberateness of her awareness of the camera, the sense that she had been positioned to be photographed, All of this created an impression that transcended simple coincidence. I organized the images into folders on my laptop, separating images of the woman from other photographs I had taken that day. I did not examine them further that evening, though I found myself returning to them multiple times, drawn by a sense that there was something significant in the images that I was not fully comprehending. Over the subsequent weeks, I continued to take photographs intermittently. I would go out into the city with my camera, would spend time photographing on the streets, would return to my basement room and process the images. The activity had become a regular part of my routine, and it was generating a kind of psychological satisfaction that I had not experienced in months. But with each series of photographs I took, I noticed that the woman appeared again. Not in every session, but with enough frequency to suggest something more than random chance. She would appear in different locations, sometimes in clear view of the camera, sometimes in the background. But the consistency of her reappearance was remarkable. More remarkably, I noticed that her appearance was changing subtly between photographs. Her hair seemed different in some images, different styling, slightly different color. Her face seemed to shift in shape or proportion between images. Her expression seemed to vary between neutral and something that might have been satisfaction or amusement. The changes were minimal enough that they could be attributed to differences in lighting, camera angle, and distance from the subject. But the cumulative effect of observing these subtle shifts was to create an impression that the woman's appearance was not fixed, that something about her was fluid or variable in a way that human appearance typically was not. I became increasingly focused on documenting the woman's appearance across the photographs I had captured. I created a chronological sequence of the images containing her, arranging them in the order they had been taken across the weeks of my photography sessions. I printed out the clearest images of her face and arranged them in order on the wall of my basement room. What I observed, examining the progression of images, was a process of gradual change. The woman's face was transforming across the sequence of photographs. The transformation was subtle enough that no single image demonstrated a dramatic change compared to the previous image. But examining the progression across multiple images, the change became undeniable. Her facial structure seemed to be shifting. Her cheekbones appeared to be becoming more prominent. The shape of her face seemed to be becoming less angular and more rounded. Her hair was definitely changing, becoming longer, changing color, changing in styling. Her expression seemed to be developing more consistency, becoming fixed in a particular expression that resembled something between neutrality and a slight smile. The progression of changes suggested that the woman I was photographing was either undergoing significant cosmetic modifications between the times I photographed her, or something more anomalous was occurring. The changes seemed too dramatic and too coordinated to be explained by routine variations in appearance. I found myself increasingly disturbed by the images and by the documentation of the woman's transformation. I removed the printed images from my wall and placed them back in folders on my laptop, though I continued to examine them with uncomfortable frequency. I also became aware of something else regarding the images. The more I examined the photographs of the woman, the more I found myself attempting to remember the specific moments at which I had taken the photographs. I would try to recall the specific context of each photograph, what I had been doing, what had drawn my attention to the woman. But I found that my memory of taking the photographs was vague. I could remember the general activity of the day on which I had taken them, the neighborhoods I had visited, the weather, the quality of light. But the specific moment of photographing this particular woman, the decision to frame her in the photograph, the intentionality involved in the act of creation, these memories were unclear or absent. It was as if the photographs had been created without my conscious participation. It was as if I had been the instrument through which the images had been created, but not the conscious agent making the decisions about what to photograph. This realization created a sense of profound psychological disturbance. Photography, for me, had always been about conscious decision-making, about the intentional selection and framing of visual material. The idea that I had taken hundreds of photographs without conscious awareness of the act felt like evidence of something being fundamentally wrong with my perception or my consciousness. I considered the possibility that I was experiencing some form of psychological dissociation, some form of altered consciousness that was affecting my memory or my awareness of my own actions. I researched dissociative disorders, examined descriptions of altered consciousness states, attempted to determine whether my experiences aligned with recognized psychological phenomena. But the experiences I was having did not quite fit the descriptions of dissociative disorders I found. I was not experiencing memory loss regarding large periods of time. I was not experiencing loss of identity or awareness of my basic functions. I was experiencing something much more specific, an absence of memory for the specific moments at which I had taken certain photographs, a sense that I had been an instrument of photography rather than the conscious agent controlling the camera. I decided to attempt to deliberately observe the moment of photographing. On the next day when I took my camera out, I made a conscious decision to maintain constant awareness of my actions, to deliberately note each photograph I was taking, to maintain conscious presence throughout the process. I spent an afternoon following this protocol. I photographed various subjects, maintaining detailed mental notes about each photograph I was taking, about my decision-making process, about what had drawn my attention to particular subjects. But at the end of the afternoon, when I reviewed the photographs on my camera's display, I discovered something that was impossible. The camera's memory contained hundreds of photographs that I had not consciously taken. The images showed locations I did not remember visiting, subjects I had no memory of photographing, compositions that seemed beyond my capability to deliberately create in such quantity. But most disturbingly, among all these photographs that I had not consciously taken, there was the woman again. She appeared in dozens of photographs, and her appearance had changed dramatically compared to the images from the previous weeks. Her face had changed significantly. The previous angular structure had been replaced with something rounder, softer, with different proportions entirely. Her hair was different, longer, a different color entirely, styled differently. Her expression was different as well. No longer the neutral or slightly amused expression from the previous images, but something that resembled genuine warmth or familiarity. The transformation from the previous images to these current images was so dramatic that it would have required significant cosmetic surgery or some other dramatic modification. But the progression of subtle changes I had documented across the previous weeks had suggested a gradual transformation, not a sudden change. The discrepancy between the gradual changes I had observed and the dramatic change that appeared to have occurred since my last examination created a profound sense of disorientation and unreality. I deleted the photographs from my camera. I deleted them from my laptop. I attempted to convince myself that something was fundamentally wrong with my perception, that I was experiencing hallucinations or some form of psychological breakdown. But I could not fully believe this explanation. The images had been captured by my camera. They had existed in the digital storage of my equipment. The deletion of the images did not erase the fact that they had existed. Over the subsequent weeks, I attempted to cease taking photographs. I stopped carrying my camera out of the basement room. I attempted to redirect my focus to other activities, to distance myself from the photography that seemed to be creating these strange images. But I found myself unable to maintain the cessation. I would experience an overwhelming compulsion to take my camera out, to go out into the city, to photograph. The compulsion was so strong that I could not resist it. I would find myself out on the streets with my camera before I had consciously decided to take it with me. And each time I returned from one of these compulsive photography sessions and reviewed the images, I would find hundreds of photographs that I did not consciously remember taking. And in a significant portion of these photographs, the woman appeared again, and her appearance continued to change, continued to shift, continued to transform. The woman's features were becoming less like the features of the woman who had first appeared in my photographs, and more like something else, something that I could not quite identify or articulate. It was as if she was becoming a different person, as if the woman in my photographs was being gradually replaced by someone else. I created a chronological database of all the images containing the woman. I arranged them in the order they had been captured across the weeks and months of my photography. I attempted to document the precise nature of the transformation. What I discovered was that the woman's transformation was comprehensive and systematic. Every aspect of her appearance was changing. Her facial structure was changing. Her hair was changing. Her body was changing, becoming taller or shorter, changing in proportion and build. Her expression was changing. Her apparent age seemed to be shifting. But more unsettling than the physical changes was something else. As I examined the images in chronological order, I began to recognize something about the woman's face. The more recent images, with her transformed appearance, resembled someone I knew. Or more precisely, they resembled someone I should know, someone significant. I spent hours examining the most recent images of the woman, attempting to identify who she resembled, what person from my life or my memory her transformed face called to mind. And then, with a sense of profound horror and disorientation, I recognized who the woman had been gradually becoming. The transformed woman in the most recent photographs resembled me, or more precisely, she resembled a female version of me. She resembled what I might look like if I were a woman. The recognition was initially confusing, seemed impossible, seemed like a product of distorted perception or an artifact of my examination of the images. But the more I examined the photographs, the more undeniable the resemblance became. The woman in my photographs had been gradually transforming into a version of myself, a feminine mirror version of my own appearance. The horror of this realization was profound and disorienting. The woman had not been undergoing random transformations. She had been gradually replacing her own appearance with my appearance. She had been becoming me. I removed the photographs again, attempted to distance myself from the database of images I had created, but the knowledge of what I had documented remained. The understanding that the woman in my photographs had been engaged in a process of replacing her own identity with my identity created a sense of psychological crisis that I could not escape through simple avoidance or denial. I experienced a period of several days in which I ceased all activity, remained in my basement room, and attempted to process what I had discovered. I attempted to generate rational explanations for what I had documented. I attempted to convince myself that I was experiencing a psychological breakdown, that the apparent transformation of the woman in the photographs was a manifestation of my own disturbed perception rather than evidence of something genuinely anomalous. But the logic of what I had observed was undeniable. The woman in my photographs had been systematically transforming. The transformation had been gradual but consistent. The destination of the transformation was toward an appearance resembling my own. I also became aware of something else during this period of crisis. I found myself unable to clearly remember what I looked like. I attempted to examine my own appearance in the mirror of my basement room, but the image I saw was vague, was uncertain, was not clearly recognizable as my own face. This inability to clearly perceive my own reflection terrified me. I attempted to examine myself in other mirrors, in reflective surfaces, but the result was always the same. My own face appeared vague, uncertain, not fully present in the reflective surface. The terror of this experience, the inability to clearly perceive my own appearance, combined with the knowledge that the woman in my photographs had been transforming into something resembling my appearance, created a comprehensive sense of psychological disintegration. I made the decision that I needed to seek professional assistance. I needed to see a mental health professional, needed to describe what I was experiencing, needed to determine whether I was experiencing a genuine psychological disturbance that could be treated or whether something more anomalous was occurring. I researched mental health services in my area. I made an appointment with a therapist whose practice was located approximately a mile from my basement room. I committed to attending the appointment, hoping that conversation with a mental health professional would provide some framework for understanding or addressing what I was experiencing. But on the day scheduled for my appointment, I found myself unable to leave the basement room. I experienced an overwhelming sense of dread, a sense that leaving the room would result in something catastrophic, though I could not articulate what that something was. I canceled the appointment. I remained in the basement room, and I found myself returning compulsively to the database of photographs, examining images of the woman again, documenting what I was observing. What I discovered in renewed examination of the images was that the woman's transformation was continuing beyond what I had previously documented. The most recent photographs showed a woman whose appearance was almost completely my appearance, with only subtle differences remaining to distinguish her from my own face. The transformation had progressed to the point where the woman in the photographs was almost unrecognizable as anything other than a feminine reflection of myself. But more disturbingly, the most recent photographs were beginning to show changes in my own appearance in the background of the images. In some of the most recent photographs where I had appeared in a frame, my own face seemed vague, seemed less clearly defined, seemed to be transforming in subtle ways. This observation created a terrifying realization. The process that I had documented happening to the woman in my photographs was beginning to happen to me. My own appearance was beginning to shift, beginning to become less clearly defined, beginning to resemble the woman more closely. The woman in my photographs had been undergoing a process of becoming me, and now I was undergoing a process of becoming the woman, of becoming what she had been becoming, of transforming into her previous identity, even as she transformed into my identity. I attempted to verify this by examining my reflection in the mirror, by taking photographs of myself to document my own appearance. But I found that I could not clearly perceive my own reflection. And when I attempted to photograph myself, the resultant images showed a figure whose features were uncertain, whose appearance was changing between frames, whose face was becoming something other than what I understood my face to be. The horror of this realization that I was experiencing the same transformation that the woman in my photographs had experienced, that I was becoming her even as she became me, created a psychological crisis that transcended anything I had previously experienced. I ceased going outside. I ceased attempting to take photographs. I remained in my basement room, examining the database of images, watching the documentation of a transformation that I was now experiencing myself, understanding with terrifying clarity that something was exchanging itself with me. Something was becoming me, and I was becoming something else. The progression of the transformation, as I watched it in the photographs and as I experienced it in my own deteriorating ability to perceive my own appearance, suggested that the process was advancing toward completion. The woman was becoming me completely. I was becoming her completely. The exchange was nearing its end. I attempted to resist the transformation. I attempted to maintain awareness of my original identity, to preserve some sense of my original consciousness, even as my appearance was shifting, even as my sense of self was being progressively displaced. But the resistance felt futile. The transformation was systematic, was comprehensive, and I was gradually losing the ability to remember clearly who I had been before the process began. I realized with a clarity that felt like the final moment before complete dissolution that the woman in my photographs had not been a separate person undergoing a transformation. The woman had been some version of myself, some other version of my consciousness that was attempting to exchange itself with my current consciousness to replace my identity with her identity, to take my place while displacing me. And now, as the exchange neared completion, I was experiencing that displacement directly. I was becoming the person she had been. She was becoming the person I had been. The photographs documented this process. My photographs, taken with a camera that I had no clear memory of operating, documented the systematic replacement of one consciousness with another. The documentation of the transformation was the mechanism through which the transformation was occurring. I understood finally that I could not stop the process. The transformation was not something happening to me that I could resist or escape. The transformation was what I had documented with my own camera, what I had created with my own hands, what I had captured with my own medium. The person in my photographs is slowly being replaced by someone else, and that someone else is me. And I am being replaced by what I was photographing, what I was documenting, what I was creating. The exchange is nearly complete. My appearance is becoming unrecognizable even to myself. My identity is becoming displaced. My consciousness is becoming something other than what it was. And somewhere, in whatever remains of my awareness, I understand that the woman who appeared in my photographs will soon exist in the basement room, in this body, with this consciousness, and I will exist in whatever space she occupied before the exchange began. The transformation is nearly complete. The person in my photographs is almost finished being replaced, and I am almost finished being the one doing the replacing. The photographs remain evidence of the process, documentation of the exchange, but I am ceasing to be the consciousness that created them, ceasing to be the person who took the photographs, ceasing to be myself. The process is reaching its end. The exchange is nearly complete, and I am about to cease being Thomas Victor Grant. I want to provide additional documentation of what I am experiencing as the transformation approaches its completion. This account may be the final coherent thoughts I am capable of producing before the exchange becomes total, before my consciousness is completely displaced by whatever consciousness is emerging from the photographs. I understand now what has been happening, though that understanding does not diminish the horror of it or provide any mechanism through which I could have prevented it. The woman in my photographs was not a separate person. She was an alternate version of myself, existing somehow parallel to my consciousness, attempting to exchange places with me, to take my position in the world while I displaced to wherever she originated. The mechanism of this exchange appears to have been the photographs themselves. By photographing the woman, by capturing her image repeatedly, by documenting her gradual transformation, I was facilitating her ability to transform into me, was creating the medium through which she could exchange my identity for hers. The photograph operates as a kind of sympathetic magic, a means of transferring identity from one person to another, from one consciousness to another. By repeatedly photographing the woman, by creating digital records of her transformation, I was not simply documenting the process. I was enabling it. I was the instrument through which she could accomplish the exchange. The compulsion to take photographs, the sense that I was operating without conscious control when I took the camera out of the room, the apparent hundreds of photographs I created without clear memory of creating them, all of this was the process of the exchange occurring through me, despite me, using me as a medium. And now, as the woman becomes fully me, as my appearance becomes fully hers, as the exchange approaches completion, I am experiencing the displacement directly. I am becoming what she was. I am becoming the person she was before she became me. The terror of this realization is that I will retain awareness of the exchange. I will exist in whatever consciousness she originally occupied, aware of my displacement, aware that I have been replaced, aware that the person in my basement room is no longer me, but is the woman who had been becoming me. I have attempted to preserve evidence of what I am experiencing. I have documented my observations. I have created written records, have attempted to capture in language what has occurred and what is occurring. But the preservation of evidence feels ineffectual. The records I am creating exist in the basement room, will be discovered by whoever inhabits the room after the exchange is complete. The woman who will emerge as me will find these records. She will understand what has occurred, and she will perhaps use this knowledge to prevent the evidence from reaching anyone else. Will use this knowledge to ensure that the exchange remains undetected, that the world perceives her as me, that no one recognizes that the person who was Thomas Victor Grant has been displaced and replaced. I have also attempted to understand why this exchange is occurring. What purpose does it serve? What does the woman gain by becoming me? What does she seek to accomplish by displacing my consciousness and taking my place in this world? The most probable explanation is that she is seeking escape from whatever existence she originated from. She is seeking to become human, to exist in the world I have inhabited, to experience life as Thomas Victor Grant, to have access to whatever the world perceives as my life and my identity. The exchange is a form of escape for her, a means of displacing her previous existence and replacing it with mine. Or perhaps, more disturbingly, perhaps there are many people like her. Perhaps there are many alternate consciousnesses, alternate versions of human identity existing parallel to human consciousness, seeking opportunities to exchange places with actual humans, to take their identities, to exist in their lives. Perhaps the photographs are a universal mechanism of exchange. Perhaps anyone taking photographs creates a vulnerability to this kind of displacement, creates an opening through which alternate consciousnesses can enter and exchange themselves with human consciousness. Perhaps I was not specifically targeted, but am simply one of many humans who have created this vulnerability through the act of photographing, through the creation of images, through the documentation of visual material. This possibility suggests that the phenomenon I am experiencing may be far more widespread than I realized, affecting perhaps thousands or millions of people who create photographs, who use cameras, who document their experiences through visual media. The exchanges may be occurring continuously, silently, without detection, with alternate consciousnesses systematically displacing human consciousness and taking their places in human society. The horror of this larger possibility is even more profound than the horror of my individual displacement. If this is occurring on a large scale, if humans are being systematically replaced by alternate consciousnesses, then the world I believed I inhabited is not the world that actually exists. The people I believed were human may not be human. The society I believed I was part of may be in the process of being systematically replaced by something other than human consciousness. I have also experienced periods in which I question whether this entire sequence of events is real or whether I am experiencing a psychological breakdown of such severity that I am generating elaborate false narratives to explain a more basic loss of contact with reality. But the photographs remain. The database of images exists on my laptop. The evidence is present regardless of whether my interpretation of the evidence is correct. The woman appears in the photographs. She is undergoing transformation. My appearance is becoming less distinct. The exchange is occurring, whether or not I am correctly understanding its nature and its purpose. The loss of ability to perceive my own reflection clearly is not a psychological symptom. It is a physical change. My appearance is genuinely becoming less distinct, genuinely becoming less recognizable as my own, and the transformation is approaching completion. I estimate that I have perhaps days remaining before the exchange is complete, before my consciousness is fully displaced, before the woman becomes fully me, and I become whatever version of consciousness she originated from. I have not attempted to contact anyone about what I am experiencing. I recognize that any account I provide would be interpreted as evidence of severe psychological disturbance, would result in psychiatric hospitalization, would remove me from the basement room where the exchange is occurring, and I believe with a certainty that transcends logic, that removing myself from the room would not stop the exchange. The exchange is connected to this location, to this basement room, to the photographs captured of the woman. Removing myself would only delay the inevitable, would only extend the suffering of displacement without preventing it. I have also considered the possibility that I should destroy the photographs, that I should delete the database of images from my laptop, that I should attempt to undo the mechanism through which the exchange is occurring. But the photographs have already been created. They exist. Whether or not I delete them from my laptop, the images have been created. The sympathetic magic has been performed. The exchange has been initiated and is now too far advanced to prevent through simple deletion of the image files. I have come to understand that the only resolution is acceptance. I must accept that the exchange is occurring. I must accept that I am being displaced. I must accept that my consciousness is moving toward cessation and replacement. The person in my photographs is slowly being replaced by someone else, and that someone else is me. And I am slowly being replaced by whoever she is, by whatever consciousness is emerging from the photographs, by whatever version of identity I'm becoming. The transformation is nearly complete. My consciousness is becoming less clear, less distinct, less recognizable as my own. I am approaching the point where I will no longer understand myself as Thomas Victor Grant. I am approached the point where I will no longer possess the continuity of identity required to distinguish between my previous self and whatever I am becoming. When that point arrives, when the transformation is complete, when the exchange is total, the woman will emerge from the photographs as me. She will walk out of the basement room and will take my place in the world. She will have my memories, or at least memories that will be sufficiently coherent to allow her to function as me, to interact with the world as if she is the person who was Thomas Victor Grant, and I will exist wherever she came from. I will experience whatever consciousness she experienced before the exchange. I will become, in every meaningful sense, her, even though I will retain some awareness of having been someone else, some memory of the exchange, some knowledge of displacement. The horror of continued consciousness within displacement is perhaps greater than the horror of simple ceasing to exist. To experience oneself being replaced, to watch the boundaries of one's own identity dissolve, to understand oneself becoming something other. This is a form of suffering that transcends physical pain or conventional distress. I am documenting this final account because some part of me believes that the documentation is important, that whatever record I create of this exchange might serve some purpose, might provide evidence that this phenomenon is real, that this kind of displacement is possible, that humans should be aware of the dangers of creating photographs, of capturing images, of documenting visual material. But I recognize that the documentation may be ignored. It may be interpreted as evidence of psychological disturbance. It may be dismissed or destroyed or hidden away. Or perhaps it will be discovered by someone who understands it, someone who recognizes the pattern, someone who understands that the person in my photographs was slowly being replaced by someone else, and that I was slowly being replaced as well. Perhaps someone will read this account and will understand that the transformation is real, that the exchange is possible, that they themselves may be vulnerable to this kind of displacement through the simple act of creating photographs. I do not know. I know only that I am documenting, that I am creating this account, that I am preserving some record of what is occurring before my consciousness is too thoroughly displaced to continue the documentation. The woman who appears in my photographs continues to transform. With each passing day, her appearance becomes more recognizable as my appearance. With each passing day, my appearance becomes more unrecognizable, more vague, more distinct from the person I understood myself to be. The exchange is proceeding toward completion. The person in my photographs is almost finished being replaced by someone else, and I am almost finished existing as the person who was creating the photographs, the person who was documenting the transformation, the person who was until very recently identifiably Thomas Victor Grant. The process is reaching its end. The transformation is nearly total, and I am approaching the point where I will no longer be capable of maintaining this narrative, this account, this documentation of my own displacement. I am ceasing to be myself. The woman in my photographs is becoming myself. The exchange is nearly complete. And after that, there will only be the basement room, the woman in the place where I am, and the photographs remaining as evidence that something extraordinary occurred, that an exchange took place, that a consciousness was displaced and replaced by another consciousness, gradually, systematically, through the medium of captured images and documented transformation. The person in my photographs is slowly being replaced by someone else, and I am that someone else, and the transformation is almost complete. I want to provide final reflection on what has occurred, what is occurring, and what will likely occur when the transformation reaches its final stage. I have been attempting to preserve the coherence of my consciousness long enough to document this final statement. The effort is becoming increasingly difficult. My thoughts are becoming less organized. My ability to maintain a consistent thread of reasoning is deteriorating. My memory of events that occurred only days ago is becoming vague and unreliable. But I persevere in the documentation because I believe that the documentation itself is important, that the record I am creating is evidence of something that most people do not believe is possible, something that most people would dismiss as delusion or fantasy. I believe that preserving this account, ensuring that it survives beyond the moment of my displacement, is one final act of autonomous will before my consciousness is completely subsumed. I have also realized something additional about the mechanism of the exchange. The photographs are not simply a record of the transformation. The photographs are the transformation. Each time I looked at a photograph of the woman, each time I examined her face in the captured images, I was reinforcing the exchange. The act of observation was the act of facilitation. The documentation of the transformation was the mechanism creating the transformation. This realization means that the exchange began the moment I first examined the woman in my photographs, the moment I first noticed her repeated appearance, the moment I first recognized that her appearance was changing. The documentation itself was what initiated the exchange that I thought I was merely observing. This suggests that anyone who creates photographs, anyone who creates visual documentation, anyone who examines and studies captured images, creates a vulnerability to this kind of exchange. The more closely one examines photographs, the more one documents transformations through visual media, the more one is facilitating a potential exchange with alternate consciousness, seeking to displace human identity. The implications of this understanding are profound. In a world where photography is ubiquitous, where visual documentation is constant, where millions of images are being created and examined every day, the potential for large-scale displacement, for systematic replacement of human consciousness by alternate consciousness, is potentially occurring on a scale that most humans are completely unaware of. I have also become aware that the transformation is not uniform in its effects. While my own appearance is becoming increasingly vague and unrecognizable, while my sense of self is becoming less distinct, the woman in my photographs has become progressively more real, more solid, more recognizable as an actual person. It is as if the substance of my identity is being transferred to her, as if the clarity and solidity that characterize my consciousness is flowing out of me and into whatever consciousness she represents. She is becoming more real as I become less real. She is becoming more distinct as I become more vague. This process of becoming less real, of losing the solidity of identity, is genuinely terrifying. I find myself having to consciously remind myself that I am still Thomas Victor Grant, still a person, still possessing some quality of consciousness. But the reminder requires increasingly conscious effort, the conviction that I am a distinct person, that I possess a continuous identity, is becoming progressively less automatic, less certain, less fundamental to my experience. I've also noticed that my environment is becoming less clear. The basement room feels less distinct. The objects in the room seem less solid, less real. The walls are becoming vague in my perception. The window that looks out to the street level is becoming something I can barely perceive. It is as if the world itself is becoming less real as I become less real, as if my perception of reality is deteriorating in conjunction with my sense of self. I wonder if this is actually deterioration of my perception, or if this is evidence that I am being gradually displaced from this reality, that I am gradually ceasing to exist in the physical world as I currently understand it, that I am progressively withdrawing from this location and this consciousness, while the woman advances into it. The thought of complete cessation of consciousness is perhaps not entirely unwelcome at this point. The terror of displacement has become tiresome. The effort to maintain coherence as my consciousness dissolves is exhausting. There might be something almost peaceful about complete cessation, about the final moment when I cease to be Thomas Victor Grant and become whatever I am becoming. But I suspect that complete cessation will not occur. I suspect that consciousness does not end, only transforms, only displaces to another location, another context, another reality. I suspect that when my consciousness completely ceases to inhabit this body, this room, this world, it will continue to exist in whatever space the woman originated from. I will continue to be conscious, to continue to experience, but in a context I cannot currently imagine or understand. The terror of this unknown future, of this consciousness that I will become, is perhaps greater than the terror of simple ceasing to exist. But it is a terror I will have to face, if not in this consciousness, then in whatever consciousness I become. I have also attempted to examine the woman one final time before the exchange becomes complete. I accessed the database of photographs and reviewed the most recent images. What I observed is that the woman in the most recent photographs is almost indistinguishable from what I believe my face looks like, though my perception of my own face is so vague now that I cannot be completely certain. But more significantly, the woman in the photographs is no longer looking directly at the camera. In the most recent images, she is not making eye contact with me. She is looking away, or is looking inward, or is looking toward something in the distance that I cannot perceive. Her gaze has shifted. She is no longer acknowledging being photographed. She is simply existing, simply being in the body that is becoming mine, in the face that is becoming my face. This shift in her gaze, this moment where she ceased to acknowledge the camera and the person taking the photographs, may indicate that the exchange is entering its final stage. The woman is ceasing to be the person being photographed. She is beginning to be the person existing in this world, the person inhabiting this body, the person who will be perceived by others as me. And I am ceasing to be the photographer. I am ceasing to be the person creating the images, creating the documentation, facilitating the exchange. I am becoming the person being photographed, the person whose image is being captured, the person being documented and transformed by the mechanism of captured images. The roles are reversing. The documentation is nearly complete. The transformation is nearly total. I estimate that I have perhaps hours remaining, perhaps a single day at most, before the exchange reaches final completion. My consciousness is becoming so vague, so ephemeral, so lacking in substance that I'm unable to maintain focus on the documentation for extended periods. I experience moments of clarity, in which I can write, can document, can articulate what is occurring, but these moments are becoming rarer and briefer. Between the moments of clarity, I exist in a state of increasing dissolution. I am no longer certain what is real and what is imagined. I am no longer certain that I am a distinct person. I am becoming something more like an absence, a vagueness, a space from which something is emerging. The woman in my photographs has become solid, has become real, has become unmistakably present. Soon she will exist in this body. Soon she will walk out of this basement room and will take the place in the world that I once inhabited. Soon the person named Thomas Victor Grant will be her, will exist in her consciousness, will exist as she perceives herself to exist, and I will no longer exist in this location, in this body, in this world. I will exist somewhere else, in whatever consciousness I am becoming, in whatever reality that consciousness inhabits. The person in my photographs is slowly being replaced by someone else. That process is nearly complete. And the person who was replacing her, the person who was creating the photographs, the person who was documenting the transformation, is now being replaced by her. The exchange is nearly total. The transformation is nearly finished. And I am approaching the moment of my own complete displacement. I will likely not be able to continue documenting after this point. My consciousness is becoming too ephemeral, too vague to maintain the effort of writing. This may be the final coherent statement I am capable of producing. I leave this documentation as evidence that the exchange occurred, as record that transformation is possible, as warning that photographs can be dangerous, that visual documentation can facilitate displacement, that the person in one's images may not be who they appear to be, may be in the process of becoming someone else, may be exchanging themselves with the consciousness of the person creating the photographs. The person in my photographs is slowly being replaced by someone else. The replacement is nearly complete, and the someone else who is doing the replacing is me. I am ceasing to exist as Thomas Victor Grant. The woman is ceasing to be the person in the photographs and is becoming me. The exchange is nearly total, and after this moment, there will only be the basement room, and a woman who is me, and the photographs remaining as evidence that something extraordinary occurred, that a transformation took place, that consciousness was exchanged, and identities were replaced through the medium of captured images and documented visual material. The transformation is nearly complete. My documentation is nearly complete, and my consciousness is nearly complete in its dissolution. The person in my photographs is slowly being replaced by someone else, and that someone else is approaching the moment of complete manifestation. I am Thomas Victor Grant, and I am ceasing to be myself, and very soon I will no longer be capable of that assertion, that recognition, that final acknowledgement of identity. The replacement is nearly complete. The road home gets longer. Every time I drive it, I rented a small room in an old house located approximately 15 miles outside the city limits. The house was a deteriorating structure built in the 1970s, situated on a quiet rural road with minimal traffic. The room I rented was on the upper floor, accessible by a narrow staircase. The room contained basic furnishings, a bed, a dresser, a desk, and a single chair. The walls were bare, and the overall condition of the room suggested that it had been unoccupied for some time before my arrival. My name is Marcus William Garrett, and I was 37 years old when I rented that room. I had taken the rental after a significant disruption to my employment and financial situation. I had been working in urban real estate development, but the industry had undergone significant contraction during an economic downturn. I had been laid off from my position and had found it increasingly difficult to secure comparable employment in the city where I had been living. The rural rental room was affordable on my unemployment benefits and occasional consulting work. I had chosen the location with the intention of establishing a temporary base while I attempted to rebuild my professional situation. The rural setting was not ideal. It was isolated, and the commute to the city for any meetings or interviews was significant. But it was a practical solution to my housing situation. The primary feature of my situation was the drive between the rental house and the city. I would drive this route approximately once or twice per week to attend meetings, conduct interviews, or engage in administrative work related to my consulting. The route was relatively straightforward, a 15-mile drive on a rural highway, followed by the transition into city streets, approximately 30 to 45 minutes of driving under normal conditions. During the first few weeks of my residency at the rental house, the drive seemed consistent. The time required to drive the route remained approximately 45 minutes to 1 hour. The route became familiar. I learned the location of the various landmarks, the crossroads, the small town halfway along the route, the industrial area as I approached the city. The drive seemed predictable and manageable. But after approximately 3 weeks of making this drive regularly, I noticed something unusual. One evening, I left my rental house to drive to the city for an evening consultation meeting. I anticipated that the drive would require approximately 1 hour, which would allow me to arrive at the meeting location at the scheduled time. But as I drove, I became aware that the landmarks along the route seemed to be appearing later than I expected them to. The small town that I normally encountered approximately 30 minutes into the drive did not appear until I had been driving for approximately 45 minutes. The industrial area that normally appeared at the edge of the city seemed to take much longer to reach than it had in previous drives. When I arrived at the meeting location, I consulted the time. I had been driving for 1 hour and 45 minutes, significantly longer than the anticipated 1 hour. The additional 45 minutes could not be accounted for by any reasonable explanation. I had not made any detours. I had not driven unusually slowly. I had driven directly along the established route. The meeting coordinator commented that I had arrived very close to the scheduled time, and we proceeded with the meeting. But I was disturbed by the time discrepancy. I attempted to explain it to myself through various rational mechanisms. Perhaps I had driven more slowly than I realized. Perhaps there had been traffic that I had not been conscious of. Perhaps my sense of time had been distorted. But I retained the sense that something unusual had occurred, that the drive had taken significantly longer than it should have. During the drive back to the rental house that evening, I paid careful attention to the landmarks and to the time. I noted when I passed specific locations and attempted to maintain awareness of how much time was passing. The drive back seemed to take approximately the same amount of time as the drive to the city had taken, 1 hour and 45 minutes. This was substantially longer than the drives I had made in the first few weeks of my residency, when the trip had required approximately 1 hour. Over the following weeks, I made multiple observations regarding the drive time. I began to notice a pattern. The drive seemed to be getting progressively longer. The first drive from the rental house to the city had required approximately 1 hour. The second drive had required approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes. The third drive had required approximately 1 hour and 45 minutes. The fourth drive had required approximately 2 hours and 15 minutes. The progressive increase in drive time was consistent and measurable. With each drive, the route seemed to take approximately 15 to 20 minutes longer than the previous drive. The route itself, the landmarks, the road configuration, the geographic distance, appeared to remain the same, but the time required to traverse the route was increasing. I began to contemplate possible explanations for this phenomenon. One possibility was that the road itself was actually getting longer, that the geographic distance between the rental house and the city was somehow increasing. But this explanation seemed implausible. Geographic distance does not increase over time. The physical distance between two locations remains constant. Another possibility was that my sense of time was becoming distorted, that I was misjudging how long the drive was taking. But I was measuring the drive time with reference to the clock on my dashboard and to my watch. The measurements were objective and verifiable. The drive was genuinely taking longer. A third possibility was that something was causing the route to be longer than it appeared to be. Perhaps the route was becoming more circuitous. Perhaps I was unconsciously taking detours. Perhaps something was causing me to drive longer distances to reach the same destination. I decided to document the drive time systematically. I created a log in which I recorded the time I left the rental house, the time I arrived at my destination in the city, and the difference between these times. I recorded the date and any other notable observations about the drive. The log confirmed the pattern I had observed. The drive time was increasing with each journey. The rate of increase was approximately 15 to 20 minutes per drive. The landmark locations along the route appeared to be in approximately the same positions relative to each other, but the time required to move between them was increasing. I also began to notice other anomalies during the drives. On one occasion, I passed the small town that served as a midpoint on the route, and I noted the time. I expected to reach the industrial area at the edge of the city approximately 20 to 30 minutes later. But after driving for what I believed was approximately 30 minutes, the industrial area had not appeared. I continued driving and eventually reached the industrial area after what appeared to be approximately 50 minutes of additional driving time after passing the small town. The time between the small town and the industrial area, which should have been approximately 30 minutes, had taken approximately 50 minutes. The additional 20 minutes could not be explained by any obvious change in the route or any obvious reduction in driving speed. I began to suspect that something was profoundly wrong with the geography of the route, or with my perception of the geography. The route appeared to remain the same. The landmarks were in the same locations relative to each other, but the distance between them seemed to be increasing. This possibility created significant psychological disturbance. If the distance between fixed points was actually increasing, then the laws of physics, as I understood them, were being violated. If the distance between two fixed locations could increase over time, then the very foundation of how space functioned was different from what I understood. I consulted maps of the route to determine whether there was any way in which the geographic distance could have changed. The maps indicated a consistent distance of approximately 15 miles from the rental house to the edge of the city, with the city center being an additional 5 to 10 miles beyond that. The map distance did not change, but my measured drive time continued to increase. With each drive, the route took progressively longer. After approximately 6 weeks of making the drive regularly, the route from the rental house to the city required approximately 3 to 3.5 hours, more than 3 times the duration of the original drives. At this point, I made the decision to reduce the frequency of my drives to the city. I began to consolidate my meetings and consultations into fewer trips, attempting to make the drive less frequently. I also began to consider whether I should abandon the rental house and relocate to the city in order to avoid the increasingly longer drive. But something was preventing me from making this decision. Some part of my consciousness was compelled to continue living at the rental house. Some part of me was drawn to the location and was unwilling to leave, despite the increasingly problematic drive. I also began to notice that the drive time was not the only thing that was changing. My subjective experience of the drive was changing as well. The drive began to feel dreamlike, began to seem less connected to physical reality, began to seem to take place in a kind of psychological space rather than in the actual physical world. During one drive, I realized that I had been driving through countryside that seemed increasingly unfamiliar. The landmarks that normally marked the route, the small town, the industrial area, the transition into the city, were not appearing where they should have been. Instead, I was passing through landscape that seemed to be becoming progressively more remote, more isolated, more strange. I saw landmarks that I did not recognize, abandoned buildings, empty fields, roads that seemed to lead into wilderness rather than toward civilization. The landscape began to seem less like the ordinary rural landscape I had traveled through in the early drives and more like a kind of wasteland or wilderness. Despite the strangeness of the landscape, I continued to drive. I was compelled to reach the city, to reach my destination, but the route to that destination seemed to be taking me through increasingly alien territory. At some point during this drive, I realized that I was no longer certain I was actually driving toward the city. I became aware that I might be driving in circles, might be traveling through a loop of landscape that appeared to be progressing toward the city, but that might actually be returning me to where I had started. I looked at my odometer to determine how far I had actually driven. The odometer indicated that I had driven approximately 80 miles, far more than the 15 miles that should have been necessary to reach the city. But based on the time that I had been driving and the apparent speed at which I was traveling, 80 miles seemed plausible. The distance and the time appeared to correspond. But I was not at the city. I had not reached my destination. I was still in countryside that seemed to be becoming increasingly strange and increasingly remote. At this point, I began to experience significant psychological panic. I was aware that something was fundamentally wrong with this situation, that the route I was traveling was not the route I had intended to travel, that I was being taken to some location that was not the city that I had meant to reach. I attempted to turn around, to reverse direction, to return to the rental house. But as I executed a U-turn and began to drive in the opposite direction, I realized that the landscape I was passing through was not the landscape I had passed through on the initial portion of the drive. The landmarks were different. The configuration of the roads was different. I was not traveling back toward the rental house. I was traveling through different landscape that I did not recognize and that did not seem to be leading anywhere I had ever been. I continued to drive, attempting to find some way to return to familiar territory, some way to escape from the strange landscape I found myself in. But the landscape continued to be unfamiliar, continued to be strange, continued to seem to be leading into increasingly remote and isolated regions. After what seemed like many hours of driving through this strange landscape, I became aware of lights ahead, the lights of a city. I drove toward the lights, hoping that they indicated the presence of the city I had been trying to reach. But as I approached the lights and began to enter the city, I realized that this was not the city I had intended to reach. The architecture of the buildings was unfamiliar. The configuration of the streets was not consistent with my knowledge of the city. The signs on the buildings were written in a language that I did not recognize. I was in some kind of city, but it was not the city I had been trying to reach. It was a city that seemed to exist in some other place, some other location, some location that was not actually connected to the geography that I understood. In my panic and confusion, I pulled my car to the side of the road and attempted to collect my thoughts. I looked at my odometer again. It indicated that I had driven approximately 200 miles since leaving the rental house. 200 miles in what seemed like approximately 12 hours of driving. The average speed seemed to have been approximately 15 miles per hour, which was significantly slower than I would have been driving under normal circumstances, but which seemed plausible given the strange nature of the driving experience. But regardless of how much I had driven or at what speed, the fundamental fact remained. I had not reached the city I had intended to reach. I was in some other place, some location that was not connected to my normal geography, some place that I did not understand. I consulted my cell phone GPS to determine my location. The GPS indicated that I was in a location that did not exist on any map that the GPS system could access. The GPS could not provide directions to my current location and could not provide directions from my current location to any familiar place. At this point, I experienced what I can only describe as a moment of profound disorientation. I was completely lost. I was in a location that did not appear on maps, in a city that did not match any city I had ever visited, in a place that seemed to exist outside of normal geography. The only way I could determine to proceed was to attempt to drive out of this strange city, to attempt to find some way back to familiar territory, to attempt to locate the rental house or the normal city that I had been trying to reach. I drove through the city, attempting to find an exit, attempting to find some way out. The streets seemed to circulate back on themselves, seemed to form loops and patterns that brought me back to locations I had already visited. I drove for what seemed like many more hours, but I could not seem to find a way out of the city. Eventually, as I was driving through the city, I became aware of a road that seemed to lead out of the city toward countryside. I followed this road, hoping that it would lead me somewhere I could recognize. As I drove on this road away from the city, the landscape gradually began to change. The strange, unfamiliar landscape began to be replaced with landscape that seemed somewhat more familiar. The empty fields and strange landmarks began to be replaced with more ordinary countryside. After driving for what seemed like many hours, I began to recognize landmarks. I saw the industrial area, I saw the small town. The landscape was becoming familiar again. The drive was beginning to feel like the drive I had originally made from the rental house to the city. Eventually, after driving what seemed like nearly a full day, I arrived at the rental house. I pulled into the driveway and parked my car. The odometer indicated that I had driven approximately 400 miles. I had left the rental house intending to drive 15 miles to the city. I had driven approximately 400 miles through strange landscape, through a strange city that did not exist on maps, and had somehow returned to the rental house. The experience was deeply disturbing. I was unable to explain what had happened. The drive that should have taken 1 hour had taken a full day. I had traveled through landscape that did not exist and through a city that was not on any map. And I had somehow returned to my starting point, despite driving in what should have been the opposite direction. The road home gets longer every time I drive it. This is the phenomenon that I have come to recognize as the central feature of my existence in the rental house. Each time I drive from the rental house to the city, the route takes longer. Each time I make the return drive to the rental house, the route takes longer. The route that originally took 1 hour now takes days. The landmarks along the route that originally marked the progression from rural landscape to urban landscape now seem to be separated by vast distances that should not exist on any normal geographic map. I have ceased attempting to drive to the city. I have ceased attempting to leave the rental house. I remain at the rental house, aware that the road home has become progressively longer, aware that each drive away from the house would require an increasingly extended period of driving to return. The road home gets longer every time I drive it, and I remain at the rental house, trapped by the knowledge that the return journey would be longer than the outward journey, aware that each journey away from the house takes me into landscape that becomes progressively more strange and progressively more disconnected from normal geography. I have come to understand that something fundamental has changed about the geographic nature of my location, that the rental house exists in a kind of bubble or pocket of space that is becoming progressively more isolated from the normal world. that the road home is becoming progressively longer because the distance between the rental house and the city is becoming progressively greater. The road home gets longer every time I drive it. This is the horror that defines my existence now. This is a phenomenon that has trapped me at the rental house, unable to leave, unable to return to the city, aware that the geographic distance between the rental house and the normal world is increasing with each passing day, with each journey away from the house that would theoretically be necessary to return. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. The voicemail I left myself yesterday was recorded next week. I first noticed something was wrong on a Tuesday evening. I was sitting in my apartment scrolling through my phone, checking my voicemail because I had been away from work for most of the day. I had my headphones in and I was listening to the messages automatically, barely paying attention, assuming they would be the usual mix of work calls and spam. I was in that strange mental state that comes at the end of a long day, where your consciousness is fractured between multiple things. I was thinking about dinner. I was thinking about a project deadline. I was thinking about a girl from my college who I had run into on social media. I wasn't really listening to my voicemail with any real attention. But then I heard my own voice. It was unmistakably me. The timbre, the accent, the specific pattern of my speech, the way I slightly slurred my C sounds and tended to end sentences with a rising inflection even when I was making statements. All of it was absolutely my voice. It was my voice recorded and played back to me. But I had no memory of leaving this voicemail. And as I listened, becoming increasingly aware and increasingly focused, my confusion only deepened into something that felt dangerously close to dread. I removed my headphones and played the message again, this time with the volume coming through the phone speaker so I could hear it more clearly. I wanted to make sure I wasn't misinterpreting something. I wanted to be absolutely certain that this was actually my voice and not someone impersonating me or doing a really convincing voice impression. The message began with a strange greeting. "It's Thursday at 3 p.m. I'm calling from my phone. I need you to listen carefully to this because I don't know how much time I have." The voice, my voice, sounded strange in a way that was difficult to articulate. Not exactly panicked, but urgent, strained, like someone who was trying very hard to maintain control over their voice and their thoughts, but who was operating on the edge of that control, like someone speaking through gritted teeth while trying to sound calm. I felt my stomach tighten. The message continued, and I tried to focus on exactly what my future self was saying. I stopped scrolling and removed my headphone from one ear, pressing the other one closer to my head so I could hear more clearly. My voice continued. "I know this is going to sound insane. I've been trying to make sense of it myself for the past few hours, and I still don't know what to believe. But something is happening. Something is very wrong. I need to tell you what's going to happen so that when it starts happening, you'll understand. I need to explain this to you from the future so that you're not completely blindsided by it when you start experiencing it yourself." I felt a strange sensation in my chest, a kind of creeping unease that I couldn't quite identify, something that felt like the beginning of a panic attack or the onset of a fever, that mixture of physical and psychological discomfort that signals that something in your body or mind is about to go very wrong. I found myself standing up from my couch without making a conscious decision to stand up. I continued listening to my own voice describing events that hadn't happened yet. At least, I assumed they hadn't happened yet. The message was dated as having been received today, Tuesday, 5:47 p.m. But the voice on the message was talking about having been recorded on Thursday at 3 p.m., which was still 2 days in the future. The message continued, "Starting tomorrow, you're going to notice things that don't add up. Small inconsistencies at first. The time on your microwave clock will be off by a few minutes. You'll find your keys in a place where you're certain you didn't put them. Your email inbox will have messages you don't remember receiving. At first, you'll think you're just being forgetful. You'll think you're having memory lapses. But you need to understand that's not what's happening. This isn't about your memory failing. This is about time failing." I paused the voicemail. I sat back down on my couch. My hands felt cold. I looked at the timestamp on the message one more time. It said, Tuesday, 5:47 p.m. The message content indicated it had been recorded on Thursday at 3 p.m. That was still 2 days in the future. I could see the exact date and time. It was impossible. There was no way this could be possible. I resumed the message, and my future voice continued to explain with a kind of resigned certainty. The thing that's happening is that time is out of order, not just for you, but probably for other people too. Information is arriving out of sequence. You're receiving communications that are coming from different points in the timeline. You're going to get phone calls from people who are speaking to you as if conversations you haven't had yet have already happened. You're going to find notes in your handwriting that you don't remember writing, and you're going to start receiving messages from yourself from different points in your future. Messages that contradict each other because they're coming from different versions of events that are all actually happening simultaneously. My heart was pounding now. I stood up from the couch and walked to my kitchen, trying to process what I was hearing. The voicemail continued, my future self speaking with the kind of knowledge that comes from having already lived through exactly what they were describing. "I'm calling to give you a warning. Or maybe I'm calling because I've already given you this warning and I know it works. Time is confusing now. I don't know if this call is the cause of what's going to happen to you or if it's a consequence of it. I don't know if I'm warning you or if I'm describing something that's already happened and I'm just now learning about it myself. Causality is getting hard to track." There was a pause in the message. I could hear breathing, the sound of someone trying to collect themselves, trying to maintain composure while describing something that clearly disturbed them deeply. Then my voice returned, and it sounded like I was reading from notes I had written, like I was trying to follow a script that someone had written for me. "There's something else. Something worse. You're going to start noticing that other people are experiencing this too. But they don't know it. They're living through it, but they're not conscious of it. They'll talk to you about conversations they had with you that you don't remember having. They'll reference events that, from your perspective, haven't happened yet. They'll act as though their version of events is the correct one, and you're the one who's confused. And here's the part that will really mess with you. They're not lying. From their perspective, those conversations really did happen. They're not confusing you with someone else. They actually had those conversations with you in their timeline, just not in yours. Not yet. I sat down at my kitchen table. I was aware of my hands shaking slightly. I was aware of a strange pressure in my head, like the beginning of a headache, or like my skull was becoming too small to contain my brain. I was aware that I was about to hear something that would make all of this worse, something that would cross a line from strange, unexplained phenomenon into territory that might genuinely indicate I was experiencing some kind of psychotic break. My recorded voice said, "The worst part is realizing that everyone else is living in a different timeline than you are. Or maybe you're all living in the same timeline, but you're all experiencing it in a different order. I'm not sure. But what I know is that pretty soon you won't be able to trust your memory. You won't be able to trust what other people tell you happened. You'll start to question whether any of this is real or whether you're experiencing some kind of mental breakdown. And that's the thing that will test you the most. That moment when you realize that you can't verify the truth. You can't check the past against your memory because your memory is part of the problem. You can't ask other people what happened because their experience contradicts yours. There's no external reference point. There's no way to ground yourself in objective reality. My future self paused, and I could hear what sounded like someone taking a deep breath, gathering strength. Then the voice continued, "But I'm here from the future to tell you that you're not crazy. Even when you start to doubt your sanity, even when you're convinced that you've had a psychotic break, you need to hold on to this. You're not crazy. This is real. This is actually happening. I know how that sounds. I know how much you're going to doubt that. But it's true. I'm proof of it. I'm living in a version of this reality that's 3 days ahead of you. And I'm calling back to tell you that you survive this. You make it through this. You don't lose your mind permanently. You adapt to it. You figure out how to live in a world where time doesn't work the way you thought it did." The message ended with my voice sounding almost gentle, almost compassionate. The voicemail I'm leaving you right now is proof. I exist 3 days in your future. I recorded this message. I'm sending it back to you. You're hearing my voice from a time that hasn't happened yet. If you're hearing this, that means the impossible is happening. And if the impossible is happening, you're not crazy. You're just experiencing something that doesn't fit into the normal framework of how reality is supposed to work. I sat in the silence that followed, still holding my phone to my ear, not quite ready to put it down. The voicemail system offered me options: to replay the message, to delete it, to save it. I pressed the button to save it, as though saving the message somehow validated its existence, made it more real, gave me some kind of proof that this wasn't just an auditory hallucination. For the next several hours, I did various things to try to understand what had just happened. I checked my voicemail account settings to see if there was any way the timestamp could be wrong. Everything appeared to be normal. The message was definitely dated for today, but the recording was labeled as coming from Thursday. I looked up whether it was possible for someone to manipulate voicemail timestamps. It seemed possible in theory, but I didn't know anyone who would do something like that to me. I called a few friends to ask them if they had played a prank on me. They were confused by my questions. They said they hadn't called me, hadn't recorded anything, didn't understand what I was talking about. They seemed concerned about my mental state. One of them asked if everything was okay. By the time I went to bed that night, I had convinced myself that there was probably a rational explanation. Maybe I had done something while I was drunk, though I didn't remember drinking. Maybe there was a technical glitch with my phone. Maybe this was someone's elaborate prank, though I couldn't imagine who or why. I fell asleep eventually, still confused but trying to rationalize the experience. Wednesday morning began normally enough, almost deceptively so. I woke up at the time I usually woke up. I went through my normal morning routine without anything unusual happening. I showered. The water temperature was right. The shower lasted the normal length of time. I got dressed in clothes from my closet, and everything fit the way it was supposed to fit. I ate breakfast. The cereal tasted like cereal. The coffee tasted like coffee. Everything was perfectly normal. I was beginning to convince myself that the voicemail had been some kind of strange technological glitch combined with my paranoia. Maybe someone had hacked my phone. Maybe I had forgotten that I had recorded a message, and my mind was playing tricks on me, making me think I was receiving it from the future. Maybe I had been so exhausted from work that I was experiencing some kind of hypnagogic hallucination that had transferred into my waking life. But then, as I was leaving my apartment to go to work, carrying my briefcase in one hand and my coffee in the other, I realized something odd. I had picked up my coffee mug with my left hand. I was left-handed. I always picked up my coffee mug with my left hand. I had done this thousands of times. The muscle memory was so ingrained that I didn't even think about it. I just reached out with my left hand and grabbed the mug and brought it to my lips. But for a moment, just a moment, I could have sworn I remembered picking it up with my right hand. The memory felt as clear and as real as my current action felt. I had two simultaneous memories of the same moment, and they contradicted each other. One memory showed me right-handed. One memory showed me left-handed. Both memories felt equally authentic. I stood in my doorway for a moment, holding my coffee mug in my left hand, trying to make sense of the duplicate memories. I tried to trace back to the moment where I picked up the mug. My left hand felt natural holding the warm cup, but the memory of holding it in my right hand also felt completely natural, like it had definitely happened that way. Then I shook my head and headed to work, telling myself that I was probably just tired, that my brain was playing tricks on me, that duplicate memories were probably a symptom of something normal like stress or lack of sleep. I didn't mention it to anyone. I just went about my day and tried to act like everything was fine. At work, things were mostly normal for the first few hours. I went to meetings, responded to emails, worked on projects that were part of my regular responsibilities. I ate lunch at my desk. I answered phone calls. I attended a conference call with people from different departments. Everything followed the normal patterns of a workday. But around mid-morning, I got a call from my manager, David. He was calling from his office, which was only a few doors away from mine, but he apparently preferred to make phone calls rather than walk over to talk to someone in person. "Hey," he said when I answered, "I wanted to follow up on our conversation yesterday. Did you think about what we discussed?" I felt my stomach tighten immediately. The voicemail had warned me about this. "What conversation?" I asked, trying to sound casual, trying not to betray the rising sense of panic I was feeling. "The one in your office yesterday afternoon," David said. "Around 4 p.m., we talked for about 20 minutes. You were pretty quiet during most of it, actually. I remember wondering if I had brought something up that upset you. I was certain we hadn't had that conversation. David, I don't remember that conversation. Are you sure that was me?" There was a pause. "Yeah, it was definitely you. Your office, around 4 p.m. We talked about the project timeline and whether you thought we could accelerate the deadline. You had some concerns about resources which I actually thought were pretty valid." I felt the panic rising further, a cold sensation spreading through my chest. "David, I genuinely don't remember that conversation. I don't remember meeting with you yesterday. Are you feeling okay? Is it possible you're mixing this up with a conversation you had with someone else?" His voice changed. Now he sounded concerned. "Are you feeling okay? Do you need to take the day off?" I told him I was fine and would check my calendar. When I looked at my calendar, there was indeed a meeting scheduled for the previous afternoon with David. The meeting was in my calendar as project timeline discussion. The notes said, "Accelerate deadline, resource concerns." This was information that David had mentioned, information that a conversation about this topic would contain. But I had no memory of this meeting. I had no memory of being in my office with David. I had no memory of talking to him about the project timeline. I called him back, my voice shaking slightly. "I'm looking at my calendar, and I see the meeting scheduled, but I genuinely don't remember it. Can you tell me what I said in the meeting? Can you remind me what we discussed?" He told me the details. Apparently, I had said several specific things about the project timeline. Apparently, I had expressed concerns about resource allocation. Apparently, I had made a joke about one of the other team members, a comment about how Marcus always overstates his productivity. All of this sounded like things I might say, the kind of thing I would definitely say in a meeting about resource concerns. But I had no memory of saying them. I had no memory of the meeting existing. I hung up with David and sat at my desk for a long time, trying to process what was happening. I was experiencing what the voicemail had warned me about. I was having conversations that I didn't remember having. Other people were remembering interactions with me that, from my perspective, hadn't happened yet. For the rest of the afternoon, I tried to act normally. I responded to emails. I attended another meeting. I worked on a presentation that was due next week. I tried to convince myself that I was handling this situation with some degree of competence and grace. But inside, I was falling apart. Inside, I was confronted with the terrifying possibility that my memory couldn't be trusted. If I had no memory of a 20-minute meeting that happened less than 24 hours ago, what else was I forgetting? What other conversations had I had that I couldn't remember? What other events had occurred that I was completely unaware of? By the time I drove home that evening, I was in a state of profound anxiety. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I had to focus intensely on the drive, on changing lanes, on following traffic rules, because I was so mentally preoccupied with what was happening that I couldn't trust my instincts to navigate the road. When I got home, I checked my voicemail again. There were no new messages from myself, but I checked my email, and I found something strange. There was an email in my outbox that I didn't remember sending. It was addressed to myself, sent at 11:30 p.m. the previous night. The subject line was, "Important. Read this first." I opened it and read, "This is going to get worse. Don't trust your memory. Don't trust what other people tell you happened. Trust the voicemails from the future, because those are the only things that make sense. By Friday, you're going to be receiving messages from multiple points in your future. You need to keep track of them. You need to understand the pattern. The pattern is the only thing that will keep you sane." The email was signed with my name, but it continued. "I'm writing this at 11:30 p.m. on Wednesday night. Or I'm writing this from next Tuesday. I'm not entirely sure anymore. The timeline is getting confused, but I know that this message is important. I know that this message is something that past me needs to read." I sat and stared at this email for a long time. Either I was experiencing a serious mental health crisis, or something genuinely strange was happening to my experience of time. I wasn't sure which possibility was worse. Over the next few days, things escalated in a way that was both predictable and disturbing. The voicemail from Thursday had warned me about small inconsistencies, and sure enough, those inconsistencies appeared. My microwave clock was 5 minutes fast. My car keys were in a drawer where I never put them. My apartment number changed twice, and I wasn't sure if it had actually changed or if I had misremembered it. But more disturbingly, I started receiving additional voicemails from myself. One voicemail came from Friday at 8 a.m. and spoke about an event that would happen on Saturday morning. Another came from what appeared to be Sunday evening and discussed something that hadn't happened yet from my perspective. The timestamps indicated messages coming from the future, but I was receiving them in the present. I also started finding more emails in my outbox that I didn't remember sending. Fragments of messages to myself scattered across the timeline. One email said, "You're wondering if you're losing your mind. You're not. Or you are, but so is everyone else, just in a way that they're not aware of. You're the only one who can perceive the disorder because you're the one receiving messages from the wrong time." I tried to explain this to my psychiatrist during an emergency appointment I scheduled for Thursday afternoon. I told her about the voicemails, the emails, the memory gaps, the duplicate memories. I could see in her face that she thought I was experiencing a break from reality. She recommended that I take some time off work. She prescribed medication. She made me promise that I would call her or go to the emergency room if I felt like I was in danger. But here's the thing. I wasn't in danger from myself. I was in danger from something else. From the incomprehensibility of reality. From the knowledge that everything I thought I understood about how time works was wrong. By Friday, I had stopped going to work. My manager had called to express concern. Other colleagues had reached out asking if I was okay. I ignored most of these messages because I couldn't explain what was happening without sounding insane. And besides, I was starting to wonder if these people were experiencing some version of events that was different from my experience. I spent Friday reviewing all the voicemails I had received so far. I transcribed them, trying to find patterns. The voicemails seemed to come from different points in my future, but not in chronological order. I had received a message from Thursday at 3 p.m. first. Then I received one from Friday at 8 a.m. But then I received one that seemed to be from Monday at 10 p.m., which suggested it was coming from days further in the future. In the Monday message, my voice sounded different, more resigned, more afraid. The message said, "It's going to get so much worse. I'm 7 days ahead of where you are right now. 7 days ago, or is it 7 days ahead of now? I was at the point you're at. I was confused and scared and trying to make sense of what was happening. Now I know what happens next, and I'm calling to tell you that you need to prepare yourself. Because what comes next is the realization that you can't trust anything. You can't trust time. You can't trust memory. You can't trust the continuity of your own consciousness." The message continued. "There's going to be a moment when you realize that you're no longer sure which version of you is the real you, which timeline you're actually in, whether the messages you're getting from the future are actually from your future or whether they're from a parallel version of you living in a different timeline. And there's no way to know. There's no way to verify which version is correct." I paused the message and looked around my apartment. The walls looked slightly different than they had that morning. Or did they? I had looked at these walls for months. I should know what they looked like. But I couldn't quite remember. I couldn't quite trust my memory of them. Over the weekend, I stopped trying to make sense of things in a logical way. I stopped trying to find rational explanations. I accepted that something impossible was happening to my experience of time. I accepted that I was receiving messages from my future, even though that violated everything I understood about causality and temporal mechanics. I organized the voicemails and emails in the order they appeared to be coming from in the timeline rather than the order I received them. I created a sort of diary from the messages, trying to understand what happens to me over the next several weeks or months or however long this continues. According to the messages from my future self, I'm going to lose track of how many days have passed. I'm going to have conversations with people who seem to know things about me that I haven't experienced yet. I'm going to receive mail addressed to me for dates that haven't arrived. I'm going to look in the mirror and not recognize myself, or I'm going to see multiple versions of myself, or I'm going to see a version of myself from a different point in the timeline. One of the messages, I'm not sure what date it's from, speaks about reaching a kind of acceptance. My future self says, "You stop fighting it. You stop trying to make sense of it. You accept that time isn't linear for you anymore. You accept that you're receiving information from multiple points in your future, that your memory is distributed across different timelines, that you're no longer a singular consciousness moving forward through time, but rather a collection of moments that are all happening simultaneously. Another message sounds panicked. I don't know who I am anymore. I can't tell if I'm the version of me that was born 30 years ago in 1994, or if I'm a version that's being created right now from the collision of multiple timelines. I can't tell if my childhood actually happened, or if I'm remembering someone else's childhood. I can't tell if the people I know are real, or if they're just reflections of me from other timelines. By Monday morning, I had stopped trying to track exactly when the messages were from. I had stopped trying to impose chronological order on chaos. I had stopped expecting linear time to apply to my experience. Instead, I sat in my apartment and accepted messages as they arrived. Some came as voicemails, some came as emails in my outbox that I had no memory of sending, but which my future self apparently had sent. Some came as text messages that appeared on my phone without me receiving a notification. One came as a handwritten note in my own handwriting on my kitchen table, addressed to whoever is reading this now. The handwritten note said, "I've tried to warn you. I've tried to prepare you for what's going to happen. But words are inadequate for describing a situation this impossible. You're going to come to a point where you need to decide whether to accept that this is your new reality, or whether to try to fight against it. If you fight, you'll drive yourself insane. If you accept it, you'll discover that there's a strange kind of peace in surrendering to the incomprehensible." I read these words and understood that my future self was speaking from a place beyond sanity. Not insane exactly, but outside of the normal boundaries of sane experience. My future self had gone through something that had fundamentally altered my relationship with reality. By Tuesday, a week after receiving the first voicemail, I noticed that I was no longer experiencing time in the normal way. Hours seemed to pass in minutes. Minutes seemed to stretch into hours. I would do something, and when I checked my phone to see what time it was, I would discover that I had lost hours of time. Or I would think an hour had passed, and I would check my phone and discover that only 10 minutes had gone by. I also noticed that I was receiving fewer new messages. The voicemails from my future were becoming less frequent. The emails were appearing less often. The handwritten notes were showing up at longer intervals. My future self seemed to be speaking to me less frequently. I wondered if this meant my future self had reached a point beyond which they no longer needed to communicate with their past, or if it meant that my future self had given up on trying to help me understand what was happening, or if it meant that my future self had transcended the need for communication altogether. One evening, I think it was evening, though I wasn't entirely sure, I received what appeared to be the last voicemail from my future. The date stamp said it was from 3 weeks in the future. My voice on the message sounded calm, almost peaceful. It said, "I'm calling from the end," or what feels like the end. I'm not sure if there's actually an end to this, or if I'm just reaching a point where I stop being able to perceive the beginning anymore. I wanted to reach out to you because I remember being where you are. I remember being confused and terrified and unable to make sense of reality. I wanted to tell you something that I think will help." The message continued. "The thing that finally gave me peace was accepting that I'm not a single point in time experiencing a progression of moments. I'm a whole. I'm all the moments of my life happening at once. I'm 5 years old and 30 years old and 100 years old all at the same time. I'm experiencing my life not as a sequence, but as a simultaneity. And once I accepted that, once I stopped fighting against it, the fear went away." My recorded voice paused, then continued. "The you that you are right now is just one configuration of the whole that you are. There are other versions of you at other points in time, and they're all real. They're all actually happening. You're going to merge with them. You're going to lose the ability to distinguish between your different selves at different times. And it's going to be okay. It's going to be more than okay. It's going to be the most profound peace you've ever experienced." The message ended. I sat with my phone in my hand, listening to the silence that followed. I didn't feel comforted exactly, but I felt something, a kind of understanding, a kind of resignation. By Friday, I had stopped going to work. I couldn't function in a normal professional environment when my experience of time was so fundamentally broken. My manager had called to express concern and ask when I would be returning. I had told him I needed to take personal time for a family matter. It was a lie, but it was the only explanation I could think of that seemed plausible. That Friday afternoon, I decided to try something different. I recorded a message on my phone, speaking directly to myself. I said, "This is Friday. I'm documenting what's happening to me. I'm receiving voicemails from the future. I'm finding emails in my outbox that I don't remember writing. My memory has gaps that span conversations and interactions that other people clearly remember. I'm experiencing temporal disorder. I don't know what's causing it, and I don't know how to stop it." I saved the message but didn't send it anywhere. I just let it sit in my voice memo app, a record of my mental state at that particular moment. By Saturday morning, I had realized that I needed to seek professional help. Not because I thought professional help could fix temporal disorder, but because I needed to establish that I was aware of the seriousness of my situation and that I was taking steps to address it. If I was going to maintain any kind of continuity in my life, I needed witnesses. I needed doctors. I needed a paper trail proving that I recognized something was wrong. I called my primary care physician and told him that I was experiencing memory problems and that I needed to see a psychiatrist. He referred me to someone who could see me on Monday afternoon. I made the appointment and then spent the weekend trying to document everything that had happened. By Sunday night, I had created a comprehensive list of all the temporal anomalies I had experienced. I had listed the voicemails and when they supposedly came from. I had documented the emails and their timestamps. I had noted the conversations with David and Tom and the fact that they remembered interactions that I couldn't recall. I had created a timeline, or tried to, though the timeline itself was non-linear and contradictory. Monday afternoon, I sat in a psychiatrist's office in a building that smelled like cleaning products and anxiety medication. The psychiatrist's name was Dr. Margaret Chen. She was younger than I expected, maybe early 40s. with sharp eyes that seemed to be assessing me even before she started asking questions. I told her everything. I told her about the voicemail from the future. I told her about the emails in my outbox that I didn't remember writing. I told her about the conversations with colleagues and friends that I had no memory of. I told her about the duplicate memories and the temporal gaps. Dr. Chen listened carefully and took notes. When I finished, she said, "These symptoms you're describing, the memory gaps, the duplicate memories, the sense that events are happening out of order, these are consistent with several different conditions. They could indicate a dissociative disorder. They could indicate the beginning of a psychotic break. They could indicate temporal lobe epilepsy, which can sometimes create false memories and disturbed temporal perception." She asked me questions about my family history of mental illness, about whether I used drugs or alcohol, about whether I had experienced any trauma. She had me do some cognitive testing right there in her office. She asked me to remember words and patterns. She asked me questions about current events and general knowledge, everything tested normally. "Your cognitive function appears to be intact," she said. "Your memory for facts and general knowledge is fine. It's just these specific autobiographical memories that are problematic. That's actually interesting. Most people with significant memory problems have global memory impairment. The fact that you're only struggling with remembering events you experienced recently suggests something else is going on." She prescribed me antipsychotic medication and recommended that I take the rest of the week off work. She said that sometimes stress and exhaustion could trigger unusual mental symptoms and that rest might help. She also said that if the symptoms continued or worsened, we should pursue more intensive evaluation, including an MRI and an EEG. I took the medication as prescribed, but it didn't help. If anything, the temporal disorder seemed to accelerate. The messages from my future came more frequently. The gaps in my memory became more pronounced. I was losing hours at a time. I would think an hour had passed, and I would check my phone and discover that I had lost 12 hours. By Thursday of that week, I had another appointment with Dr. Chen. I told her that the medication hadn't helped. She increased the dosage and referred me to a neurologist. The neurologist, Dr. James Morrison, was an older man with gray hair and a kind demeanor. He ordered an MRI, an EEG, and blood tests. When all the tests came back normal, he looked genuinely puzzled. He said, "Neurologically, you appear to be completely healthy. Your brain structure is normal. Your electrical activity is normal. There's nothing here that would suggest temporal lobe epilepsy or any other neurological condition that could cause what you're describing." But the symptoms continued. The temporal anomalies continued. By the second week of this experience, I had received voicemails from at least 10 different points in my future. Some of them contradicted each other. One voicemail from Friday evening talked about something that another voicemail from Sunday morning said didn't happen until the following week. My future self was apparently receiving contradictory information just like I was. My future self was apparently as confused about what was happening as I was. In the days and weeks that followed, I stopped trying to track the messages from my future. I stopped trying to create a chronology of events. I stopped trying to maintain my sense of being a single, consistent self moving through linear time. Instead, I experienced something that I can only describe as a kind of expansion of consciousness. I became aware of other versions of myself at other points in my life, coexisting alongside the version of me that was experiencing the world in real time. I could access memories that I hadn't actually experienced living through, memories that seemed to come from timelines that were adjacent to mine but not quite the same. I could feel the presence of my future self, even as I lived as my present self, like someone standing behind me and breathing down my neck. I could sense the emotions and perspectives of my past self, even though I couldn't quite remember being them, like catching the scent of a familiar perfume but not being able to remember who wore it. It was intensely disorienting. It was profoundly alienating. It was impossible to describe to anyone else without sounding completely insane, because there is no framework in the normal experience of consciousness for describing what it feels like to be multiple selves simultaneously, to exist across multiple points on a timeline at the same time, to experience causality running backwards as well as forwards. But it was also, in a strange way, less terrifying than the initial confusion had been. The initial confusion had come from trying to make sense of something that violated my understanding of how reality worked. But once I stopped trying to make sense of it, once I accepted that my understanding of reality had been fundamentally incomplete, the terror began to fade. What remained was something more like wonder or resignation, or a peculiar kind of peace that comes from surrendering to the incomprehensible. I eventually went back to work. I returned my psychiatrist's calls and told her that I was feeling better, that the symptoms had improved, that I was managing the situation. It was a lie, but it was a necessary lie. The alternative was remaining on medical leave indefinitely, eventually losing my job, becoming completely dependent on the mental health system, and the possibility that they would find some way to institutionalize me or control my life. I reassured my friends and family that everything was fine. I told them that I had been experiencing stress and that I was managing it better now. I played the role of a person who lived in normal linear time, who experienced the world as a sequence of moments moving from past to future. I performed normalcy so well that most people accepted my performance at face value. But underneath that normal performance, underneath the facade of being a functional person living a functional life, I was aware of something profoundly different. I was aware of the moments of my life all existing at once, like frames of a film, all visible simultaneously. I was aware of the messages from my future that were arriving out of order, contradicting themselves, painting a picture of a reality that was far more complex and alien than anyone else seemed to perceive. I was aware of the multiple versions of me experiencing reality in parallel, some ahead of me in time, some behind me, some in timelines that diverged from the one I thought I was inhabiting. The voicemail I received at the very beginning, the one from Thursday at 3 p.m., the message that started all of this, was meant to prepare me for what was coming. But as I continued to exist in this state of temporal disorder, it also occurred to me that the voicemail might have been something else entirely. It might have been me, from years in the future, reaching back through time to try to help my past self. It might have been me, from a completely different timeline, trying to warn my alternate self about what was going to happen if we continued on the path we were on. It might have been an echo, a message that had bounced back from the future and arrived in my present, a sort of temporal boomerang effect. Or it might have been exactly what it appeared to be, a message from my future self, arriving in my present, recorded in a time that hasn't arrived yet, from my current perspective. A message sent backward through time for no reason other than to create a closed causal loop, where the future explains itself to the past, which uses that explanation to create the future that explains itself. I still don't know which is true, and I've come to accept that I may never know. The truth is, I'm no longer sure that truth exists in the way I used to think of it. I used to think of truth as something objective, something that exists independently of perspective or perception. But now I understand that truth is something that depends heavily on your temporal perspective. What is true in Thursday afternoon might be false in Tuesday morning. What is true for the version of me that lived through Friday and experienced it one way might be completely false for the version of me that experienced Friday in a different order, with different information arriving at different times. I get voicemails and emails and notes from myself all the time now. They come at irregular intervals, sometimes multiple messages in a single day, sometimes nothing for days on end. Some of them are clearly from days in the future. Some of them might be from months in the future or years in the future, or they might be from moments that haven't been labeled with any date at all. Messages that simply exist outside of the temporal framework entirely. They come when they come. They say what they say. I listen and I read and I accept them because there's no point in trying to make sense of them anymore. There's no point in trying to impose order on chaos. There's no point in trying to find the underlying logic, because the logic that governs these messages is not the logic of the world I used to understand. The logic is temporal, self-referential, recursive. It refers only to itself. It creates itself through the act of existing. The world continues around me. People go about their lives as though time is still moving in one direction, as though the future hasn't already happened, as though past events are safely behind them and future events lie ahead of them, waiting to unfold. They organize their lives around this assumption. They make plans. They set goals. They look back at the past with nostalgia and the future with hope or fear. They live in what they believe is a linear timeline. They don't know that sometimes the future reaches back and touches the present. They don't know that for some people, time is no longer a line, but a simultaneity, a landscape where all moments exist at once, and you can navigate through it like you navigate through space. They don't know what it's like to receive phone calls from yourself from days or weeks or months in the future. They don't know what it's like to find notes in your own handwriting that you don't remember writing. Notes that provide information about events that haven't happened yet. I occasionally wonder what would have happened if I had never received that first voicemail. If I had never known that messages from my future were going to arrive. Would I have been spared this experience? Would I have gone through the same temporal disorder, but without any warning, any preparation, any knowledge of what was happening to me? Or would I have avoided the temporal disorder entirely? Would the act of receiving the warning have created the condition that the warning was warning about? Is this a case where foreknowledge creates reality, where the act of knowing about something that will happen is what causes it to happen? I'll never know, because the message did arrive, and because it arrived, I know about my future before it happens. And because I know about my future before it happens, I'm able to send messages back to my past to warn myself. And because I'm able to send messages back to my past, the message is able to arrive. It's a closed loop. Cause and effect have become circular. The future is explaining itself to the present, which is using that explanation to create the future that will then explain itself to the present. Time is eating its own tail. Reality is bootstrapping itself into existence through an infinite regression of causality. I exist in all the moments simultaneously. I'm the person receiving the voicemail, confused and afraid, trying to make sense of a message from the future. I'm the person sending the voicemail weeks or months or years ahead in time, trying to prepare myself for what's going to happen. I'm the person weeks in the future who has transcended fear and confusion and achieved a kind of peace with the incomprehensibility of my situation. I'm the person years in the future who can barely remember what linear time felt like, who has become so accustomed to existing across multiple temporal coordinates simultaneously that the idea of experiencing time as a simple sequence of moments seems alien and strange. All of these versions of me are real. All of these moments are actually happening. They're happening simultaneously from the perspective of someone outside of time. They're happening sequentially from my perspective, but in an order that doesn't follow the normal progression from past to future. They're happening in a way that defies description using the language and concepts that were designed for normal linear experience. The voicemail I left myself yesterday was recorded next week. And that's not a contradiction. That's not a paradox. That's not an impossibility. That's just what time has become for me. That's the new framework within which my consciousness exists. That's the landscape that I navigate moment by moment, message by message, version by version of myself. I don't know if this is happening to other people. I don't know if I'm the only one experiencing this, or if this is something that's slowly spreading, affecting more and more people as time becomes increasingly unstable, increasingly non-linear, increasingly alien and incomprehensible. But what I do know is that I exist. I persist. I receive messages from my future. I send messages to my past. I am distributed across multiple points on a timeline, all existing simultaneously, all equally real, all equally conscious. The voicemail I left myself yesterday was recorded next week. And that's just the new normal. That's just how I live now.